Hi, welcome back guys. This is your friend, the fanfiction guy, back with another fanfiction. This is the first part of What If Deku Had Cybernetic Quirk? Now before starting, please give this video a like and subscribe to the channel if you want more videos like this. Now let's get into the fanfic. Initiating startup procedures. First time boot sequence enabled. System date, 2050-80715. Quirk.exe loaded. Human.exe initiated. Background tasks loading. Startup complete. Please enter name. His name will be Izuku, my little Izuku Midoriya. Human.exe renamed to Izuku_Midoriya.exe. Initiating crying mode. Crying control systems compromised. May lead to higher self-activation than warranted. Continue? Yes, no. All men are created equal. While the thought would be an amazing one to believe in, I learned early on in life that we are definitely not created equal, and it became one of the biggest lies that people told themselves and each other. Since the advent of the glowing golden child's birth in China years ago, the population of our world began to develop powers and mutations that were eventually called quirks. While the quirks ranged from the practical to the insane and sci-fi, their advent brought out a few key changes in the way that society functioned. For one, a rise in people that abused their quirks for evil actions against others rose, and with them the wave of villainy swept every country around the globe, and unfortunately Japan wasn't excluded. With them, however, a new wave of individuals that wanted to protect others at all cost rose, and their acts of bravery and heroics brought in the advent of the superheroes and villains, and the fights that ensued. Society started to gravitate towards one that supports those that became known as pro-heroes, to keep the innocent and society safe from those that would exploit it for their own gain. And the best of them all, the one that became the symbol of peace in Japan. Fear not, why? For I am here. All Might, the amazing hero that has captured mine and all of Japan's attention, that is able to take on any villain and any situation to help out as many people as he can. He's my #1 idol, and I hope to become just like him one day. The best part is that no one knows what his exact quirk is, which makes him seem even more amazing and inspiring because people can put themselves in his shoes when dreaming of being a pro that can smile no matter what. My favorite video of him is his debut video, which is this old, low-quality video of him rescuing people from a burning bus and building faster than light itself. I've watched that video a total of 270 times and am currently on my 272nd viewing. I do think that the screen and memory system that I have had implemented has helped. Oh, right, I should explain. My birth name is Izuku Midoriya. I was born with a quirk that still stumped the doctors and my mom when I was born since it was completely unlike hers. It's called Cybernetics. It's a mutation quirk that made me part machine, making my entire body have machine-like aspects and upgradability. Unlike a majority of the population that doesn't get their quirk until they are 4 years old, I had mine since I was born, which is rare even for this world. Me basically being a cyborg doesn't mean I am not human. I remember being born, I remember hearing the doctor's voices, I remember my mom picking out my name. Sorry, but no matter what I will become the best hero I can be. I am aiming at being #1. Even if being a cyborg can have its hindrances. What, did you think that having this quirk would make it easier? Huh? You don't even know the half of it. Date, 2066-09-19. From the offices of the Japanese government. Quirk registration form number 00020140715. Name, Izuku Midoriya. DOB, 2050-80715. Parents, Inko Midoriya, mother. Status, deceased. Father, unknown. Status, unknown. Quirk name, Cybernetics. Description: the Cybernetics quirk is a one of a mutation variety that gives its owner machine and technological upgrades to their biological makeup. While they appear human in almost every form, every organ, even the skin, is made up with some aspect of technology that enhances it. Other examples include his brain that seems to be wired and set up closer to that of a supercomputer with the speed of human neurons. His body also seems to be partly segmented, as an incident with a nurse caused his arm to become dislocated, but it was placed without issue, and the child didn't cry out due to pain. The overall positives and negatives of this quirk are too uncertain to conclude at such an early state with the birth of the child that it was deemed necessary to get an expert in to help. The mother, Inko suggested a well-known scientist to contact, and was able to make it out soon after the initial report was made. His personal findings are attached. Looking over young Midoriya's quirk and inherent abilities was a fascinating opportunity. Never had there been a quirk that was recorded that had to deal with technology that permeated that in the quirk user rather than having something that of technology that surrounded them. He is what many before the advent of quirks would have wanted built as the perfect android, yet he still has a live recorded birth, showing how far quirks have come to mutate the human DNA. Looking over the main aspects that one can at such a young age, it seems that his brain and bodily systems work like a computer one. However, it comes with the full process of a human will. He has the full autonomy of a human, with the enhancements to his brain functionality that can outpace any supercomputer if he's taught right. It also seems that his bones are made of a mixture of normal collagen and carbon steel. This allows them to have the natural growth and healing properties of bones, but with it a much stronger and resilient aspect to protect him from injury. Other interesting aspects that were noted were a small glow to his already sparkling emerald eyes that was faintly visible in the dark. His hair also seemed to be a very interesting mixture of natural hair fibers and light fibers, which may allow for quick changes to appearance. This is coupled with a change in his skin that is made more resilient to injury but also the same possible changes to appearance. This isn't all coming eye without a few drawbacks. His entire brain seems to be programmable like a computer, meaning that if one were to have access to his brain, which I was able to rig a quick peripheral to allow me to do just that, it can have consequences on the very identity of the child. He can also overheat, which he did when his body hit 80 degrees Celsius, which in turn caused him to shut down and go to sleep. Once his core temperature reached 35 degrees Celsius, he awoke once more and went back to babbling and looking around like nothing had happened. It may be that his youth causes systems to not be able to have complete control over one another, but with age and practice everything should fall into a more natural rhythm, since it seems to be in an infant stage just as the child is. It also seems that his limbs have the uncanny ability to detach themselves from the body with no harm coming to the boy. This was discovered by both the nurse that was helping with the initial hospital observations, as well as by an old associate, note as YT for the rest of this report, coming in for my services during this investigation. YT picked up the child and tried to play around with him. However, it seems that YT doesn't deal with children this small, seeing that he held him oddly, causing the left arm to pop off, and him to scream bloody murder. After calming down my old associate and Izuku since he began to cry with YT's yell, I was able to easily reattach the arm to his body, and he was able to use it and wave it around as if it didn't just get popped off by the redacted. Going forward, I am uncertain of the complete effects that the quirk may have on the mental and physical developments of the child. I am planning on talking to the mother, Inko Midoriya, about setting her up with a scientist or specialist to help her out since Izuku's quirk may require more help since he had it since birth and no similar quirks have been recorded ever before. I believe that there is a lot more to Midoriya's quirk, but I was only allowed so much time with the child before the government needed my initial report. I do hope to work with him and his mother in the future more to be able to help both further develop the quirk this child has been born with. If anything, I do hope to meet him and his mother again one day. He has a quirk that would be perfect for heroics, but he's going to need a lot of help from support heroes. End of evaluation. Shield. Scientist with symbol incorporated at the I-Island Institute. Dated 2058-07-19. Shota Aizawa looked over all the forms that the government had given him. He started to rub his eyes, tired of the endless readings of forms and official documents, and from the day's event that started with him leaving the house in more than normal high spirits. Being a rising underground pro hero had its perks, including being able to mainly work nights, but a favor was called in to help patrol an area in Nizudafu in the later afternoon. Obliging, he had no idea that it would lead him to a burning apartment with a boy inside that he had to rescue from his dead mother's side. What made it worse for Shota was that he felt that if he had found the correct apartment sooner, Or if any other pro had taken the call no matter the quirk, he may have had a better report to tell the kid that was currently lying in front of him, connected to the machines that weren't necessarily keeping him alive, but making sure it stayed that way. Finding the boy inside, he was not budging from his repeated calls. He reached the boy as quickly as he could, fearing injury from the flames. He quickly tried to pry the child from his mother's side, but he wouldn't budge at first. He quickly reached out and turned to her, checking for any signs of life. When none were found, he internally cursed, noting the tear-stained cheeks and sad smile that was lifeless that lingered on her face as her son was bent at her side. He then picked up the kid, jerking him from his place next to his mother, and started to walk him out. He looked down at the young kid, seeing the slight glow behind the emerald pools he had for eyes begin to cry as they made their way down, before he eventually passed out before he was able to be handed off to paramedics. Now, he sat in the hospital room that occupied the same boy he had rescued, and he looked over the sleeping form of Izuku Midoriya as his chest rose and fell from his breathing. It seemed that he had lost everything today. His home. His mother. The reports have nothing on a father or extended family. The kid was truly by himself to face the world, when he woke up today with everything. He lost everything at 8 years old. Sheet was all the Shoto was able to mumble to himself. With no familial connections of any kind, he was now facing the foster system and to hopefully be adopted. He looked over the kid once more, slightly angry at himself for the bond and feelings he had formed with the kid as he carried him out and watched over him as he recovered. However, it was more in a resolve that he was certain of what his next action would be. He picked up his phone and dialed his husband. Ring, ring, ring. Hey Shota, baby. Geez, Hisashi, do you need to be so loud when you pick up the phone? You know you love me. Whatever you say. Why do you hurt me, Shota? Forget that, I have a question for you. Is everything okay, Shota? Did something happen? You could say that. Listen, Hisashi. How would you feel about adopting a son? Midoriya Memory Arc. File accessing, 4th birthday, 2062-07-15. Time, 4:25 a.m. Memory loaded. I woke up with a start, breathing quickly and quickly looked around my surroundings, trying my best to see what could have woken me from my sleep. I wasn't sure if it was my dream, but its details were quickly fading. All I could remember was a man's figure that was missing its head and my left arm being detached and on the ground. I quickly felt for my left arm, gaining some reassurance from feeling it move like it normally does. However, I was still in a slight panic, so without realizing, my mouth started to move, calling out, "Mama!" I then heard small shuffling noises in the other room and then the living room. Eventually my mom opens the door quickly, turning to my direction and asking, "Izuku, baby, is everything okay? I had a nightmare." "Oh, Izuku." She quickly closed the space between my door and bed and sat at its edge. She proceeded to wrap me in a tight embrace and stroked my hair. She also began to hum a song she knew usually calmed me down. "It's all right, Izuku." She started again, "I am here. I'm here to protect you, okay?" "Okay, Mama." I was able to get out between a few small sobs. Thank you." She kept holding me, even added a small rocking motion to lull me back to sleep. "Do you think you're up for going back to bed by yourself?" "I think so. I should be okay." She then tucked me into bed and planted a kiss on my forehead. I quickly looked over my clock to see that it was now close to 5 in the morning. When another thought came to my head, and I quickly blurted out before she had a chance to leave. "Hey Mama, when are we going to go see the quirk doctor?" "Oh honey, we can go see him as soon as you present your quirk, okay?" She paused looking at my clock as well before turning back to me. "It's your 4th birthday today. So hopefully, we can take you soon to make sure everything is okay." "Okay, Mama. Good night." "Good night, Izuku." With that, she left my room, closing the door behind her. I stared up at the ceiling, trying to will sleep to fully take me again. That's when I looked to my wall and saw part of my poster collection. I only started back during Christmas when I got my first one of the hero Gran Torino, one of my mom's favorite heroes. Since then, I would ask for a new one every time we went to the store, and Mom would usually oblige. My current favorite is one of All Might as he's doing his heroic pose with his giant smile that always told me everything would be all right. I took that feeling and used it to let sleep take me back. End of memory. Delete? Yes, no. Aizawa was still on his call with his husband as he heard movement and voice starting to speak in front of him. Hisashi, hold that thought, he said, and placed the phone down on the table next to him. He looked over the child carefully as he moved and started to speak. Mama. However, as soon as it started it stopped, and the boy went back to a peaceful slumber. Aizawa was thankful that he hadn't woken up at that moment since he hasn't completely gotten down. He was planning on breaking the news to the kid. Sorry, Hisashi, he started back on his phone call. I thought the kid was going to wake up. That's alright, Shota. I just want to make sure that you are sure about this. We are still relatively new pros on the scene, plus I have my weird schedule with the show, and you have your dark night fixation of mainly working at night. Are you positive that we can raise this kid? Aizawa thought of it for a moment, and his husband had a point. Their lives were currently all over the place. Maybe this kid is what they needed to finally ground themselves and find a good scheduling system that allows them to support and raise the kid properly. Plus, he could always drag their friends into it as payment for annoying him 40% of the time. I think we can do this, Hisashi. The kid doesn't have anything or anyone left. We don't even know what happened with his father, so he's gotten off. However, his phone vibrated once more with a small notification sound that he knew was tied to hero reports and news. Gimme another Hisashi. Sure thing. He unlocked his phone to the home screen to look at what the new report was about. Looking at the main words and summary, his decision to adopt Izuku was hardened and made up in his mind. Underground villain Dragonfire arrested for arson and murder. The underground villain known as Dragonfire that was causing issues for many business owners as part of the Yakuza was recently found and arrested for possible connections to a fire in a Mizudafu apartment that led to Inko Midoriya's death. It is believed that Dragonfire is Hisashi Midoriya, a businessman that was married to Inko, and whose sources close to Inko believed to be working overseas in America. Inko leaves behind a son that's location is currently unknown, but last reports claim that he was seen carried out of the apartment by an underground hero. Officials say he didn't bother to look at the rest of the report, but it truly seemed that this kid is on his own. To think that it was possible that it was Inko's husband that caused all this. However, he isn't listed as Izuku's dad, so that starts to make Shota wonder what that could be due to, but he would face that issue with a social worker in the morning. Returning to his call with a quick, "Hey," his husband responded. "Did you see that report too?" "Yeah, I did," rubbing his temples as the day started to really hit him. "So, the little listener is really all on his own, huh?" "Yeah, and it doesn't help that there is an odd discrepancy in the reports." "Which is?" "Inko Midoriya is married, just like the report said, she was married to Hisashi Midoriya. However, on Izuku's birth certificate, he doesn't have any father listed, only Inko is listed as his sole parent. There is an evaluation made by a scientist in here too, but he also doesn't make any note of a father, only speaks about Inko. Maybe they were separated? I'm not sure. I can't find any papers of what was given to me about a marriage annulment. Though I can ask for any papers that they have access of her." Wait, why do they have a scientist evaluation of his quirk? Shouldn't he only have one from a quirk specialist doctor? Well, he was born with it like you were. Oh really? Yeah, the initial report about his quirk is from the day of, the scientist is from a few days after. He was shifting through the papers that were given to him when he ended up on another quirk evaluation. Mizudafu Health Clinic. 2063-0527. Quirk Examination 4. Izuku Midoriya. Parents. Inko Midoriya, mother. Quirk Examination Results. Quirk Name, Cyborg. Description. Izuku seems to have a genetic composition made up of both regular human biogenetics and that of machine implements. An incident that his mother believes was made due to his quirk, he was brought into the office to be evaluated. However, when looking at records for Izuku, it seemed that he had a basic one made at the time of his birth. That one found our same findings which follow as. The document continued in a similar sense of the one from his birth, however, A detail of it makes Aizawa dawn on a major implication. Shota, is everything okay? You know, it's rude to ignore the person you're married to. I'm on my way to the Mizudafu General Hospital, by the way. If Izuku had his quirk from birth. Yeah, you mentioned that bit already. Why would his mother wait to tell him until he's almost 5? Oh. Midoriya memory arc. Files accessing, multiple. First file, 2062-0426. Loaded. I was running up to a nearby park to meet up with my close friend, Bakugo Katsuki, but I always knew him as Kaken. He was the son of one of Mom's old friends, who became my auntie as we grew up, since we knew each other since we were 1 year old. I have known him my entire life, and I felt that I could count on him no matter what. Kaken! I yelled as I ran through the park towards the playground where he was waiting for me. Hey Izuku! You gotten your quirk? The question stopped me in my tracks, not really surprised that it's the first thing he was asking me. Yes, since I turned 4 last month. Oh, no, not yet, Kaken. How come? I don't know. But I am sure I'll get a super cool one soon. Not as cool as mine. He replied with a small explosion on his hand. He quickly shook his hand as he wasn't used to the quirk's heat yet. For now, let's play hero and villains. We're a duo hero group and we're searching for a duo villain pair, okay? Got it, Kaken. And that was what life for me was at the time. Me and Kaken ready to take on the world as pro-heroes when we grew up. We both admired All Might as well, and we both wanted to be top heroes, and we wanted to do it together. I wanted it to last forever. But it wasn't meant to. File accessing, 2062-1216. In daycare, Kaken was very popular. He had a bunch of people, both other kids and adults, tell him how great his quirk was for being a hero. I still hadn't gotten my quirk, or at least I hadn't known I had it. I started to take down notes about heroes and villains' quirks, but I found that I was able to find most of the things I wrote. I was able to easily recall, which was a nice boon at the time when I thought I didn't have a quirk. Though that didn't stop him from asking me about my quirk. Seriously, Izuku, you still haven't gotten your quirk? Not since the last time you asked me, Katsuki. That was ages ago. That was yesterday on our way home from Deku.exe. I tripped over a gap on the sidewalk, which had been happening a lot since I was trying a new pair of red shoes that I loved when I saw. Looking over myself, I noticed that I had scrapped both my knees and the palm of my hands. Are you all right, Izuku dear? Aunt Mitsuki asked me, since she was the one walking us home that day. Yeah, I think I'm good, Auntie, I said as I rubbed the small tears that tried to escape from my eyes. You gotta stop crying, Izuku, Kaken said before he was hit on the side of his head by his mom. Be nice to Izuku, Katsuki. Oh, why did you do the OWW? He said before he was hit again. I chuckled at the look that Kaken held on his face from being hit twice and noticed that I was feeling a lot better. I looked quickly down at my knees and palms and noticed that they were already starting to fade and heal. I didn't think much of it at the time, since I was happier that they stopped stinging. File accessing, 2063-0418. In school, I can hear the whispers, the ones that people think I can't. I feel like I am right next to them as they talk. Did you hear that Midoriya is probably quirkless? What? No way. He hasn't shown anything and it's his birthday in like 3 months. Wow, that's actually kinda sad. He's always talking about becoming a hero. I guess Bakugo is going to have to find a new partner to be a duo with. Well yeah, if he is quirkless, he's just going to be in the way. There's no way he could become a hero. I even noticed the teachers give me looks, like they felt bad for me and pitying me. I will get a quirk, was all that I could think, trying to ignore and drown out the other voices. I will get a quirk and become the best hero. File accessing, 2063-0526. Possible, proceed with caution. I hate Kaken. I hate him. Why would he say such a thing? How could he point such a thing out? We were talking about reading and how we were writing our names and showing what we all had done during recess, when he spoke up and pointed at me. You know, you can read Izuku as Deku.exe. I asked, taken aback by his comment. You know, Deku like wooden doll, or even better, someone that is useless. I felt my heart drop, and the vision of my world crumbling. I felt something inside me stir, what it was I couldn't tell at the time. However, Kakakin, why would you say something like that? It's 'cause you're quirkless, you Deku. You don't have a quirk. I can still get one. You're almost 5. If you turn 5 and don't get a quirk, then you are never getting one. The teacher said so. You're going to be a useless Deku all your life. Kakake, I kept trying to get something out. However, I did feel a pressure building up in me suddenly get released as my voice suddenly came back. Kakenwai. IAMNOTADKU. KACN. Memory error #T3A7S. Rest of memory corrupted due to overload of emotional contents. Delete all loaded memories? Yes, no. Yes, no. Katsuki Bakugo was walking home from school with his mom that day. He wasn't sure what spurred her to pick him up and walk him home since she hadn't done that all year, but he didn't really care if he was honest. It would usually be one of those annoying extras that would follow him around anyways, so he was happy with the quiet nature of their walk. Though, that should have raised the normal red flags for him since his mom usually hounded him about his day or anything that he did that she found out about. He also didn't overly mind the extras since they all praised his quirk, and who wouldn't? It's an amazing quirk that is going to help him become #1 in the future and be the next All Might. Especially since he has to make sure to do it so he can rub it in his face. Katsuki was surprised that his mind went to Deku as soon as that goal was put in his mind. How was the nerd doing now that they were separated? Probably still quirkless and following someone new around. It had been 3 years since they last saw each other, his mom opting to move them since the last fight they had. He quickly shook the thought of the other kid from his head, mainly because he believed he wasn't worth the time. It's mainly a quiet walk all the way home, and once they pass the threshold of their front door he slips his shoes off, puts on his slippers, and talks to his mom as he walks towards the stairs. I'll be in my room, call me when dinner is ready. Was all the response that Katsuki got. Being the smartest boy in his class, one would think he would notice the obvious red flags that his mom was throwing out, since by now one would be screeching at the other. However, this was the one day he failed to notice the lack of response from his mom and chose to go straight to his room. As she watched her son head upstairs and slam the door of his room shut, Mitsuki clung onto the table that was closest to her. She couldn't bring up to him what had occurred a little bit before he got out of class, but it seems that it hadn't reached the school yet. Why would it though, especially since Inko moved her and Izuku to another part of the city and another school? It had all happened so fast, the call from the police since she was still listed as Inko's emergency contact after everything and was told her old friend's body was found in the burning apartment. Mitsuki did everything to make sure that she didn't break down at work, and to hold it together until Katsuki and Masaru were both at home. They moved away after the fight and Izuku accused Katsuki of bullying him for not having a quirk, even though he claimed to have one. Both moms took their son's side, like most moms would, but both had said things that broke them apart in the span of an afternoon. Before she knew it, Katsuki came home a few days later telling her that Izuku moved away. Now though, with Inko gone, everything felt so suddenly stupid. To have broken apart for something that neither really had real evidence other than hearsay from both kids and the teachers, to had jumped to conclusions that broke them up. She regretted her words, and now there was no way to take them back. How was she to tell Katsuki that his aunt, the women that helped raise him for a few years, had died in a fire? How could she tell him that the boy that he had known practically since birth is now missing since everyone she had called said there had been no sign of him? Damn it, Inko, she said under her breath. She clutched a nearby chair now, making sure that she doesn't break, not yet. Why didn't I keep my mouth shut? What is going to happen to little Izuku when they find him? If they find him? Aizawa was standing at the side of the bed that held his possibly soon adopted son. He noticed his face become briefly distraught before returning to a calmer one. He turned back to the doctor that was currently talking about Izuku's condition. Overall, he seems to be in good health. He did take a lot of heat from the fire in his right arm, causing it to earn burn marks, which is surprising when taking his quirk into account, but it also shows how long he had stayed at his mother's side before you found him. Any smoke inhalation shouldn't cause any lasting damage due to the enhancements on his lungs having a better filtration system than others. We are planning on continuing to monitor him, and he should hopefully awake in the next 24 hours. You mentioned his right arm. May I ask where it has gone? He motioned to the right side of the boy that was clearly missing the lump of an arm under the sheets. Again, since you have read the reports of his quirk, you would know that it is possible to remove the arm. We wanted to make sure that it was all right and that the socket that connects the two is still salvageable since we don't know the extent of the damage. While he does have a higher heat and destruction tolerance to others, we are trying to make sure that it wasn't extensively damaged. We are having a hero with an engineering and support license, you may know him as Power Loader, to look over the arm to make sure that there is nothing wrong. Are healing quirks applicable? Unfortunately not, mainly since it seems that he already has a very minor aspect that allows for faster healing. In this case they wouldn't help much, just tire his system out more. And what would happen if the arm is damaged and can't be fixed? We are unsure at the moment but have contacted a specialist that may be able to help. He should be here soon but hasn't given us an ETA for his arrival. Aizawa sighed, pinching the bridge of his nose, and looked back up at the doctor. Thank you, sir, for the update. Is it all right if I leave the hospital for a while to eat and freshen up? Of course, Mr. Eraserhead. If anything happens, we will make sure that you are immediately contacted. The hospital social worker is also finishing up the adoption papers for Izuku and they should be completed in the morning. Thank you, sir, I appreciate it. With that, the doctor bowed to Aizawa and left the room. Aizawa stretched himself to his full length, trying to crack his back, and started to get ready to leave the room. He looked over the kid one more time before he headed out. A small smile formed on his face as the prospect of becoming a dad was become more prevalent and likely. He wanted to save this kid, even if he didn't know him, because when he woke up, he would need a hero. As Aizawa started to walk through the hospital's halls to reach the exit, he heard the ringtone for his husband begin to play. You know you make me want to shout, kick my heels up and shout, throw my hands up and shout, throw my head back and... I have no idea why I let you convince me to change your ringtone to that American song. Ah, come on, Shota, you know you love it. Plus, you wanted something that represented me. Right. Anyways, is everything okay? Yeah, I was just checking in. Also letting you know that I am going to be late to the hospital. Oh, well, I was just leaving to head back to the apartment and shower. Maybe get in a brew of my coffee, and is everything okay? Everything is A-okay. I just passed by the apartment complex and decided to check out the scene. Is the blaze still going? Nah, they finished it up about an hour ago apparently and just recently started their investigation. I told them that I was a pro-hero that related to you in the case, so they let me in. I also may or may not have mentioned to see if I can salvage anything for the kid. Anything noteworthy yet? Not yet, I am just getting inside, and am going to do a thorough, oh good God. What is it? Sorry, I just passed by her remains. Aizawa's breath caught in his throat, having only a minor idea of what his husband had to just witness. I'm sorry you had to see that. After a moment pause as both heroes got their grips back, Shota asked, you were saying? Alright. It seems that a majority of the fire was held within the kitchen and living room area, and it only hit part of Izuku's room. I'm going to check out the rest of the house and leave the room till last, see what I can dig up for the kid. Sound like a great plan, Hisashi, don't do anything stupid. Can't make any promises. Love ya, Shota. I love you too, you idiot. Also, I am not bailing you out of jail. With that, Aizawa clicked the call to end and started back towards his car. Sighing and letting himself feel part of the day, it came with exhaustion. Yes, but something else. My husband and I are going to become parents, he thought to himself as he started his car. And I'll be d'med if we're not the best parents this kid could have now. Bakugo was laid in bed as he waited for his mom to finish up dinner. He couldn't help but shake the sudden realization of the lack of her regular explosiveness. He and his dad had always joked that he got his quirk from her personality alone, but today she was subdued. Especially since his dad was the calmest person on earth. If he could deal with his mother and him, he was practically a saint. But to see her at his level of calm was unnerving to say the least. Teach, nothing's wrong, she's just probably tired. He concluded in his head. He decided to deal with his own tiredness by closing his eyes for a few moments, to recharge from dealing with extras all day. Kakin. He looked around, seeing a group from his preschool class, each kid with an undistinguishable face from the other. They were surrounding a mess of green and black hair. Izuku. How could you do this to me, Kakin? He approached the group, the kids parting and letting him through as he approached, like puppets being pulled by their strings to move aside. When he reached the center, there he was, the small Izuku Midoriya he remembered, except instead of having his stupid trademark grin, he was crying and crying hard. He also noticed two eerie details about the boy. The first was that there was a red ring on the shoulder of his arm, dripping a similarly red liquid. The other was a weird static feeling that surrounded the boy. A kid next to him stepped up and went to grab Izuku's arm. Said boy had eerily similar ash blonde hair to his own. No, stop. He tried to call out, but it was too late. He knew that the other kid had done something wrong. Izuku's left arm popped off his shoulder like one from action figure, an eerie red and blue liquid started to run down. A green electrical current had started to form around the crying boy, before he yelled out, "I am not a D." Bakugo woke up, almost jumping into the air, and breathing heavily. He looked around his room, making sure he was still home. Once that was established, he tried desperately to remember all the details of the dream, but all that came back was a tangled mop of black and green hair. Deku, he said to himself in the dark. He tried to recall the memory that was associated with that dream, because he knew for a fact it wasn't only a dream. Not being able to figure it out, his frustration grew and started to set off the sweat on his hands. Damn it! Why the hell am I thinking about that loser? He did his best to relax and calm himself back down. He knew for a fact that Nightmare had him reliving a memory, one that he couldn't remember to save his own life. Teach, why should I even care? He asked himself out loud. That Deku isn't part of my life anymore. He isn't supposed to get a second thought. He closed his eyes and took some deep breaths. Staring up at the ceiling, his frustration at not remembering began to grow again, so he came to a conclusion. Fine, I'll ask her, maybe she remembers. And once I know, I am going to forget that nerd forever. Stomping back down to the kitchen, Katsuki was surprised to see that he had been asleep for an hour, and that there were no signs of his parents eating or that they have eaten. He decided to call out for his mom, "Hey!" All he could hear was a muffled, "Damn it," coming from the living room, accompanied by a sniff. Is she crying? He thought to himself as he made his way to the room she was occupying. However, once inside, he takes in a scene that now hoped to never have to see again in his life. His mother and father, their backs to the door, were watching the local news. His mother was huddled close to his father, blowing her nose, and noticed various scattered used tissues on the ground and end table. The worst detail of the scene, however, came from the broadcast that was playing. We are continuing our coverage of the fire that broke out in an apartment building in the Mizuta district. Reports coming in that the fire was started due to a villain with known Yakuza ties, Dragonfire, was reportedly arguing with who is assumed to be his estranged wife, Inko Midoriya. It has come to light that Dragonfire is in actuality Hisashi Midoriya, the presumed husband of Inko, who is the only reported casualty of the fire. Midoriya has since been arrested and taken into custody for questioning. Inko leaves behind a son, Izuku, whose current whereabouts are unknown, but police have stated that he is safe and was rescued by a pro-hero, which was similar to other recounts by witnesses. No witness has been able to identify the hero, since most speculate it was a more underground hero that was starting his shift in the late afternoon. We are awaiting a new statement from the police department as the firefighters finish up their battle with the flames and go in to assert the damage. We will continue to cover. The rest of the broadcast was lost to Bakugo. Fire? There was a fire. He thought. There was a fire at Deku's apartment, and Auntie Inko is dead. There was a fire at Midoriya's apartment, and it was started by her husband. He was starting to feel dizzy, his breathing increasing and becoming sporadic. There was a fire at Izuku's apartment, and he can't find him. The last thing he remembers is his father calling out his name before the world around him went black. Aizawa was able to make it to his apartment in rather good time. It was in another prefecture not far from Mizudafu, so he was able to make the trip rather quickly, especially with the low traffic. Entering the apartment, one obvious detail about his plans came to mind. "We're going to have to move," he said out loud to the empty apartment. He shuffled off to his bedroom to drop off some items of his hero costume, and then went to the bathroom to take a quick shower. Once he was done and dry, he headed back to his room to change to a much more casual outfit rather than the mainly black and gray one he wears to work. He also would have tied his hair up in a bun as well, but that would make drying it take a lot longer. He laid down for a little while, falling into a light sleep, before reawakening to see the time had barely passed an hour from his shower. He grumbled and got up, opting to get some coffee since he wanted to get back to the hospital, so he was closer if the kid decided to wake up. Brew, however, his phone went off again. "You make me want to shout, kick my heels up and, 'Hey, what's wrong?' 'Hey, Shota, nothing's wrong. I just wanted to check in.' 'Back home. Coffee. Ah, I see. Then would you not be up for joining me at the apartment complex? I talked to the detectives here and they're letting us mark the things we think the kid would want, within reason and regulation of evidence, of course." Aizawa let out a small sigh. "Yeah, I'll head out soon. Just going to have my coffee and go." "Sounds great, Shota. I'll see you here soon." With a click, his husband hung up, and Aizawa turned his attention to his number 2 love in his life. Soon to become number Aizawa didn't expect his husband to find much, especially with an apartment that seemed so small in the short time he was there. He knew that he had to help out identify potential salvageable items before it's all turned to the police or worse, trash. He felt that his husband was a bit excited about their discovery if he was already asking for his help, and normally, yeah, Aizawa would agree that his husband gets overexcited. Secretly, it was one of the things he loved about him, but he would be demed if he would ever learn about it, or worse yet, if Nemuri learned about it. Inside the remains of the apartment, a few officers were finishing up and looking through the scene for any last evidence to use. Firefighters had brought in a specialist to make sure that there wasn't any immediate danger to the structure, and if they could allow other residents to come and retrieve any necessary items before they closed off the area for rebuilding. He was greeted by his husband near the kitchen, standing next to a chalk sketch of where Inko Midoriya laid as she lost her life. Both exchanged a quick kiss as a greeting, since neither had seen the other in person since the day before. "Hey Shota, so you said that the kid had a cyborg quirk, right?" "Yeah, he has cybernetic components to all his organs that can be upgraded and the brain of the strongest and most adept supercomputer. Why? Come and see in his room." They both walked towards the door, that had a burn door sign that was All Might themed. Of course it is. And that held the name Izuku. Opening the door, they were greeted to one of the rooms with the least amount of fire damage. While the flames started to lick the door and seeped through the cracks, most of the room remained untouched, unsinged by flame. It was a relatively modest-sized room for a kid his age. He saw a few collectibles strewn throughout the room, posters of many heroes, a lot of them off All Might, but some older heroes too, one that he also sworn was a teacher at UA before he attended himself, but he couldn't remember the name. There was also one featuring his husband, which didn't surprise him due to his popularity with his talk show. He actually saw one of the Ida family that featured Tensei, and one of the 18+ only hero. How did he get this one with that name? Nemuri, better known as Midnight. The one that stuck out to Aizawa was one that was near center, one about the underground hero, Eraserhead. Wow, the kid actually has it. His husband turned to what had caught Shota's attention, and meeting the same gaze, he also noticed, "Oh wow, he actually has a poster of you." "Yeah, wow, how did he get these? I made it hard to get merchandise and yet." He must be a real hero fanboy. "Yeah. Anyways, this is what I really wanted to show you." He grabbed his husband and turned him towards the corner of the room. There, on top of any normal desk, sat what seemed like a supercomputer that universities would dream of owning. "Is that it?" "Yup, a supercomputer. Or basically the home equivalent of one." "How does this kid have this?" "Like you said, cyborg quirk with aspects of a supercomputer brain." Most likely, he probably used that computer to work out any issues with his own programming and body parts. Though it must have been assembled by an expert of some kind, there is no way that he did this alone or even with his mom. Well, the positive is that it seems to be completely safe from damage due to the fire. Yup, what luck for the kid. I wouldn't call this luck, Hisashi. Right. Anyways, if we are going to adopt this kid, I am all in, Shota. I am ready to be a dad. Then we are going to need a new apartment. There is no way this behemoth of home technology is fitting in our current one. Well, that shouldn't be too much of a problem. I'll get started on a search. With the computer though, the police do want to make sure that there isn't any evidence of any kind on here about the fire. Sounds good. Anything else that they were able to salvage? Before Hisashi could answer though, Aizawa's phone rang once more. Sorry, hang on. Hello? Hello, is this the Pro Hero Eraserhead? Yes, may I ask who is calling? Yes, sir, I am a nurse over at the Mizudafu General Hospital. The doctor that is taking care of an Izuku Midoriya wanted us to notify you that the patient in question has started to move more and talk in his sleep at an increased rate. He believes that Izuku may be waking up in the next few hours and he knew you wanted to be notified. Thank you, I appreciate it, I'll head over there now. That was the hospital. It seems that Izuku should wake up soon. I am going to head over and make sure that he isn't alone when he does wake up. Oh, that's great. Hopefully you can calm the little listener down. I am going to finish up with detectives here, then I need to go get ready for my show. The detective on the case did mention he would talk to you later as well. Okay, I'll see you later, you dork. You know you love me, you meanie. With that, Hisashi gave Shota a quick peck on the cheek with a kiss, and Shota headed out for his destination. Midoriya Memory Arc. Accessing 2 files. First file. Date 2063-05-27. After the playground, and Casey Katsuki calling me a Deku? I couldn't remember much. Every time I do try to though, I hear almost like a voice in my head, one that is saying that I can't. At least right now. It's always a similar voice, I never really noticed it until now, but it felt like a pop-up on a computer, just telling me what is going on inside me whenever I was curious. I remember waking up in the hospital with my mom by my side. She was crying tears of joy when I woke up, because she thought I did something that wouldn't let me. I stayed there overnight so the doctors could look over me, but we left the next morning. Instead of going home though, she took me to a clinic by our house, one with a quirk doctor. There, I got the news I wanted to hear for almost 2 years. Well, Ms. Midoriya, it seems that Izuku does indeed have a quirk. Izuku almost jumped for joy off his seat when the doctor finally took out the paperwork for his quirk. He remembered Bakugo showing him his when he was told he had a quirk too. It seems that he has a cyborg quirk, one that mutates his body to have computer and machine-like components as part of his normal genetic makeup. While it seems that he is completely human, those mechanics can enhance multiple abilities as well as an upgradability aspect. Upgradability. Basically, when done by an expert in both Izuku's physiology and engineering can help create new enhancements to Izuku and expand his abilities when needed. Alright, and what about what happened the other day? With the green electricity. It seems that Izuku has some sort of defense mechanism installed that protect him when he gets overwhelmed or he is feeling surrounded. The reports of the incident that you provided include mention of green electricity surrounding your son before it is discharged and blasted those around him. No one seemed to be too hurt, since it wasn't fully charged, and the systems have a pre-established safety threshold for both Izuku and other people. Is there anything else I need to know about his quirk? There is some more information, but I think it would be best you finish reading the report and we can go with questions from there. Inko gave a nod to the doctor as her attention went to the form that was passed over to her. She could tell that Izuku was trying his damnedest to read too. Quirk name, Cyborg Cybernetics. Wielder, Izuku Midoriya. Inko skipped the general description, having read one similar at the birth of her son. Currently known traits abilities. Izuku has components similar to that of a computer and specialized machinery for various organs. Izuku's bones for one are made from a mixture of collagen and carbon steel, making it so that he keeps the normal qualities of bones, healing, growth, etc., but with added strength and resistance to breaking. Izuku's blood seems to be made up of a mixture of normal blood with a small insert of a coolant that is non-toxic to Izuku and his organs. This is most likely to help Izuku's systems from easily overheating and his heat resistance overall. Izuku's arms and legs seem to be detachable at specific points. It's possible, for example, for him to detach just his hand or the entire arm if needed. The coolant in the blood helps keep the arm's legs in a stasis-like mode that prevents it from dying, becoming unattachable back to his body. At the current time, we don't know what limit this would have. It is likely that severe damage to the extremities could also cause issues with reconnecting the tissue and parts back together properly. Izuku's brain seems to be a mixture of a normal human brain and neurons with the increased capabilities of a supercomputer. It does appear that his brain can be also enhanced and programmed to help with a various number of things. Even at its current state, it's safe to say that he does or will have a photographic memory. While this can lead to amazing things, too much can create an overload on his brain, causing possible blackouts, if overwhelmed and overworked, to a much longer extent. While this may be expanded to increase the stamina of his brain, there is no real way to test for it at the current moment. Hair, skin, and eye cells seem to have the ability to change in both length, some shape, and color. This does not extend to all facial bodily features, however. For example, there is no way to change ear or nose shape. Izuku has a built-in defense mechanism, both physically and mentally. Physically, he is currently able to create a shock of electricity that surrounds him that can wield away opponents. This is like an ESD or electrical static discharge. Due to reports from the incident, it does seem that this is indicated by a green electrical field that is dispersed from Izuku. Mentally, it seems that blockades can be made by the brain from certain information and memories if the overall system is deemed too weak to handle the information memory. It does seem that it may be overridden if deemed necessary, however. Lastly, Izuku does seem to possess the ability to upgrade himself and to create new abilities with the help of an engineer or scientist that can become knowledgeable to his physical makeup. Inko read over the document, surprised at the added details from what David had written originally. Well, then my only question is this: what can I do to make sure my son is safe with his quirk? File accessing -2066-0919. Time: 4:30 p.m. Japan Standard Time. Walking back home from alone again had become one of my most sacred times. I was able to be by myself and not really be forced to talk or interact with people. Even now being quirkless, or as my mom had explained, that I may have had my quirk all along, but I never really understood that part. She always changed the subject before she got too deep into it. The new school was nice. Even if I decided to keep my quirk hidden there, that murmurs of me being quirkless sprang up again. Luckily, there wasn't anybody here to add fire to those rumors. He really didn't help out in that area, even after you told him. Yeah, I know. I tried to convince Kaken, do you really still call him that? That I did indeed have a quirk, but without full physical proof, he didn't buy it. My mom also didn't let me just open up a compartment in my arm out of nowhere either, so a fight broke out. Let's just say that one jolt of electricity and getting an arm pulled out of its socket in anger lead to one of the worst fights I ever got in with him. And that mom got in with Auntie Mitsuki. A few days later, we were packing up and moving to the other side of town and didn't tell them anything of it. Apparently, Uncle Masaru did try to contact Mom, but she ignored it due to her fight. I felt bad that I had lost my mom, her friend, but she reassured me that it's for the better if she wasn't going to control her son. Your mom has a point and you know it. Thanks for that, Izubot. My new classmates seem pretty nice enough too, usually asking about me and who I am, but 2 years and most have lost interest and let me become a ghost, which after everything that happened, I currently didn't mind. Those two haven't quit yet, though. They will eventually. The shark-tooth boy won't stop. I sense that type of determination in him. I rolled my eyes at my own thoughts, or the personification of my own thoughts. The relatively short walk from my school to my home allowed for a quick 20-minute walk through this area of Mizudafu. I was finally getting the layout of this part of To. Warning, smoke detected nearby. The smoke. I looked around to see what I could find, only noticing a small sliver of smoke coming from the direction of my apartment. Zoom in please. Like cameras, my eyes fixated on my goal and made it seem closer and clearer. That looks like fire smoke, 0.5 miles in that direction. But that distance, that's... With that, I took into a full sprint, cutting down the remaining walking time I had to reach my home by a good chunk of time. Reaching closer to the complex, it dawned that the smoke was coming off my home, and it was getting worse with each passing moment. Okay, small chance that Mom's still at work, right? Maybe she got called in to go back? I pondered out loud, to get my thoughts away from where they wanted to head towards. I overheard sirens in the distance, making their way towards my direction. Approximate distance of sound, 4 kilometers. Damn it, were any messages from my mom left on my cell? Taking a quick glance down, nothing. She would have texted me when she left for work. I couldn't remember her schedule for this week. My feet began moving before I could think of what to do properly, running up the stairs to the entrance of the building, ignoring the calls from neighbors that had already made their way out. Jogging up the steps quickly, I made it to close to the 3rd floor. I was shoved past by a man. "Move it, brat," was all that he had yelled out. I couldn't make too much detail of him in my hurry, but he had dark black hair, an injury that was bleeding on his right hand, and what seemed like the edges of a tattoo at the end of the sleeve. Well, he seemed nice. Approaching my floor's landing, I had to make sure that my system had its filtration on max and that some sort of eye protecting was enabled. This allowed me to go straight through the smoke, my path lit by the light that was able to pass through, without having to army crawl to my door. Nearing my apartment, my biggest fear started to take place. It's coming from my home. I started to jog to the door, slamming it in as I made my way through the entrance. Surrounded by flames, I kept my eyes focused and listening out for anything. A weak voice was able to be heard. He cough, help. Mom. Izuku. Mom, where are you? Key kitchen. Running over to where the kitchen was, I made sure to avoid as much open flame as I could, zigzagging through burning memories and precious items. Warning. Internal temperature rising quickly. Coolant has been activated. Warning. Smoke inhalation at 35%. Don't care. Finally trudging my way through, I got to my mom's side. I noticed the ash of the flames that started to cover her, but I noticed something else that made my blood run colder than my coolant makes it. Blood. Her blood. She was bleeding and laying down in a pool of her own blood. What happened? Izu, baby, I am so sorry. Mom, what are you talking about? Izuku, please save yourself. Cough, please get out of here. Wait, no mom, I can save you. Izuku, honey, please no. Mom, please, stop, I can save you. I have a quirk, I can help. I always have and always will love you. No matter what. I think Cough you're going to be an amazing hero. She closed her eyes, and her breathing filled before it stopped. My world went silent, with only a ringing in my ears. Critical error, overload, shut down imminent to protect from heat. Hey! Hey kid! I felt something grab my shoulder, trying to pick me up. Looking up, all I could see was a white cloth, long black hair, and big yellow eyes. End of memory. Delete option disabled. Memory will be stored. System reboot commencing. Aizawa arrived at the hospital within the next hour. Walking out of his car, he noticed something that had gathered at the main doors that annoyed and angered him to his core. The press and media. Being an underground here, he was already succeeding at his main action of avoiding them at all cost, especially after the sports festival that got him into the hero's course while he was a student at UE. So he didn't want to be bothered in the style of All Might's 30 segments of coverage and newscast, nor did he want to be part of the endeavor overly serious or just constipated debate, though that last one did make him chuckle when Zashi sent it to him. Approaching the main doors and wanting to avoid all variations of interaction with them, he made sure that he was looking down his phone and walked quickly. Not quick enough to not overhear what one of the reporters was saying though. Reports are coming in that this hospital, as well as a special children's hospital in Hosu City, may be where Izuku Midoriya, the son of the late Inko Midoriya that died in yesterday's fire in Mizudafu, is being held. Neither hospital has commented on if these reports are true, nor has any pro that is associated with the incident been seen at either hospital. Sheet, he thought hard enough to himself that it almost passed his lips. Hopefully there isn't a spy or anything posing as staff that is trying to find out. If there was, he would have to deal with them in his own way. He made sure to walk a little quicker inside, thanking every entity that may be existent for the creation of civilian clothes. Finally, inside Aizawa makes his way back to the floor Izuku was being kept in to search for his doctor. On his way to the wing, he passes by a waiting area that was being partially occupied by what seemed like a detective. He did his best to avoid eye contact, but before he reached the door, he heard his name being called out. Eraserhead, excuse me please. Stopping and sighing, Aizawa quickly turns around and walks towards the individual. Hello sir, my name is Tsukachi Naomasa. I am the junior detective that has been placed on the Mizudafu fire case. Hello, detective, is there anything that I can help you with? There is sir. It has come to our knowledge that you currently have the only access to Mr. Izuku Midoriya. We were hoping to get both a statement from you and him about the incident. We know nothing about the exchange between Inko and Hisashi that led to the fire, so hopefully Midoriya knows something. Before Naomasa could continue, however, Aizawa put a hand up too. Stop the detective. I mean this with no disrespect sir, but that is going to be a hard no on talking to Izuku, at least right away. Eraserhead, please, you must understand that dash. Oh, trust me, I do understand. I may be an underground hero, but I've been doing this since graduating UE, which is close to 7 years ago at this point. I know how the process goes and what is needed, but in this case, I am going to have to act as a guardian over as a hero. This kid has just lost his mother, one that he probably saw die with his own eyes, if finding him in her blood was any indication. That was the sight I was greeted with in their apartment after I ran in when I was told by officers and ill-prepared heroes that were already on the scene. He needs a chance to breathe properly, to take in what has happened, and not be bombarded with reliving the incident as soon as he waked up. While I do not oppose you talking to him at one point, it can't be as soon as he wakes up. As far as I am concerned, I only saw Inko and Izuku Midoriya at the midst of the fire. I didn't see Hisashi at any point when I was going through the building. I see. I do apologize for my bluntness and any offense I may have caused. It's fine, like I said, I know the position you are in and meant no real harm. Can I have your contact information for once Izuku is comfortable to talk to you? Of course, but may I ask, why are you so protective of this child? He's a kid that lost everything when he just had it all. The main thing he needs right now is a hero, and I'm going to make sure he has once. With that, Naomasa gave a nod and started to walk away, before being called back by Aizawa. Oh, do me a favor and get that media rabble cleared out. That is definitely the last thing he needs right now. Finally, approaching Izuku's room from turning the last corner, he noticed a man having a conversation with his doctor in front of his door. If this is a hidden a-hole from the media, Aizawa thought, thinking of how he would repel the creatine if he was. The conversation he overhears, however, raises his interest even more in this man's identity. Look, I just need to do a quick check on his main system. I want to make sure the OS didn't get damaged due to trauma or the fire. Sir, as I am trying to explain, I cannot let you inside with the XPLCT consent of the patient or the guardian. Then who is his new guardian? Especially now that Inko is... He knows Izuku's mother? Was all that he could think of as he approached the two and replied to the brunette and the doctor. That would be me. Approaching the two, he was able to get a better look at the individual that was arguing with the doctor. He seemed to be a relatively medium-built man, around the same height as himself. He had slightly tanner skin that Aizawa had, mixed with slightly darker brown hair that was not as long as shaggy as Shota's but still decently long that he currently held it in a small ponytail. He also noticed that while he seemed fluent in Japanese, there seemed to be a lingering accent, possibly English, in his voice. Wait. Aren't you Eraserhead, the underground pro hero? Yes, I am, but you can call me Shota Aizawa. I am also the guy that rescued Izuku from the burning apartment. May I ask who you are and why you're trying to see him? Alright, sorry. My name is David Shield. I am an old friend of Izuku's mother, Inko. We met in high school and kept in touch through the years as best we could. However, when I heard about the incident and Izuku, I rushed out here as best as I can to help him. May I ask how you learned about his situation and where he was? Can we take this inside his room? Walking inside, reassuring the doctor that he would keep everything safe around Izuku, he closed the door behind him before turning back to the new character that has walked into this interesting time in his life. Okay, now may you please explain what brought you here? See, I am a scientist for a company of the I-Island Institute. I am the founder and head scientist for Symbol Incorporated. Wait, you're the same David Shield that was one of All Might's support heroes? That's right. While I no longer work directly with the #1 hero, we do still get the odd request from him. Wait, does that mean, Aizawa started, recollecting the letter and forms he had read the night prior. You're the same scientist that made the initial report on Izuku's quirk, from the hospital's request, aren't you? More like Inko's, but you are right. A few years ago, Inko contacted me again about him, asking for help on developing his quirk more and needing experience from a scientist that has specialized in machines. So, I came over to Mizudafu, finally properly met the kid, and have been helping them since. I also helped create a computer system to help them do any maintenance when I am gone, but that probably got damaged in the fire. If it's a massive computer that seems like it belongs in the military or a university, don't worry, I saw it and it wasn't touched by the flames. Though, I am curious, the information about Izuku's whereabouts should have been kept secret. How did you find us, exactly? Well, you see, I may or may not have found a backdoor into the hospital's servers. That's illegal to do, Shield, Aizawa replied with a slight smirk. Yes, I know. Look, I was worried I didn't get any real information on what had happened, and nothing had been released to the media about Izuku. I wanted to make sure that he was okay, especially since I have seen him grow up these past few years. He and my Melissa became good friends the few times I brought her over on my visits. I wanted to do whatever I could to help, especially if he gets thrown into the foster system. What do you mean? Well, as far as I know, Izuku doesn't have any extended family. Inko was a single child and her parents died when she was in university for nursing. I never met his father, only things that Inko told me, but even then she never mentioned any relatives of his. Plus, after what happened with Mitsuki, she was taken off most likely as a possible guardian. Mitsuki? Bakugo. They were friends in high school that met up again after university and after they both had their sons. Apparently, they had a huge falling out though, and haven't talked since. Well, I wouldn't worry too much about his guardian situation. Why is that? I have to ask him if it's alright, but I want to adopt Izuku. I want to be his father. What? Why would you do that for a kid? You've never met before? Something about him clicked to me when I was rescuing him. He's going to need some sort of hero when he wakes up, and I want to be OFF. Aizawa was interrupted when the other man sprang himself into a hug with him. Being unsure, he slowly tapped the man's back, before he pulled back. Aizawa, that's amazing to hear. Thank you. I would adopt him, but I already have issues seeing my wife and daughter being at the institute so much. I couldn't do that to him or my family. I do ask for one favor though. What may that be? Allow me to occasionally help out, especially with his quirk. He knows how to fix basic issues, and I can teach you too. However, you're going to need someone for big issues or upgrades, and I want to help and stay in his life. Aizawa chuckled to himself, okay, maybe this kid wasn't completely alone, but it's nice that I may have found someone to help me with a kid with such a special quirk. I have no objections to that, Aizawa replied, let me just get you contact dash. However, before they could finish up, they were interrupted by faster movement in the bed between them. Do you think? Well, Aizawa thought to himself once more, time to see if I am going to become a dad. System reactivation initiated. Please stand by. Midori_Izuku.exe running. Izukabot version 0.15 activated. Date and time. 2066 September 20th 11:48 a.m. Japan Standard Time. Background tasks started. Shutdown due to trauma has occurred. Last memory, 2066-0919. Playing now. I woke up suddenly, breathing heavily and covered in sweat. There was only one thought in my mind. I have to save my mom. Trying to get up, I found that my body felt heavy and sluggish, nowhere near its normal standard. However, I tried, only wanting one thing, to help my mom. I remember her bleeding, on the floor of a burning apartment, our home. I felt a jolt of pain go through my body as I tried to move again. Mom, please let me save you. Izuku, hang on. I hear a voice cut through the fog that was my mind, a familiar voice that I had not heard in a while. Slowly closing and opening my eyes anew, and letting them a millisecond to adjust, I see that I am surrounded in what looks like a hospital room by two men. The first on the side I recognize almost immediately. An Uncle David? Yes, it's me, Izuku. He exclaimed excitedly as he approached the side of my bed. Sitting on at the edge of it, he sat down, looking over my person, as if he was examining me again. Let me make sure that your memory is fully intact. Izuku, what is the last thing you remember? I said as I let the memories flow. Running into my building, up the stairs. Bumping into that stranger with an injury. Getting to my apartment. Seeing Mom on the ground, dying. Trying to help her. I always have and always will love you. Mom dying. You're going to be an amazing hero. I couldn't stop the onslaught of tears at that point. I am so sorry, Uncle. I couldn't save him. I cried out between that sobs that shook my body. Hey, shu. He said as he enveloped me in a tight hug. It's all right, Izuku, it's not your fault. You tried, almost getting yourself killed in the process, but you tried to save her, and you're safe now. But I failed. I couldn't save her, and now SAEs. Izuku, her death wasn't your fault. With that voice cutting through my grief, I finally paid attention to the other person that was in the room. Who are you? I asked in a low, shaky breath. While I didn't know him off the bat, something about his appearance made me think I had seen him somewhere before. Before he answered, he got onto his knees and bowed to me and started to apologize. If your mother's death is anyone's fault, it's mine. I was unable to reach you in a timely manner that allowed me to save you both. When I finally found the floor and spot of your apartment, I was too late, all her vital signs were gone. I did my best to pull you from that situation, but I still loathe that I was unable to save you both and left your mom to the fire. If I had been quicker, or if any other hero had taken the chance to help, she may have survived, and not let you be alone without her. You're the man that saved me, I asked through the lingering sniffs of my grief. Yes, I was worried that you had inhaled too much smoke, getting you sick or worse. Though according to the doctors, everything is fine. Please, you don't have to apologize, and thank you for letting me know. I am grateful that you saved me. I paused, not knowing the identity of the man that I was lucky enough to be saved by. Aizawa Shota, but my hero name is the Erasure Hero, Eraserhead. For an instant, everything about my current situation was thrown out the window. Eraserhead saved my life? I think that's David stifling a laugh. Oh, you're still active, good. Please actually mean it, I'm here to help you. With my initial shock dying down, I was left with a particular thought, one that I needed to know the answer to as soon as I could get it. What happens now, to me at least? What do you mean? David asked me. Well, I kept on stopping, trying to keep unnecessary tears from shedding. I was wondering what happens to me now that my mom is dash. Breath, Izuku, you can get through this. Dead. Do I have to go to the foster system? Well, Aizawa started to reply. Normally, in cases like this, yes. While you would be boarded somewhere momentarily while the case was active, once it was over, you would be sent to a foster home. Oh, was all that I could reply. However, my uncle interrupted the path that my thoughts wanted to take. You have a second option, right in front of you. What do you mean? What he means, Midoriya, is that I would like to adopt you. As my son. With my husband, of course, if you are all right with that. Well, I did not see that one coming. Any remaining tears were gone out the window. I am sorry, I don't think I heard that right. You want to adopt me? I would be honored to. I have already spoken to my husband about it, and we are both in agreement. He's actually on his way now to properly say hello. Oh well, if you'd rather not be adopted by us, I completely understand. No, it's not that. Really. I am just amazed that you, one of my favorite heroes that I've ever learned about, even now that you have saved me and become a personal hero. I am just surprised you would want me. Let's just say, you grew on me, kid. And I have an inkling of the position that you are currently in. I want to help you in the best way possible, especially if it's to get you a new family with me and my husband. I really appreciate it, and I would be honored if you adopted me, Erase. It's Shota Aizawa, kid. Since we're going to become family, I think it's best that we call each other by our real names, don't you, Izuku? Alright, thanks, Shota. Soon after this revelation, the door to the hospital room swung open, letting a new individual enter the room. He seemed to be of similar height to the other men in the room, and almost as pale as Shota. However, his hair length seemed to rival the other two, being brought up in a really messy bun that held his golden blonde hair up top. He had some glasses with a black frame on, ones that accentuated his face, that also carries a similar blonde mustache and goatee. Approaching Ira's Shota, he gave him a quick peck on the cheek, and wrapped his arm around the man that wanted to adopt him. This must be his husband. Hey, Shota, how is everything going in here? Hello, Hisashi. I was just informing Izuku here of our decision to adopt him, and he has accepted. The blonde quickly turned to me in the bed, with a wide smile and sparkles in his eyes. That's fantastic. Approaching my bed, he started again. Hey little listener, or better yet, I should say little Izuku. My name is Hisashi Yamada, and I am married to that ray of sunshine over there, he finished, pointing at his husband behind him. I swore I had a snort coming from my uncle, being returned with a death glare from Shota. It's nice to meet you, Sir Hisashi. Okay, does his voice sound similar to anyone else? Let me see, I am checking all audio files for a similar VOIC. Oh, one has been found already. Accessing media file. Present mic radio show, 2065-0513, All Might's second show appearance. Wait, you're married to Present Mike? Hey, the little listener does pay attention to details. I could hear Uncle David start laugh more on the side as another realization hit me. Present Mike is going to be my other dad? I think that was Uncle falling to the floor in laughter. Once the initial shock of all the events that had transpired started to die down in my head, from my mom's death to being adopted by two pro-heroes, I went to go clean the lingering tears and their trails from my face. Fun fact, you are currently missing your right arm. What happened to my arm? I ask as I finally sit up to analyze the empty spot at the end of my right shoulder. I could see the connectors and cords peeking over the edge. While it wasn't the first time, missing an arm never felt right, and I don't think I would ever get used to it. Aizawa and Yamada both turned to me at my outburst, with Yamada being the first to speak. What happened to your arm? That's what I want to know. Izuku, relax. Aizawa started to respond. Your uncle went to collect it and make any final repairs since he's the most familiar with your system. The doctor was worried about damage due to the arm being so close to flames that it seemed to take some injury. Oh, I said as I thought back on my arm. I did probably cause some damage due to the fire, and the last fight with Kaken. With Bakugo, he did, accidentally, use his quirk on my arm after he pulled it out. So there may be damage lingering from that since I never told anyone that. However, I am vowing now, never to injure my arms or any part of myself like that, ever again. Voice of God. He would go on to injure his arms, many more time, and to even worse extremes. Izuku, can you tell us in your own way, how you see your quirk works? My quirk? Well, basically I am part machine. I'm human, don't get me wrong, and I look and act like one with skin, hair, sweat, blood, tears. Lots of tears. Shut. I however also have mechanical components to every aspect of my body. They enhance every bit of it. Like for example, my bones are part metal, my vision and hearing are heightened, my blood has a coolant property that makes my body stay cooler and less prone to heat damage. But I thought, Hisashi began anew, that cyborgs had mechanical parts that showed outside their bodies? So that you could tell they were machines. They do or did in fiction. I was only able to find some information about what people really those cyborgs should be like from fiction that's from before the glowing child. Apparently both variations of cyborgs were used, ones that could conceal themselves in with people, and ones that would stand out of the crowd. When David comes back, I'll let him show you the inside of it so you can see some components. Luckily, we didn't have to wait too long for him to come back, arm in hand. Hey, Izuku, I'm just finishing up some of the smaller specifications and upkeeping, but I want to reattach it now before the organic factors start to fail. Organic factors? Aizawa asked the scientist. Yeah, you can plainly see, Izuku can detach his arms and even his legs at specific points. However, he's still human, and the parts have an organic makeup as much as machine ones. So, that means that the parts can't be detached from the main body for long without consequences. Once detached, the parts have 12 hours to stay viable before the limbs are no longer organically safe to reintroduce to Izuku's system. And if it does go past the 12 hours, Yamada asked. At that point, the limb is as good as dead to Izuku's body. It may be able to retain some function, but there is no guarantee that it would work in a proper way. A replacement would be needed at that point. As he spoke the last part, he opened up a hatch on the arm and turned it to face the two pro-heroes. Between the wrist and the elbow, what looked like a gaping hole turned out to be a sort of maintenance hatch for Izuku's arm. One can see the layer of muscles and tissues, but there was still an empty space, one that was partially filled by what resembles a bone and veins that pulsed through with a red liquid. The veins themselves seemed to be coated with a number of wires that looked like they stretched everywhere, but nothing resembling nerves were in sight. And the wires? Aizawa asked. Those are basically his nerve connectors. They can transmit to each other and the brain faster than those of the human body. They're also sturdier than normal nerves. And was his mental capacity affected? What do you mean? In your initial reports, you stated that the quirk may have an effect on his brain and its functions. Were there any? Yes, there was, I said, finally speaking up. I have a brain that can think and analyze faster than others. I can come to certain conclusions and plans with more details. I also have an assistant AI that helps me keep focus at times. An assistant AI? Like Siri? Yamada asked. That's a natural idea. David started to explain. About 2 years ago, Izuku told me that he was having a lot of problems focusing on a single task or that he wouldn't hold on to it for long. I think that he may not yet be used to his brain and the speed that it can go through tasks and thoughts. So, I developed a small program in his brain that is meant to help him. He can give advice, help him voice more honest opinions, and is mainly a type of bridge between his conscious and unconscious mind, as a type of subconscious. We have since called it the Izubit. He took a small receiver from his pocket and placed it into a port on my head. He has a USB port on his head? Yeah, I had to develop it when he was young to create an access to his system in case something happened that caused too much trauma to allow his systems to reboot properly. Opening up his laptop, Uncle tapped away as he opened up a small window that showed a small chibi, cartoon version of the boy that was sitting in the bed next to them. He also had a missing arm but was carrying the missing arm in the other. Every other feature was the same, however. He had emerald green eyes that shined like deep green pools. He had light freckles that dusted the bit of nose and cheek that the cartoon eyes did not take for themselves. His hair was a black with a green sheen that changed in shine as it moved. His smile took the rest of his lower face, and the rest of his body shared the same fair skin. Hello there, the computerized version of my voice came out of the laptop. My name is Izubit. I am programmed to help Izuku Midoriya in his life and goals, and to make sure that he doesn't get killed in the process. Hi. Aizawa reluctantly responded to the computer. Hello to you too, Eraserhead. We are both big fans of yours. Izubit, he didn't need to know that. Same goes to you, Present Mike. He listens to your radio shows and podcasts whenever he can. He especially loves the ones featuring All Might and Ingenium. Can you please stop talking? You're worse than my mom was. It's nice to see you too, little listener. Can you tell me what you do for Izuku? My sole directive, as I stated, is to be a sort of companion to Izuku. I am a voice of his true feelings in a situation he may be unable or unwilling to voice them, but I make sure he is aware of them. I also help by making sure that all possibly necessary information is taken and made a note of in case he may have missed something or needs the information later on. Also, I can't be near microwaves for long PRDS of time. Silence fell onto the room, with both of my dads sharing looks between each other and then me. Uncle David had a confused look that transformed into one of exasperation as he heard a small, digital laugh coming from his laptop. What? I read that some machinery can be damaged from a lot of exposure to microwaves, so I try to avoid them. If I need something cooked in them, I usually had my mom do it, or I would start it and leave the room immediately and not come back until it was done. The silence lingered, with the laugh growing stronger. What? This is amazing. Please tell me someone recorded that. No, wait, I did. Delete it, Izuku, David replied. Izuku, no, just no. What do you mean by no? I mean, you are not going to be affected by microwaves. You can't be. But I am part machine and... Yes, and you are a machine that has actual human skin that protects you from direct interference from that. You don't run on a 2.4 GHz connection, kid. Oh. This is both hilarious and embarrassing as hell. Hey uncle, can we add a silence mode to Izuku? Wait, what? With Izuku back solely in my head, hopefully never to be heard from again. I said I was sorry. I continued to talk to my new parents and David. Wow, I can't believe that they are going to be my parents. I am excited, but... Don't feel guilty. You don't understand. Yes, I do. I am extension of you, remember, program or not. I know exactly what you are feeling and it's normal, but don't let the guilt engulf you completely. But how can I be excited now that mom's? Stop right there. She would have wanted you to be happy and not guilt. She told you herself, Izuku. Memory clip playing 2066-0919. I always have and always will love you. Clip stopped. I sighed, little more loudly than I expected, getting the attention of my uncle. Everything all right, Izuku? Yeah, no, I don't know. I'm happy that I don't have to deal with adoptions or the foster system, but you feel guilty about your mom and that it's not right because you feel you failed to save her. Sniffing, I replied lowly, Izuku, your mother was one of the kindest women that I have had the privilege to know. She loved you more than her own life and life itself. She wouldn't want you to harbor any feelings of guilt over her passing. It wasn't your fault. It was the fault of some villain that has been caught and will face punishment. You must always remember that she loved you, and that she cared for you deeply, something I was witness to. She would want you to be as happy as you can be, okay? You aren't doing her a disservice by being happy, you are if you prevent yourself from it. Okay, I said, trying to repress sobs. David finished up the repairs on my arm with a few hours to spare and put it back in its place. While I immediately had full motion again, I did feel a bit of a sluggish response from my arm. You're going to have to get used to it again, like last time. Yeah, I know. Looking over my arm again, I realized that there were some burn marks that marked the forearm of my right arm. Huh, I didn't notice those. I hope they disappear. About that, biometric scanner initiated. Scanning, right forearm. Multiple burn marks identified. Status, healing. Likelihood of scarring, 85%. Oh. It's alright, Izuku. If it's too much of an annoyance, you can always ask Uncle for a new arm. No, I think I need to keep this arm, for now at least. My new parents, dads, what do I call them? Do what feels right, but I am partial for Dad, for Aizawa, and Pops, for Yamada. We can also call him Yamadad. Definite no on the last one, but I'll think on it. They left a while ago to take care of some other pressing matters. Yamada, for instance, went to go see if he could find us a new living arrangement. First day and I am already forcing them to change so much. Stop, they said they don't mind and were considering the upgrade before you came along. And Aizawa had to go speak to the police over matters of remaining items in my apartment and to give a statement since he rescued me. Wait, where did Uncle scurry off to? Breaking news. I jumped a bit from the loud announcement that came from the television in my room. Okay, who forgot to mute that thing or turn it off altogether? You almost fell out of the bed. We are going live to a press conference at the Mizudafu Police Headquarters pertaining to the events of yesterday's apartment fire. The screen transitioned to a lobby that I assumed was that of the police headquarters. Crowded around a platform with a podium were a number of police officers and some pro-heroes. The two that stuck out to me was an officer with a cat head and wore a collar. The other was a pro-hero that was Dad. You called him Dad. Please shut up. The podium was soon approached by someone that didn't really seem like he was an officer. He wore a tan overcoat that was already unbuttoned with a suit underneath. It was mainly black with a white long-sleeve shirt and a dark green tie. He was wearing a similar colored hat to the coat, which he removed to reveal tidy black hair, a contrast to Dad's. Speaking of Dad, he looked towards the heroes, sharing a nod with Eraserhead, before beginning to speak. I would like to thank the media for coming today as we report the main information of the Mizudafu apartment complex fire. My name is Naomasa Tsukachi, and I am the junior detective that was put on this case. The incident was reported late afternoon, with reports of screaming and the smell of smoke in the apartment that the fire originated. While we are glad to report that most residents were able to leave the building without suffering major injuries, there were 2 casualties. The first, the only fatality of the fire, was Inko Midoriya, an area nurse that worked at the Mizudafu General Hospital, succumbed to injuries sustained before and during the fire. The other was her son, Izuku Midoriya, who witnessed place him at arriving after the fire had started and running into the building to try to locate his mother. While I cannot comment on Izuku's present location and condition, doctors have reassured this department that he is fine and will recover from all his injuries. We have also arrested a Mr. Hisashi Midoriya, the supposed estranged husband of Inko who was reported leaving the scene after the fire and after Izuku had gone up. He is being held in prison at this time as is awaiting questioning. We hope to keep the public updated as soon as we can. We will now also take any questions from the press. Hands sprung up on the edges of the screen, with the detective pointing to a woman that was sitting near the front. Where is Izuku being held? As I have stated, I am not at liberty to commentate on his present location due to decisions made by pro-heroes and his temporary guardians. Are you sure you're not just hiding his death? Another reporter asked, cutting in. Izuku Midoriya is not dead. His doctors and temporary guardians have stated that he is well and should recover from all injuries. Who are the temporary guardians? We are not saying to keep their identities safe, as well as they have presented interest in fully adopting the child once everything has settled down. Doesn't Hisashi Midoriya have legal guardianship? Normally, yes. However, 2 instances, one where he is a registered villain and known associate of the Yakuza, as well as lack of birth forms that state he is Izuku's legal paternal father, the new guardians have a strong case to the adoption, and Izuku has reportedly accepted their offer. Is a motive for this clear yet? At the moment, no. We have not had an opportunity to talk to Hisashi, but we are planning a proper interrogation. If there are no other pressing questions, I must be on my way and conclude this interview as I have to meet with the pro-heroes and officers that have taken part of this case. As he walked away, the press yelled out for his attention and asking more questions, both falling on deaf ears, as he converged with Dad as they walked away towards the bowels of the station. If there are no other pressing questions, I must be on my way and conclude this interview as I have to meet with the pro-heroes and officers that have taken part of this case. Mitsuki turned the television set off, restraining herself from throwing the remote to it in anger. Why couldn't they just say where he was going, Masaru? I need to go see him. I need to make sure that Inko's only son is okay. It's probably because of those guardians that have decided to adopt him. I am surprised that you weren't called to go claim him. I would have assumed that Inko had left you as his guardian if something had happened to her. Masaru Bakugo, the complete opposite of his wife and child in temperament, was finishing cleaning up a vase that was broken as his son hit an end table when he collapsed. He turned to his wife who had him in an embrace as he slept on the sofa. How is he doing? I think he's good, The brat is just sleeping at this point. I didn't want him to know, not yet, and not like this. She instinctively combed her hand through his short spiky hair. Anyways, she most likely took me off after she moved to the other side of Mizudafu. I know I took her off for Katsuki once the fight took place. Why did the two of you have a huge fallout anyways? You two were close in high school and got close again once both boys were born. What could have you each said that made you lose that friendship? Don't even ask, Masu. I've regretted in this past year, and even more so now that she's actually gone. Mitsuki took a big sniff to try to clear her head, as she gave a look to her husband that she meant to say, "It was horrible, and I shouldn't be forgiven." Masaru returned it with one that said, "No matter what, I am here for you." Mitsuki sighed before explaining, "After the weird incident with Izuku, and what I thought was a quirk, but she never told me outright, they started to get into small fights. Once, it was so bad that the principal of their school threatened to suspend both the boys for a week. We were called in, and during the meeting, I may have said that, 'It's not my fault that your useless quirkless son is jealous of my son. He shouldn't be starting fights.' She then responded with, 'Have you met your son, Mitsuki? He could be the king of a barbarian tribe, but you must know that well enough being their queen.' And it just went from there. 3 days later, Katsuki came home telling me that they had moved. Mitsuki. Look, I know how bad that sounds from both of us, but I started it. I was the domino that tore our friendship apart, and now. Masaru embraced his wife as she left a few tears to fall, before letting go and looking back at her son. I am going to have to tell him what happened fully when he wakes up, don't I? I am afraid so, Mitsuki. Let's just pray that Izuku really is okay. Hello everyone, Prof. Sableye here, though just Sable is fine. And Izubot is here to help as well. I just wanted to thank everyone for their support on this story. I really appreciate all the hits and kudos that I have received. Seriously, he won't shut up about them. He is beyond happy. However, as much as I want to continue Izuku's journey at the moment, I do have to put in a small pause until past the 13th of April. So basically, next Saturday. He is going to try to post that Sunday if he can. Life, work, and school are all taking my time. And while I did have the next chapter ready, looking over it, I do want to rewrite and rearrange a few things from it. He likes a majority of it, but there is some lack of detail in a major advancement he may need to postpone. He isn't sure yet, and he is probably overthinking it again. I did want to give you guys a small preview of one of my more favorite scenes. You may see differences in the final product when its full chapter is published, but here you go. Enjoy. Looking up, I was surprised to see the junior detective from the news, flanked by Dad and the cat officer. So fluffy. Hello, Izuku, my name is Naomasa Tsukachi, I am the junior detective on your case. This is Officer Tamakawa, as well as you know the other man next to me, Eraserhead. Actually, I am his father now. What? Really? Meow. Did he just meow? I finished the paperwork this morning with my husband. It is being submitted through now, but the social worker told me that there shouldn't be any issues and that we are his legal guardians from this moment forward. Well then, I can breathe easier knowing that I now have a parent advocating for him over a pro hero. Izuku, I was wondering if you could answer a few questions for me. I guess that should be fine. Okay, so the first ones are just a formality, to make sure that you are you and that we aren't asking these questions to the wrong person. Can you tell me your full name? Izuku Midoriya. And your mom's? Ainko Midoriya. Where do you live currently? XXXX, Mizudafu, Japan. And your quirk? Cyborg. Okay, thank you for that. Now, what events do you remember going from walking to school to the SE to your home? I proceeded to tell him everything I could remember, which thanks to my quirk, gave me near photographic memory. I told him about my walk from school that turned to a sprint when I saw the smoke from a mile away. I remember searching for Mom among those that got out, and when I didn't see her, I sprinted inside. I recalled running into a man with dark black hair and an injury on his right hand that was bleeding before making my way into the apartment and finding it. That enough for now. I shot my head up to see my dad looking at Naomasa with a glare. Huh? Said Dad again. Took into liking the hero parents so quickly. So sweet. So pure. Shut up. I know it's hard, Eraserhead, but if he could just give us dash. I said, that is enough. Mr. Eraserhead. Look, Neomesa, I understand that dash, hello, need to get all the informa dash. Hey, but he is still a kid. He just wouldn't dash. Dad. The room went silent, with the detective and officer looking surprised, but with Dad looking like I just slapped him across the face. I gulped and finally spoke my piece. Dad, it's okay. I need to do this. I noticed my dad look at the detective one more time before looking away, with what seemed a small hint of pink on his cheeks that he tried to hide in his scarf. I went into the apartment and looked for my mom. I called out to her, and she responded from the kitchen. I ran over there, tried to get her help, but she refused. She wanted me to get out. I finished with a shaky breath. Please don't make me cry again. No promises. With me finishing my piece, Neomesa and Officer Tamakawa both got up and bowed to me and Dad. Thank you both for everything. We apologize to you, Izuku, that we couldn't save your mother. Please forgive us in that matter. We also thank you for your willing to tell us your account of this horrible incident. We apologize for our intrusion in your healing. Thank you. With that, the two officers got up, gave Dad a nod, and walked out of the room. You didn't have to go through that so soon, you know that, kid? Dad sighed out. Yeah, but if I don't do it, it might hurt more later. Just rip it off like a band-aid, right, Dad? My dad huffed again, mumbling out, why are you calling me that so quickly, as he rubbed the arch of his nose? I simply chuckled at my dad being flustered. My dad. But, Dad. I finally have a dad. And all the dams in the world can't stop your tears. See, something small but character building between the new dad and son nonetheless. Plus, Fluffy Cat Officer is a plus. Still so fluffy. I am planning on making a series out of this, with the parts breaking off at certain points. This first part will most likely break off at the start of school canon for the UA portion. It's going to be called the Deku.exe series. I will also be writing some one-offs as well that take place in this universe, which I am planning on including a small taste of Inko and David's past. There will be drama. Maybe. He is still in planning stages, but he wants to expand their backstory some more. That and Inko and Mitsuki's relationship as well. So, again, thank you for all your support. As always, if you have suggestions, I am open to hear them. And I'll see you all again real soon. Author and Izubot, signing off. I stared at the screen in front of me, looking through the overall blueprint of my body that my uncle had on his laptop. This one was powerful enough to integrate with me, used before the main computer was built that goes through my systems and processors. He recently stepped out again to go with Pops. You do like those names. To go see if they can finally secure the computer from my apartment to move to our new one, when he finds it. Without it, I wouldn't be able to do any kind of self-maintenance, which can be an issue. I've been able to develop new software and ideas with David during these last 3 years, Izubot being one of them, and it's one that we are always tinkering with and trying to perfect. I am perfect already. Keep the intrusions up, and I am deleting the executable file. I'll be good. Some other programs that we have started includes a Hero Quirks, which is made out to be a way to easily see my own progress in mind and body towards being a hero. We would also include a few expansions for updates and upgrades that are installed to add to my hero archive. This can include an increased analysis or deduction system, as well as physical measures like speed increases or skin density for defense. We were going to talk about a list of initial upgrades, but he got pulled to I-Island before we could make progress. I also ran into one called Parental.exe. Don't run that one on your owl, you might turn into an unidentifiable animal. You confuse people enough as it is. It's because he still doesn't explain well. Never mind. I kept poring over the programming, but soon enough I heard a knock at the door or my hospital room. Looking up, I was surprised to see the junior detective from the news as he slid open the door, flanked by my dad. And the cat officer. He is so fluffy. I want a pet. Hello Izuku, my name is Neomesa Tsukachi, I am the junior detective on your case. This is Officer Tamakawa, as well as the hero that you may know next me, is Eraserhead. Actually, I am also his father now. Excuse me? Really? Meow. Did he just meow? Present Mike, my husband, and I finished the paperwork required this morning. While it has not been fully processed by the government and adoption offices, the social worker informed us that due to our records as pro-heroes and no mark on either of our licenses, we should have no problem in the adoption, and that Izuku is as good as our son. Well then, I can actually breathe a little easier knowing that I have an actual guardian over a regular pro to advocate for him. Now, Izuku, I was wondering if you could answer a few questions for me. I guess that should be fine. Okay, so the first few are just a formality, making sure that your identity is correct, and we aren't questioning the wrong person. Can you please state your full name? Izuku Midoriya. And your mother's? Ainko Midoriya. Father's? I don't have a dad. Or had until now. Where do you currently live? XXXX, Mizudafu, Japan. And the name of your quirk? Cyborg or Cybernetics. Thank you for being so forthcoming. Now, can you please tell me the events you remember that lead from school to the your home? I proceeded to tell him and the officer, who was taking notes, everything I could remember, thanks to my quirk, that made a lot of things easier to recall. I told him about the walk home, where when I reached a certain distance, I was able to see the smoke up ahead. How from there I sprinted home in hopes that it wasn't my apartment. How when I saw that it was, without a second thought, I raced inside to reach my home to make sure my mom was okay. On the way up meeting the man with the hand injury. What hand was injured? The right one, sir. He was bleeding from his palm, like he was attacked with a knife. Do you remember any other distinguishing features? He had black hair, probably about 196 centimeters tall. I'm not 100% sure on JIS full description. I remember his voice though. And how reaching my apartment I ran inside the fire and smoke to find. That's enough. I shot my head up to see my dad giving Naomasa a glare. You said dad again. Took into liking the hero parents so quickly I see. So sweet. So pure. Delete Izuku.exe. Wait no. I know it can be hard Eraserhead, but if he could just find us. I said that is enough. He doesn't have to relive this information right now. Mr. Eraserhead, please understand that. Oh, I understand Naomasa, that you need you dash. Hello. And that you need to get Al. Hey. But he is still just a kid that lost his dad. The room went silent, with the detective and officer looking surprised and even getting a small hiss out of the officer for the loud noise. Dad had a look of complete shock, like I had just slapped him across the face. I gulped and spoke. Dad, it's okay, I need to do this. Really do. Let me finish. I noticed my dad give the detective one more look, before looking away, trying to hide a small blush of pink across his cheeks with his scarf. I went into the apartment and looked for my mom. I called out to Het, to try to find her, and she responded, which led me to the kitchen. Please don't cry right now. No promises. From there, I ran over to her side, talking to her before trying to get her, but she refused. She wanted me to go on my own. She died, and after seeing her on the ground, I can't remember. Quirk made me pass out basically. Finishing my piece, the detective got up and the officer closed his notebook. The two then proceeded to bow towards me and my dad. Thank you both for everything. We apologize to you, Izuku, that we couldn't save your mother on time. Please forgive us in that matter, and for intruding your time of healing. We appreciate your statement and will do all we can to bring justice to your mother's death. With that, the officers stood back up, giving Dad a nod, before leaving the room. You didn't have to go through that so soon, kid. Dad sighed out as the door slid closed. Yeah, but if I don't do it now, it might have hurt more later. Just rip off the band-aid, right, Dad? Dad huffed again before mumbling, "Why are you calling me that so quickly?" as he rubbed the arch of his nose. I simply chuckled at my dad being flustered. My dad. Dad. I finally have a dad. And the waterworks. He called me Dad, was all that Aizawa could think of as he sat next to his new son. My son called me dad. My son called me dad. That was so quick, I honestly thought he wouldn't be comfortable to do it for a while. Hisashi is going to lose it. Hey, Dad? Izuku asked out, making Aizawa jump a bit at the name. Okay, I am going to have to get used to him calling me that soon. I can't blush every time he calls me by that name. Yeah, kid. Did the doctor say how much longer I need to stay here? I want to go home, or at least my new home soon. I know that there is no way I could go back to my old home, or even if I wanted to, so Aizawa chuckled slightly before interrupting his son. Relax, Izuku. The doctors want to keep you in one more night before properly discharging you, just to make sure. Plus, Hisashi and I agreed to look for a new apartment. Oh, I'm sorry that I am becoming such a hassle already, forcing you two to move for me. We don't blame you, kid. We always wanted the upgrade. You just made the process and need more pressing. Oh, okay. Hisashi will be here soon to help us on that matter, since I told him to try to find somewhere that can let us move in as soon as possible. Soon after, the door slid open anew, this time revealing present mic to the two occupants. Huh, speak of the devil. Hey little Izuku, he said as he walked towards his new son and ruffled his hair. He then went up to his husband to give him a quick peck on the cheek. Still doing all right there, little listener? And did Shota tell you the good news? I'm doing fine, thanks. And he did, he told me that you guys are basically my dads now. Hisashi yelped at the word, dad, making Aizawa chuckle at his husband's pain. Though, I think that calling you both, dad, would be confusing, and Izuku agreed. So, I think I am going to continue calling Shota, dad, and I can call you, Pops, if that's okay? That's perfectly fine, Hisashi answered in an octave higher voice, if you two will excuse me for a moment. Hisashi left the room in a stiff fashion, leaving the other two to share confused and questioning looks. However, both jumped at the sound of muffled screaming that came from the hallway. After the noise died out, Hisashi re-entered the room, a bit less stiff than when he left it. He walked up to his son's bedside, before looking at him and his husband and exclaiming, okay, I am completely fine now. So, Izuku was asking about when we can go home together, Hisashi. Aizawa said with a slight smirk. Oh, right, I meant to text you, Shota, but I was actually able to find a place and I wanted both of your opinions. He said as he took the laptop that was on the side of the hospital bed and brought up a listing for an apartment complex, one that Izuku thought he had seen before. I found this place that is not too far away from here, making it still in Mizudafu. That will allow Izuku to stay in his current school if he chose to. It's decently sized for its price too, and it's close that particular place the Nemuri wants us to interview at. How many times do I have to say that I am not going to work there? Come on, Shota, they need new heroes soon. That one you really like retired recently and they are going to be more soon, so dash. I will burn your leather jackets, Hisashi. Izuku interrupted the two. Who is Nemuri and what place? She's an old friend and a decent pro. You may have heard of her. I do think you had a poster of her in the apartment dash. That's not really important right now though, the apartment, Hisashi? Right, sorry. It comes with 3 bedrooms and even a guest room. 2 of the bedrooms have an attached bathroom, and a communal one on the side of the living room. I personally think it's perfect. The master alone is a huge upgrade from our own room, and Izuku gets his own space both in bedroom and bathroom. That sounds like a huge apartment, Hisashi. Are you sure we can afford it and that we need all that space? Well, they give a special to pro heroes, and it's a relatively new complex, so they are trying to fit in as many people as quickly as they can, so they are also lowering their prices in that regard. It sounds too good to be true. Well, we can use the space no matter what, show. It's not a lot more than what we currently pay. It's relatively close to Izuku's current school, and possible future high school, Hisashi thought to himself, and they allow pets. The last point got Hisashi a glare from his husband before he prodded, we don't have any pets, Hisashi. Not yet, at least. Aizawa sighed. Fine, let's go ahead and place an offer. I am glad that you like it, Shota, because I already did, and once they learned who I was they accepted. We can start moving in tomorrow. I am going to kill you one day, Hisashi. Love you too, Sho. My dads, after making some final decisions on the new apartment, eventually left to get something to eat and start packing. After they did leave, I decided to take a nap, but was soon woken up by my arm being shaken. Hey, Izu, still hanging in there? Oh, hey, uncle. Yeah, everything is fine. Good, though there are some things I do want to go over with you. IOD really need to ask, are you sure you are okay with everything? I guess. My dreams helped me process it somewhat, since they were more memorial recordings than anything. Izubit has also been helping me keep at a steady level, emotionally. Don't get me wrong, I am still heartbroken and angry that this has all happened, but thanks to Izubit and my own recording, I know that she loved me, even to the end. What recording? Some memories mainly of things like my 4th birthday, some days with Casey, Bakugo and my other aunt and uncle, as well as the day of, the fire. Wait, did you stop calling him? Yeah, I did. Izubit thought it was for the best, and honestly, as much as I hate how we ended things and would love a second chance, it's not healthy to cling, That's a good mindset to have, and I am proud of you for being so strong in this, and am sorry but I am going to have to ask you to be stronger. What's up, uncle? You see, I just got off the phone with Eraserhead and Naomasa, the detective, and there are some concerns. They were supposed to talk to the man that is accused of starting the fire, Hisashi Midoriya. My actual dad? We don't know. Your birth certificate doesn't state any father present, nor did Inko ever make a notion or note of who it may be. So no, I don't think so. But anyways, he isn't talking, and his connections to the Yakuza are making everyone and your dad's antsy. So, what does this have to do with me? Well, they are scared that they are after you, so we want to see if you are alright with changing your appearance. Oh, that explains that executable file you. You guys want me to change who I am? Yup, that's panic that I am feeling. Izuku, please relax, let's hear him out and let him explain before we... No, I can't. I am Izuku Midoriya, I am all that is left of my mom, Izuku, my uncle said loudly to try to cut through the fog of ideas in my head, please hear me out. You are going to be constantly reminded of what has happened, and what is worse is that we can't guarantee your safety as Izuku without it. If he really is working with someone, and he doesn't confess to anything that can help us protect you if he finds out where you are. So if I stay Izuku, they might find me and hurt me or you or my new dads. Exactly, and I wish that there were other ways, but the only other methods don't let you or your dads lead normal lives. This gives you the best chance at your dream, to be a hero. Letting some time pass as I let everything that Uncle say pass through my mind and process, I came to one realization. I would be losing who I was, but in the end, Izuku Midoriya might as well have died in the fire, don't you think, Izubit? What do you mean? Think about it, nothing else is the same anymore. I don't have mom, I just lost my home, and I don't go to my original school. I lost Aunt Mitsuki, Uncle Masaru, and Kaken, and yes, I know you don't like me calling him that, but I miss him, but he's gone from my life now. I lost my old family, but I gained a new one. My new dad saw me and decided to give me a second chance at leading a new life since that man took my old one away. So, maybe... Izuku, you are going to have to be certain. If this person that caused mom to die is really after you or something, this can be your only chance to lead a normal life and become the hero she thought you could be. But, are you willing to lose the last bits of who you were as Izuku? Well, I am not really changing who I am at heart, right? Just some appearance aspects? Plus, I've only been at this school for 3 months tops. Mom homeschooled me for as long as she could after we left our old apartment, so... Fair enough. Come on, Izubit, it will be you and me like always. You mean you and you. I am just an extension of yourself to help with reason, which if you are coming to a conclusion means I am doing my job. In reality, how long is this conversation taking? A few seconds, minutes at best? Okay. Now that's fair, and I think it's what we must do. As much as I hate to lose the last that connects me to Mom Dash. She would want us to be safe in the long run. So that settles it. Okay, uncle, what do I have to do? 2066-0922. Where is he? Running through a thick fog, Bakugo Katsuki navigated the best he could, looking for an old friend that he couldn't find no matter what. Deku, where are you nerd? He found himself on a familiar street, looking up to see the apartment complex that housed his aunt and friend. However, before he could take a step forward, a blinding green lightning bolt struck down and hit the building. The flash caused him to cover his eyes, and once he opened them anew, he was in a different room. A burning living room. He looked around, trying to see where he was, while calling out again. DKU? Kakakin? Midoriya? He walked through the burning room, finding himself unbothered by the smoke and flame. The small voice soon died out. Izuku! He walked as quickly as he could through the flames, seeing a small light in the distance that led him to the final scene. On the ground, once reaching the light, were two individuals, both surrounded by flames. While it was hard to see at first who they were, he noticed a very similar shared hair color, a lush green, and freckles that dotted the younger face. Lastly, the smaller also had a weird, green lighting surrounding him. But it was unmistakably them. Izuku and Inko. Both lifeless. Both dead. Izukin! Bakugo yelled out as he awoke from his nightmare, one that was not fading. Katsuki? He heard his mother call out from the next room. She popped her head inside the room, and seeing her son awake, ran to him and embraced him from the side. Normally, Katsuki would try to pry himself off his mother's grasp. This time, however, he didn't, almost like he enjoyed the comfort of her being there. Are you all right, Katsuki? I had a dream about him. About Midoriya. He was in the middle of a fire, one that started cause of green electricity. He was on the ground next to Auntie, and he was dead. Katsuki couldn't believe what was coming out of his mouth, betrayed at the words that were spilling out. He would make sure that it never happens again. Hey, it's okay, Katsuki. Izuku isn't dead. There was a police conference while you were sleeping from your collapse. They confirmed that he was alive and in a hospital. Then let's go see him, Katsuki said as he bolted upright and ran to the door. I need to make sure for myself that the nerd isn't dead. Wait, Katsuki. Wait. What are we waiting for? Come on. We need to make sure that he is okay and that he knows about Auntie. Katsuki, stop. He froze at the door, in shock more of the tone of his mother's voice. While it was no secret that he got his mother's hot attitude, this time, it was filled with nothing but worry and concern, and it caught him by surprise. It was so out of the normal range, that it even caused her husband to pop his head out of the kitchen to see what was going on. We can't see Izuku. Why not? You just said he isn't Dash. I know. Mitsuki took a deep breath to calm herself down a bit. I know what I said. He is alive, that you have to trust me on. But they won't let us see him. We don't know what hospital he is in, and even if we did, his family would probably not let us near him. His family? Katsuki questioned his mother. What family? He only ever had Auntie and she's Dash. I know. Katsuki, but he has already been adopted by someone. Who? We don't know, but they aren't letting anyone know that information right now. Katsuki couldn't properly process what was being told to him. He knew that the nerd was alive, and that he wanted to see him just to be sure, maybe even to apologize, he wasn't sure. However, he can't do that because he isn't allowed to make sure the nerd really is still breathing because of this new family. It was infuriating to Katsuki to no end, so much that he started lose control and let off some small explosions at the palms of his hands, singeing the end of his. Katsuki, look. His father finally interjected from the kitchen. We understand how frustrating this must all be. We were close to Inko and we want to see him too to make sure her son is all right. I tried to call the closest hospitals, but no luck on any real word. In a few days, it will dash. Masaru stopped himself, looking ill for a moment before continuing. It will be Inko's funeral. It's a public one so we can easily go, and hopefully we will see Izuku so we can talk to him and his new family. Katsuki stood still, staring at the ground with a sense of defeat that was welling up in him. He knew his parents was right, especially if he couldn't see Izuku at that moment, and he hated both facts. Alright, let's go to Auntie's funeral. I sat at my computer, pushing the chair so low back that it was almost parallel to the ground. I kept looking over my right arm, moving my wrist and elbow to make sure the healing quirks at the hospital and Uncle David were able to get rid of any potential issue. However, I was mainly entranced by the new scars and burns that I had earned on my arm. Through slamming my way in and getting liked by the flames, it seems that I did more damage than I had thought. The new scars looked like either tiger stripes or bolts of lightning depending on the injury it came from. They were few, probably 6 at the most, but they still fascinated me nonetheless. Izuku. I kept looking over them, seeing the new reminders of everything that had happened. To the life that I had left behind and could never get back. Izuku. I knew that I was lucky to have my dads now, that they found me when they did, and they learned to care for me so quickly that we were already in a new apartment together. That they chose to change their entire lives for my sake, I don't think I could ever repay them if Izuku. I was hit with a small, quick electric shock, almost unbalanced me and sent me to the ground. What the heck? Izubit. You were lost in thought. I had to bring you back somehow. Since when is electrocuting me part of that plan? How did you shrug in my head? Hey Izuku, are you alright? I quickly looked towards the door and saw my uncle upside down, or at least that was my view. He also held a box that had some cables and bits for my computer. Raising myself off the ground, I noticed that the computer startup was complete. I am fine. Just got a bit of a shock from Izubit, but besides that I am doing okay. What you got there? Just some extra bits for your upgrades. We may need to start the preliminary ones sooner rather than later now. Why is that? Well, you want to get into UE for your high school, right? Yeah, I do, I answered in a more somber tone than I had meant to. Are you alright, Izuku? I will be if everyone stopped asking. Izuku. Sorry, I am as alright as I can be with it right now. It's still really hard at moments and I am still trying to process and remember that her death isn't my fault. Uncle had set the items down in silence at the desk, not looking at me as he walked back towards my bed, where he sat down. Did I ever tell you about my son? You have a son? Well, had is the unfortunate correct term. My wife and we were trying to have kids for a while at that point. When we learned that she was expecting, we were high up on the clouds, and nothing could bring us down. That was, at least, until the day he was born. What happened? There were complications. Something had happened when he was being born that the doctors couldn't have taken into account. In the end, it was nobody's fault, something that both of us had to learn and remind ourselves of often. Even when I wasn't as involved in the process as my wife, I never blamed her, only myself, like if there was something more I could have done. On my dark days, I still do, because in the end he didn't make it. We sat there, looking at the other, me seeing the hurt and tears that were struggling to break free, as the ones I held were let to slide down my cheeks. I am sorry to hear that. I didn't know, Uncle. It's alright, Izuku. I don't talk about him much anymore, even if I still hold him in my heart. We still miss him, even after Melissa was born. We really wanted her to have her older brother with her. We sat in silence again, letting David come down from his reveal of information to me, before one last question came to mind. What is his name? It's Icarus Shield. We always loved the story of Icarus, even if it was a sad one of caution. That idea to have cautious ambition was something that drove me, especially when I worked with pro heroes. It was something I wanted to instill in him, and what we made sure to teach Melissa as well. We stayed in silence, seeing that he still held something in that he wanted to release but didn't. I quickly turned to my desktop screen to try to avoid a new wave of tears from leaking. Good luck with that. However, when I saw the screen, I noticed that the Hero Quirks app was pulled up, and an idea had formed into my mind. Icarus, huh? Shota and Hisashi were finishing up moving all the boxes into their new apartment. The listing didn't do the complex any justice, having all new amenities throughout the complex, and their apartment alone felt like a decent-sized house. The size of the kitchen and living room alone felt big enough to host a party for all the ranking pros, except Endeavor because, as Hisashi puts it, He is always a sourpuss at parties and kills the vibes. Their minds may be exaggerating the size, but in comparison to their old home, this was a mansion that was a shoebox. And that is the last of them, Hisashi declared as he closed the door of the guest room that is currently being used for storage. All our bedroom stuff is set up, and Izuku should be finishing up with his uncle. So now we are allowed to do this. The married couple gave each other a look, before both falling in pain onto the couch. I would rather fight All Might without my quirk than do that again, a muffled complaint came from Shota. Yeah, and we still have to get the last 2 rooms set up, since the guest room is currently Box City. Hisashi chimed in with his own complaint. How is Izuku holding up? I think he should be okay, though I haven't heard anything from him or David. Has he mentioned school again? Yes, he has, and he should be going back in about 2 weeks. So soon? Well, we have the private funeral tomorrow, then we have the public one for his mom. He was anxious about going to the second one, but he wouldn't mention why. After, I'm going to take Izuku shopping for some clothes and other things he may have lost in the fire. Over the weekend, he and David were going to work on something that they wanted our input on later, and then he has about a week to get used to the apartment and the new area, and then he pops off back to school. Wow, you really embraced this role of a parent, didn't you? I don't know what to say, Hisashi. The kid woke something in me that just makes me want to make sure that he is okay. 24. It's definitely not what my parents had with me growing up. Let's not bring them into this. We don't need that kind of negativity, even if I wanted to scream at them until their hearing was gone. Agreed, the less they are part of our lives, the better. After a while of staring at either the ceiling or their phones, Izuku came into the room, looking for them. Hey, what are you two doing? Their son asked them as he found them deflated on the couch. Dying on the inside. What's up, Izuku? Aizawa deadpanned. Do you guys want to come see how my room got set up? I mean, you guys don't have to, you have already done so much for me by agreeing to be my new family. I am just really happy to be your son, but I also don't want to bother you guys needlessly, so I just wanted to dash. We would love to see your room, isn't that right, Hisashi? Right. Hisashi said in a muffled tone since he was currently face first onto the couch cushion. Entering Izuku's room, Hisashi and Shota were surprised that it seemed so similar to his old room already. He had some hero posters up already, some that were recovered from the fire, others that were replaced by new ones that Shota was able to supply. He got a few signed, that once Izuku saw screamed so loudly that Shota could have sworn he may as well been Hisashi's actual son. One thing that Shota did make note of is that there was a lack of Endeavor merchandise. While he may not have been a major fan of the number 3 hero, he still could recall seeing 1 or 2 items with the pro in the kid's old room. Now, there was no real sign outside of group pictures of the top rankers. The dark gray walls were outfitted by LED light strips made out to be almost like the lines and blips on a computer chip. The bed they had gotten to replace the old was a tad bigger, taking up some more of the unused space, as well as giving him more space as he grows up. They also set up a nightstand with All Might-themed lamp and alarm clock. He had 2 desks in his room. One housed the main computer that all Shota could think of is that he is in trouble and would need Majima to help him with. The other housed a few books as well as rolled-up papers that both parents instantly thought of as blueprints. What do you guys think? Izuku shyly asked. I think it looks great, kid, Shota replied. You made it your own, which is what we wanted you to do. Excellently, Hisashi added, I think that you made things very comfortable for your... He does have a midnight poster. Ingenium too. Shota, Izuku, and David, who was currently working on the computer in the corner, all looked up to where Hisashi was pointing. There were 2 posters that featured 2 different groups. The first some female heroines that included 18+ only hero, Midnight, and her recent updated costume. Obviously, it just had to be Nemuri to be the first pro-hero to cause legislation to be passed for hero costumer wear due to being too revealing, Hisashi thought with a smirk. The other poster that they were focused on was one of the Ida family, one of the most popular and prevalent family of heroes, including the most recent addition, Tensei, or the turbo hero, Ingenium. Why do they all look like Night? Shota thought to himself, Tensei must get a lot of attention for that. No thanks. Do you two really know them? Izuku asked in a slight whisper that carried the same wonderment of a child on Christmas morning. Know them? Hisashi asked with a laugh. We went to UE together. I knew Tensei when we both started in the hero course. Shota and Namuri both moved up from general education after our first sports festival, and the four of us formed our little group. They are two of the most annoying people that I have ever met in my life, Shota responded with a pained look, and yet, I still hang out with them to this day. Izuku still had a look that showed wonderment, like you had just told him that All Might was in the other room waiting to meet him. Before Izuku can ask you 300 questions on each of them, David quickly jumped into the conversation. I do have to go over some things with you too. With that, Hisashi and Shota approached the computer, while Izuku went to attend the notebooks he had left on the other desk. So, firstly, and I have told Izuku this, but I am going to have to leave in about a week's time for a while. Is everything okay? Hisashi asked. Everything is fine. I just have to make sure that everything at my company is still running and get caught up on some experiments. My daughter is also transferring to a new school soon, so I want to be there with her and my wife before she must start. Before I go, I will be going over some simple procedures and fixes Izuku may need. While he can do some himself, he may need help if it affects the arms and if it's an update that puts him in sleep mode. Okay, anything else? Shota asked. There is. I have talked to Izuku about our plan, and he has agreed to it. We are making the final decisions now on his appearance, but it will be altered tonight or tomorrow before the public funeral. The main changing aspects are his hairstyle and color, his eye and skin color, as well as other small cosmetic changes. We won't do anything to his core appearance, but enough to throw anybody off that knew him as Izuku. Are you sure you are okay with this, Izuku? Shota asked his son. Yeah, I think that it will help me if I can be someone else for a while. I'll still be me at my core, but when I look in the mirror, I just see aspects of my mom. The adults in the room went silent, and stayed like that until Shota turned to David, looking at him with a determination to do whatever he could for his son, one that he learned to love in such a short time. Okay, let's get this over with, then. Near the center of Mizudafu laid a small cemetery, housing residents of the area that had gone on to the next life. On a somber, crisp fall morning, a group had gathered around freshly dug earth, looking at the master of ceremonies that was leading the funeral for Inko Midoriya. She had been made up in her coffin so to be able to be shown to the mourners as they spoke their goodbyes to the gone devoted mother. Colleagues from the hospital she had worked at came to say their final prayers as they thanked her for her hard work. Neighbors and friends had come from around the area to say goodbye to a friendly woman that had always lent an ear to listen to others' problems, and never burdened others with her own. A best friend came to apologize for words she wished she had apologized for before, and that friend's husband who promised to find Izuku and make sure that he was being taken care of. Meanwhile, their son would be on the lookout for a head of messy green and black hair. Lastly, a son would get the chance to say a final goodbye to his loving mother, being helped by the two men that have taken an oath to protect her son and love him as much as she did. The individuals would be none the wiser to the presence of her son, however, and his current unknown situation caused those that knew him to say prayers for him as well, in the place of a mother that could no longer do it herself. They wouldn't know that the boy they prayed for had been in the crowd, overlooking the proceedings with his new longer black hair tied up in a bun like both of his father's, seeing everything behind new glasses and through his heterochromatic red and green eyes. He slid his hand through his hair, still fluffy but now more straight than curly, and made sure the new glasses didn't fall as he rubbed a few lingering tears away. The ceremony went well without any hitch, with tears and cries ringing as the casket was lowered into the earth. Mitsuki looked all around to see if she could spot little Izuku in the crowd, but it was to no avail. However, she did notice a man that broke off from his group to go up to the tombstone to leave a wreath of flowers, before getting up and looking over the tombstone. She approached the man, because she could have sworn she saw him as part of the press release about the fire. "Excuse me, sir?" she asked as she approached. "Yes, was there something the matter?" he replied in a dry voice. "I was just wondering, I thought I saw you as part of the press release as a hero for the fire, am I mistaken?" "No, you are not," he said as he turned to fully face the woman. Hello, I am Eraserhead. I pulled her son out of the fire. I just came to ask for forgiveness for not getting to her on time. You met Izuku? She said with a slightly hopeful voice. It also brought the attention of her son, Katsuki, to stay on the man that his mother had approached. I had the pleasure to talk to him for a while after he woke up in the hospital. He was a bright kid. Please, do you know where he currently is? I was a close friend to his mother, and my son and him were close as well. We just want to see him and make sure that he is okay. As Mitsuki talked to the man, her son locked eyes with another kid, one that was standing with a blonde man wearing shades, and another man with brownish hair. While he knew no one with red and green eyes, he could have sworn there was something familiar in his gaze. The other boy looked away before Katsuki could pinpoint it directly. I apologize, I don't know his current location. Once my part of everything was complete, and I made sure that he was awake and okay, I had to take my leave. Apparently, there was a family that had already put motion to adopt him, but I am not sure on the details. I see. Well, I do thank you for saving his life. Really, as long as someone saw him alive, that gives me some solace. Thank you, Mr. Pro Hero. With that, the woman walked away with her son, who seemed enraged and letting small explosions go off in his hand. As Mitsuki walked away, she took one last glance at the patch of freshly dug-in earth and the slab of concrete that was decorated with an angel that lied at the head of it. Inko Midoriya. April 7, 2033, September 19, 2066. A loving mother and faithful friend. Hey, Izuku. It's okay, uncle, what's wrong? The boy looked up to the man as they walked to their parked cars. Shota was just rejoining them after talking to a woman that Izuku recognized but wasn't ready to admit his relationship with. Are you sure you are all right with me leaving for a while? Of course. I have dad and pops now, so I won't be alone. Plus, I need to start school soon and you need to get back to Melissa. Heh, always thinking of others' needs first, kid? If you are sure, then I should be leaving in a couple of days. If we are all asking questions, Hisashi started next. What made you want to come to your mom's public funeral, Izu? Izuku mentioned that it may help to see others that were also missing mom, to show me that I wasn't by myself in that. It did help a bit, so I am glad I did it. I did hate saying goodbye again though. With that, Shota approached his son, and reached to embrace him by the side, before asking, one last question, are you ready to start your quirk training? Oh, definitely. I am going to become the next #1 hero. Heh, David thought to himself, this kid is definitely going to give Toshi a run for his money. Hey guys, so quick update. I don't have a full chapter for the story ready yet, and I am sorry about that. I do have this small slice of life piece where Izuku meets 2 more pros however. I don't feel that it is an overall important chapter to add here, but I did actually like how it came out. So, I am creating the Deku.exe flash drives. These will be smaller one-shots mini-series to help me build certain aspects of the main story. It will be updated way less frequently than the main stories, since it will only be on weeks where I am working on the main story but need more time. I write these side things when I'm trying to get away from the main plot to breathe a bit and just play around with the characters. Either press the next in series button for Deku.exe or use this link here. I will try to update the main story as soon as I can. Life is just taking a lot more right now than what I would like. Thank you guys for your continued support and I hope you enjoy the Deku.exe flash drive series too. Brace for impact. I was thrown back, going through the air and needing to brace myself before I hit. Ow! Too late. From face planted into the grass, I groaned out in pain that traveled through my body. Damage report please. Buddy. Damage report. Overall damage percentage, 35. Critical errors, none. Main affected areas, chest, arms. Okay, still good to go. Izuku, don't you think that you are taking this too far and you should stop? I need to try, Izuku. Plus, that isn't my name anymore, remember? Slowly getting up and off the cold grass, I stretched my back before turning to face my opponent anew. You aren't focusing enough, kid. You're letting me hit weak points that I shouldn't hit. Yeah, I know, Dad. I'm trying. Then show me that you are. Use any last trick David left you before he left. I knew that he was right, that I wasn't focusing on him as much as I should be. If this was any real situation, I would be dead, something that my dad made sure I understood if I was going to become a hero. The way he held himself with his scarf moving as he controlled it always impressed me. Though, if I was being honest, being on this side of those flashing red eyes really is intimidating. Note to self, never PSS dad off. Uncle Tensei could have told you that. Flashback, 4 days prior. Coming back from the funeral, we had a light dinner, though I didn't really eat, and I went off to bed. That night I was plagued with a nightmare. Or were they memories? I knew that deep down it was the best for me to go to the funeral, to get a real last goodbye to Mom. Even though she couldn't hear me, I would at least have her last words to me, forever. The next morning, I didn't want to get up. I didn't want to move. Didn't want to feel again, because it all decided to hit me once more. However, a surprising voice came to mind, telling me that I had to try to find the resolve that I had with my uncle again. To become a hero that can help everyone. Come on, Izuku. Don't give up that easily. Or we will never be a duo. Seriously? Ignoring Izuku, I knew that we didn't end our relationship on the kindness note. Bakugo will be a force to be reckoned with when we were older, and he is someone that would stop at nothing to achieve victory in his goals. So, what if he is part of the inspiration to become a hero? He had an amazing quirk and he pushed me to be my best while we were still friends. Textbook Stockholm Syndrome. Later on, that day I finally convinced myself to get out of bed and go see my uncle about hero upgrades. Hey, Uncle David? I asked to get his attention as he was working on his laptop in our living room. Yeah. What's up, Izuku? He said as he looked up. Can we get started on the upgrades? I think I really want to get started on my hero training with Dad started as soon as possible. Sure, though may I just ask quickly, how are you adapting to your new appearance so far? I had a feeling that he was going to ask that, and honestly it was still a whirlwind because I don't really recognize the person in the mirror anymore. My hair lost its green sheen and went fully black with a few blonde strands near my forehead. While it's longer and straighter, I did get an undercut that is usually hidden unless I put up my hair in a bun like my dad's. It can still get unruly as I leave it alone for too long, like it wants to go back to be a curly cloud. While I can still see me under everything when I look under everything, it's still jarring to see the difference. My skin got tanner and darkened my freckles as well, creating mini fields of dots throughout my body, something that was fairly hidden with my fair skin since they weren't anywhere near as dark. My eyes were the first things I tried to get used to too, as I had become heterochromatic, or having dual-colored eyes. My right eye remained a green but lightened closer to that of Peridot. The left, however, changed, becoming an orange-red color that really reminded me of Kaken's eyes or even Dad's when he is using his quirk. So far, so good, it's just an adjustment every time I look in the mirror. And are the glasses helping? Right, the glasses. I asked David to give me something like them for a dual purpose. The first was to help further my disguise, since if there was anything superhero movies showed us, it's that a disguise of a hat and glasses works wonders. Mine are a black rectangular pair that mimic my Pop's at-home pair when he isn't using his prescription sunglasses. The other was to have a new U.I system that is connected to a future analysis feature as well as wireless communication. Even though I can remotely connect to some devices with the right receivers installed, I can't do anything through cell towers or Wi-Fi on my own. That's where the glasses come in as a sort of expansion for more communication and even a GPS feature. There is access to Spotify too. I thought you had that in your head? I have some, but there is so much music, especially English ones that both Pops and Uncle David want me to listen to. I need more streaming possibilities. They're great, but I did wonder, with a hero suit, what would be the best way to incorporate them? Well, you could always just wear a fastened pair like your father, Hisashi, or we could incorporate a mask too. Now, what upgrades were you thinking of implementing? The next day consisted of us finalizing the details of my first batch of upgrades before lunch. Then, we worked on the main components in my body as well as discussed possible future expansions. So let's go down this list one more, Izuku. We are doing a new analysis system and upgrade to help you gather as much information that you can on your opponents and surroundings. Think of it as a basic analysis quirk. You can also gather information that others may miss or things like others' physical conditions through a scan. Oh, like that old American movie, Big Hero 6? Yes, actually. How did you know that? Mom showed it to me last year, and I loved Baymax. I think she mentioned that you showed her a lot of those old Disney movies. I noticed that he stopped for a moment, letting a warm smile spread across his face. One that spoke of a very old but happy memory. Yeah, we did. We had a whole marathon since she never saw them. You should watch the rest with your dads if you haven't. I think they would enjoy them too. With a small chuckle, we both relived the separate but shared memories of my mother for a moment, before we continued. Let's keep this train going, shall we? Next we have a quick update to your main brain system. In a way to help the new functions and to calculate stuff as fast as a quantum-powered computer. What's quantum power? Ask Hank Pym. Anyways, after that we are finalizing it with a small increase to your base speed and stamina, as well as adding reinforcements to your arms, legs, and chests to help you take more hits. Sounds good. Alright, and remember, while you can get some boosts in speed and strength through upgrading, you're still Hyman, so training properly and often is where you will see the most actual progress. Got it? Upgrading can't solve all your problems. Understood, Uncle. Shame, we could have skipped the training montage, oh well. As for future upgrades, I have to do some more research on how I can rework your energy system to better suit things like your EMP charge and if it's controllable. I may be also able to rig it with other offensive things like a blaster or speed enhancers. Maybe even flight would be possible, but that would require dash. However, he stopped as he looked at me, seeing my wide eyes and hung open mouth at the idea of, "There's a chance you can make me fly?" As soon I uttered that loudly, we heard a loud crash in the living room. After hurried footsteps, the door slid open quickly with Pops looking in, slightly out of breath. What was this about my son being able to fly? Did I just agree to raising a flying kid? If so, he is being to the earth. David started to laugh at the look of terror that Pops had. Hisashi, relax. I was just telling Izuku that I could possibly give him the ability, but I need to test a few things out first and make the right research, so it wouldn't be for a long time. Oh, okay, sorry about that. If there is one thing that I hate more than bugs, it's heights. I blame All Might for that time. Never mind, it's not important. With that, Pops took one more deep breath, before turning around and leaving the room with a small thud of the door. As soon as he left, my uncle and I gave each other a look, before we both broke off completely into laughter. It's good to hear you laugh again, Izuku. You too, Uncle, which by the way, there has been something I've been meaning to ask you. Yeah, what's up? I know that I have to come up with a new name, and my parents and I came up with Mikumo. It's as far away from Izuku that I could, and I found an old journal of Mom's that had that as a possible name for me. I think that is a great name, Izuku. Thanks, but I also thought about a possible hero name, and I wanted to make sure that you were fine with me using Icarus as my hero name. You want your hero name to be Icarus? Of course you can refuse. And I will think of something else. However, I really liked your explanation of why you were going to call your son that, and I thought of it and I also wanted to honor you and I felt a connection to the character in that story, so I dash. However, in my mini tirade, David quickly got up and embraced me in the tightest and deepest hug that he had ever given me. I thought I heard small sob before he said, of course Izuku. Please, let that name become one of a hero. It would mean so much to me if you took the name of my son to help those that need your help, Mikumo Yamadazawa. He hugged me again tighter, before I started to cry as well. Well, there you go, Mikumo. You have the new you as well as your new family whole again. I slowly got back up, making sure I took a defensive position in case Dad decided not to give me a moment's break. Don't you think that you're letting this go too far? I don't think so. It's not like he is purposefully hurting me to become a weapon against All Might to become the next number one. He knows when to stop, I think. Where did that come from, Mikumo? I am actually not entirely sure. Refocusing on the foe in front of me, with Dad going full out with his quirk and attacks. I need to make sure that I can dash. As soon as I was starting to concentrate, an end of his scarf came shooting from my head. Veering right, I was able to dodge it in time. However, no reprieve was allowed as I had to keep my movement to avoid a new onslaught of his scarf. How does he move around like he is water itself? That's what happens when you have to fight Quirkless Kid. My quirk only evens the playing field, but if I don't know how to react or use my capture weapon in creative ways, I wouldn't make it as pro. And while my quirk may not fully work on you since you have a mutation quirk, my scarf is useful to test your reflexes though. Crap, can he read mind? Yes, I can, Mikubot, and don't swear. Later on, we found out he had an earpiece given to him by my uncle that lets him tap into our rare frequency and played a prank on me. Through our sparring, we are able to train both my agility and simple hand-to-hand combat, and while he did hold back, he would make sure to give me as much of an opportunity to learn and to give advice. You need to be able to use both punches and palm strikes. One gives you more power, and the other gives you more area of force. Palm strike also let you have more control and accuracy since it's a bigger area, but it's easier to block. You need to learn to manipulate the situation into one that you can control. Okay, I will make sure to keep that in mind. However, while replying, he used the moment of lost focus to use his scarf on my ankle and trip me over. Dad, 10 Mikumo, 0. Shut up, please. The remaining few days started to blur together with training and getting used to my new life. I said goodbye to my uncle 2 days after my upgrade was finalized. Remember Izuku, sorry, Miku, that you need to install every upgrade I send for your system and your computer. It will do minor improvements and keep your hardware safe. I will, uncle, and thanks again for everything. A few days later, me and Pops went to the nearby mall to get a new wardrobe for me. Losing most of it in the fire really put me with so much clothes, and it didn't help that the recent upgrades actually gave me a small growth spurt, so I also needed new pants. While we were shopping around, I found a few shirts that had the name of another apparel on them, which both Pops and I found hilarious, so I grabbed a few. Dad hated them. Pops also got me my own leather jacket, which made me cry for the umpteenth time in a week. We also just hung out as a family, going out together, and even visiting a nearby beach, but that was cancelled due to the state it was in. The days of us together all culminated into the last Sunday night before I returned to schools as Mikumo Yamadazawa. We were all eating dinner when Pops asked for some clarification on the information. Remind me, Shota, what exactly did we tell the school? Well, if you'd recall, we sent the school a letter through the police to keep our identities away from Mikumo's birth name, telling the school that he was being pulled and moved to Europe. Why Europe? Because that's where I plan to move when I retire. Then, as us, I sent a letter and got him enrolled as Mikumo Yamada-Izawa into the grade's only open seat, left by a boy that had just lost his family and replaced by one that just moved into Mizudafu. Okay, I just wanted to make sure that I had that all set in my mind. How about you, Izumikumo, ready to head back? What was that, Pops? Everything all right? Shota asked. Yes, sorry, I was just slightly distracted. What was the question again? Are you ready for school again tomorrow? Oh yeah, I am. I am a bit nervous. Okay, maybe a more than a bit. It's all right, kiddo. We know that you can't always be at your 100%, and we don't expect you to be. We just want to make sure that you're happy and okay with how things are going, okay? Why, yeah, I said as I tried to stifle small sobs due to his kind words. Thanks, Pops. And yeah, I think I'm ready to do this. 2066-1007. I am so ready to do this. Relax, Izuku. You'll be fine. You sound like my dad. Which one? Funny. Walking back to my old school as a whole different person was interesting to say the least. As Izuku, I was plain enough that I got little attention and was able to become a ghost in the crowd. This let me just keep to myself since people rarely tried to interact with me, except for that black-haired kid with the pointy teeth. He always tried. Now, I was the main attraction walking in and I hated it. I hated being front and center of everyone's perception. Especially since the issues I had with Bakugo before I moved. Being on that side of attention became nerve-wracking to me, and here I was on it. For at least some sake on my new image, I decided to smile at people as I walked through the halls and nodding hello. From entering the school, I walked towards the teacher's lounge like I was instructed to. Luckily, I remembered the path there, and knew I had to look for my new homeroom teacher. Walking into the room, I was greeted by a familiar friendly voice, one that when I originally met, did not expect to hear. Hello there, lad. I was hoping that you would come early, and so you did. I approached my teacher's desk in the room, the one belonging to Mr. Oscar Aguro. When you think of a school teacher, outside of a hero school like UE, you would think of a lean, average height person, with nothing that's significant of their appearance that would strike up a conversation, even when quirks are involved. Mr. Aguro was the last person on Earth that you would expect to be a teacher. He was a tall, broad-shouldered and heavily muscled being, like someone you could find on the cover of Heroes Weekly, rather than in a school dealing with pre-hormonal kids. There was also a scar that covered part of his face, but everyone in class was too scared to ask where it came from. Other than that, he had short black hair that was usually slicked to the side. He also had a very kind face with little stubble that contradicted the rest of his appearance. Bowing to my teacher, I started, "Hello, Mr. Aguro. It's a pleasure to meet you. My name is Kof Mikumo Yamadazawa. I am the new student starting your class today. Please teach and take care of me." Aguro patted me on my back after my little introduction. God, does he lift buses with all that force he has? And started to laugh. "Yamada Aizawa, it is my pleasure to have you in this class, and I will gladly teach you everything I can. So please, let me escort you to your homeroom class. I do need to ask that you wait in the hall while I properly introduce you." "Oh, all right, that is understandable, Aguro-sensei. I also need to inform the class on their past classmate." Past classmate? Yes, you see, we recently lost a student due to him being involved in a building fire. While he made it out alive, it seems that he was adopted and moved to a new region or country, I can't really recall. So, I just need to inform them of the switch that allowed you to take his seat." I see. So, they have some idea of my fate. Which is why your parents were adamant on the new identity. These things can spread like forest fire. Never mind. He was a good student, even though he was quiet and kept to himself. However, I could tell there was a fire in those eyes, which is poor phrasing to his fate. He admitted with a chuckle. I kept my head low, keeping my face hidden to the blush that was forming. Luckily, my new tanner skin helped hide it somewhat, especially since my old fairer skin would be lit like a lighthouse. Walking towards that room, I decided this may be a good opportunity to try out my new ability on Mr. Aguro. Having tried it on Uncle David had some favorable results, but that was with information that I had already known. So, starting on someone that I have only some interaction with and no real background knowledge would be a great starting point. The new ability, called Scan, allowed me to get basic information from any individual, creating almost an analysis like Quirk. Dad thought that this new ability would be invaluable on the field since it held the possibility of information that may be hard to obtain in the heat of the moment normally. Activating the ability, I waited a few seconds before a small ping went off in my head, and I got a wave of information on my glasses screen. Analysis complete. Name, Oscar Aguro. Age 28. Quirk, _uncone cause, small traces indicating issues with quirk activation. Height, 185 centimeters. Blood type, AB. Condition, conscious, no major issues. Wow, that worked great. Now you can get an idea of who anyone is and what their current status is. Well, it's basic information at least. The condition definitely helps, so it can help me find weak points. That error on his quirk though, small traces indicating issues with quirk activation, does that mean he has one and can't access it, or is he quirkless? However, I was apparently muttering everything as well as thinking to Izuku, who kept its name in the changes. Since then Mr. Aguro asked, "Everything all right, lad? You're muttering up a storm over there." I made a small yelp as I rubbed my head and apologized. "Yes, sorry sensei. I'm just a bit nervous and was trying to calm myself down. Being the new kid to the school and area is a little daunting. Would you look at that? You can somewhat lie. I'm impressed." Luckily Mr. Aguro laughed before replying, "I understand, lad, it must be hard with everything that you may be going through right now. Well, the good this that we are here, so if you don't mind waiting here for a second, I'll call you inside when we're ready. Ending up in front of the door to my homeroom class, I waited as Mr. Aguro stepped inside. Thanks to my amped-up hearing, however, I was able to hear what was going on inside, before hearing my name called out to come in a few moments later. Good morning, class. Good morning, sensei. Kirishima Iger, a dark-haired boy that had shark-like pointy teeth due to his quirk and DNA makeup, answered with his class in a lower tone than the rest. He was looking sulkily at an empty seat next to his, something that his friend, Ashido Mina, whom was pink-skinned with small horns, noticed right away. Still sad that Midoriya got transferred out to Kiri? Yeah, I was hoping to be his friend, Ashi. He seemed so nice, and I get that he was in a fire and he moved away with a new family. I just wish that I got to know him more first. It's okay, Kiri, maybe you'll meet him again one day. He did say he wanted to be a hero. Ashido started to speak a little louder to try to cheer her friend up. Kirishima laughed and smiled back with a reply. You're right, Ashi, I will meet him again one day, and then, I will make sure to be his friend. The two turned back to Mr. Aguro, who was finishing up his morning announcements, which included information on clubs as well as information on an upcoming trip to a hero agency in the area. Finally, we have a new member of class joining us today. He is taking over Midoriya's spot in the class since he has moved with his new family to a new area. Your new classmate is new to Mizudafu, so please be kind and help him out if he has questions. The door opened as Mr. Aguro signaled the new student to come in, and if there was anybody alive more interesting on first glance to Kirishima than Crimson Riot, here he was. The boy that had just walked in and was now standing in front of the class was something of a shock, especially if compared to the boy he was taking the place of. He had slightly long black hair that was currently tied up in a small bun that revealed an undercut. One also noticed that he had a few areas of blonde hair mixed into the onyx sea of hair. His skin was tanner than most, even Kirishima, who was the current class darkest in skin color, Ashido withholding being pink. The tan skin was a canvas to dark freckles that spotted his cheeks and arms like small constellations. One thing that Kirishima did notice, due to him waving his right hand, were scar marks around the base of the back of his hand. Maybe he was also in an accident, Kirishima surmised. What really caught Kirishima's attention was the different colors of his iris. One had a calm, almost sun-like green-yellow, while the other was a darker, more fiery mix of red and orange. I didn't know that could happen. He was brought back down to earth when his sensei began to speak again. Class, please welcome Yamada Aizawa Mikomo. Hello, Yamada Aizawa. The class responded to their teacher and to the new student. With that, Yamada Aizawa bowed to those in his new class, flashing them a timid, but big smile, before replying, Hello everyone, I hope that we can all get along and become friends. Kirishima didn't know what overtook him in that moment, but he suddenly found himself yelling, I'm going to make him my friend, Ashido. Kirishima, what have I said about loud outbursts? Mr. Aguro asked his student. Sorry, sensei, the dark-haired student replied, with a heavy blush on his face forming, and his best friend dying of laughter next to him. Oh, shut up, Ashido. I'm going to make him my friend, Ashido. Kirishima, what have I said about loud outbursts? Well, that is an interesting was to start this, isn't it? He wants to be your friend. Why are you like this? As I was saying before that loud declaration from Mr. Kirishima, Yamada Aizawa will be the new member of class joining us today going forward. Do you mind telling us a bit about yourself, like your quirk perhaps? Oh, alright. Good luck with that. Well, I have two quirks AC actually. One is an analysis quirk, the other is a small enhancement quirk. The class OOED, at the prospect of a person with two distinct quirks. Kirishima promptly raised his hand in the air before asking, Did you get those quirks from each of your parents? Oh, I wouldn't know, you see, I'm adopted. I'm not lying. A small awkward silence blossomed in the room as I tried to chuckle it off, but failing miserably to make it more comfortable for everyone. Well, thank you for that bit of information, Yamada Aizawa, Oh, if you want, and this goes for everyone, please just refer to me by Yamada. I don't mind at all, and I understand that Yamada Aizawa would be too long. That is very kind of you, Yamada, if that really is alright. As for your seat, you'll be situated next to Kirishima Idru and Ashido Mina. Over here, Yamada. Kirishima, what did I just say? Sorry, sensei. The rest of my first class back went without any issues, though I could swear that I kept others trying to steal glances my way, seeing if they could get a better idea of the new kid. This culminated by getting somewhat cornered during the lunch PRD. Mainly by Kirishima and Ashido, with a few others flanking them too. Hey, Yamada, Kirishima said for the group, do you mind showing us more about your quirk? How do you want me to do that? It's an analysis quirk, so I would need to scan someone. Oh, you can scan me. So nice, but also so loud. It's kinda endearing though, his excitement. Yes, still loud. Oh, sure, if that is okay with you. He quickly nodded his head, and with that, I started the scan of him. Ping. Analysis complete. Name, Idru Kirishima. Quirk, hardening. Description, unknown. Tips, get basic information to unlock tips. Height, 133 centimeters. Blood type. Condition, conscious, no major injuries. So it says that your name is Idru Kirishima, you are 8 years old, your quirk is called hardening, and you have O-type blood. Everyone around me turned back to the sharp-toothed boy. He had a shocked expression on his face before smiling widely and saying, he's right. Oh, do me next, Yamada. Ashido exclaimed next to her friend. Oh, alright. Ping. Analysis complete. Mina Ashido. Quirk. Description, unknown. Tips, get basic information to unlock tips. Height, 125 centimeters. Blood type, AB. Condition, conscious, no major injuries. So, Mina Ashido, age 8, your quirk is acid, and you have type AB. Wow, that's amazing. With that, a few other kids asked me to scan them, getting all their information from my quirk. However, I get getting an unknown for the description and locked tips. At least it wasn't the error I got from Mr. Aguro. Any ideas why the description is blank? Shouldn't I be able to see what their quirk does too? Maybe it's the limitation of your analysis function? Can't have you turn completely omnipotent, right? The group that had gathered had started to break off, but Kirishima, your new fan, why do you do this? And Ashido had stuck behind with me with a few others. They began to talk about something that had happened during my missing week, though to them I had never attended this school before. Apparently, one of the teachers was accused of vigilantism, but they weren't sure who or why. It's really weird because there's no teacher here that I can see doing that. A kid was able to change his hands into hammers, and was currently mindlessly hammering away at the table, was telling us. Well, maybe Mr. Aguro, one of the girls with brilliant purple hair and deep gray eyes from my class was saying, but even then, he's like a puppy. Unless he's scolding Kirishima. Hey, he doesn't scold me that much. Face it, Kiri, you're a magnet to his anger. With that comment from Ashido, the rest of the group found itself bursting out in laughter. I couldn't help and chuckle at the assertion either. While I didn't know him too well as Izuku either, I could always hear him yelling during lunch breaks, so I had some minor experience. Hey Kirishima, I finally decided to talk among the others. I was wondering, what does your quirk really do? I only got the name, but I didn't get any description. Oh well, basically I can harden any part of my body so things don't hurt me so much. It's how I got this scar above my eye. I was rubbing my eyes the night it activated and I cut myself, he explained as he pointed towards an old scar that still showed on his rather tan skin that looked like it went from the top to bottom of his right eye. It's not really that powerful, and I don't think it can really useful for hero work if I was being honest, he ended in a deep sigh. Ping! I heard the prompt again before Kirishima's screen came back with an update. Name, Idru Kirishima. Quirk, hardening. Description, new. Transformation type, allows the user to harden any part of their skin to almost rock-like quality. Tips, due to its ability, attacking head-on may be difficult, since if conditioned properly, can be made impenetrable by almost anything. Offensive attacks from the hardening user may also be more dangerous once their quirk is activated since speed isn't overly affected. Whoa, that is amazing! I just got a major update on his quirk. Wow, so it is a useful feature, who knew? Kirishima, I think that you have an amazing quirk that would be great for heroics. Really? He asked in a stunned voice. What makes you say that? Well, if you train it, I'm guessing with the help of my quirk, that you can become strong against anything you want. Even explosions or bullets. Plus, look at what it did to your eye. Imagine what punching someone with that would be like. As I finished my little tangent on his quirk, looking back at Kirishima, I noticed that he was looking at me with watery eyes. Then, he flashed me one of the brightest smiles I had ever seen before saying, "Thank you, Yamada, really. I appreciate it. And I think you have an amazing quirk too." Smiling back in almost equal measure, I replied, "Thanks, Kirishima. I haven't felt this good since before I was called the D word. Yeah, I don't think we've been this high on cloud 9 since. By the way, do you feel?" "Yes, but let's not focus on it now." As Izuku, now Mikumo Yamada, continued to talk among his new old classmates, he failed to notice, at least to the view of his watcher, that he was being looked on by a kid from a different class. While he was with his own group, he glared at the new kid, not sure where a sudden feeling of distrust had come from. He abated, however, and the feeling that had formed in his gut as well. Normally, he would try to make friends with most, especially when seeing the type of quirk they had, since he loved the variety that they, and the heroes that wield them, can come. However, for Yurashi Inasa, to have a sudden feeling of distrust in someone meant that they were lying to him or hiding something outright. It didn't help that it was coming from a kid he could swear he had never met or seen at this school before. He had no idea where its origin was from, but he would make sure to find out. In best present mic impersonation, hello listeners. But again. Okay, so first things first, I'm sorry about the major lack of updates. It has been over 2 months at this point, and honestly, I am sorry. To be completely honest, I lost a lot of my motivation to go on with the story for a bit in mid-June, but since then, I have gotten back into it in a big way. Now, instead of just rereading my own story and getting re-caught up, I decided to rewrite the entire story. In the process, the story got renamed to Izuku.exe has stopped working. This is mainly due to a decision between my pseudo-beta and I that calling him Deku for his hero name doesn't work with how the story is going, and since we decide to drop the bully Monoma part until we get to UA. Now, with the rewrite, I have literally rewritten the entire story almost word for word, but it's still the same story. There have been some changes that I do want to note, but that in a second. Going forward, I will try my best to stay at least at on update once every other week. My main issue really right now is getting to UA and writing it out in a way that I like. I have a lot, and I mean a lot of ideas for small changes and additions to the main story, which I will follow a lot of. It's just making sure I have everything else set before I get there. I have a decent chunk of the next chapter finished, and will probably upload by this Wednesday, 7/31, so bear with me a tad longer on the new chapter. I just wanted this update out of the way early in case anyone wanted to reread my story. Again, the majority of the story has remained the same. Inko Midoriya still dies in a fire presumably caused by Hisashi Midoriya. Izuku, who has a cyborg cybernetics quirk from birth, and has been split from his friend Bakugo for 3 years now, goes to try to save his mother but doesn't make it in time. He is still adopted by Aizawa, who is married to Yamada, a present Mike. They're still best friends with Midnight and Ingenium, and the I-Island scientist and former support hero to All Might, David Shield, is still one of Izuku's uncles that helps with his upgrades. The real major change is to Izuku's disguised name, which is now Mikumo, like the beta Izuku. However, his full name will be Mikumo Yamada Izawa, or Yamada for short when being talked to classmates and others, but Mikumo or Miku by family and close friends. Icarus is most likely going to become his hero name, and by most likely, I mean it's his hero name. Izuku's analysis function also got an added tips section. Again, going forward, I do promise to stay more up to date on all issues and possible major delays. I still love this story and I have so many ideas for later segments, including the Izuku Katsuki reunion with explosions and death threats. I also plan to not keep Izuku as an only child to those two. But again, more on that later. And no, I don't mean Eri. Again, I apologize for my lack of updates, and I hope to do better in the future. I promise to kick his butt if he falls behind again. Yurashi Inesa was always a loud and boisterous kid. He could easily beam a 100-gigawatt smile that will light up any room. And if there was one thing that he loved more than anything else in the world, it was heroes. The way that they would selflessly help those in need no matter the personal cost, or how it felt that they were around whenever they were needed. The society in Japan that he lived in had almost the perfect possible concoction of heroes that let him fall in love with them. The main aspect that he always loved the most, however, was the passion that drove their actions. The way they found to beat the odds against any villain, and make sure that they could keep as many innocents safe that they could. The passion for saving the day is what drove his love, and his own goal, to become a hero, like all the heroes he knew. Well, almost all heroes. In the previous year, Inesa had a run-in with the flame hero, Endeavor, and his reaction to being asked for a simple autograph made him arrive to a single conclusion. Not all heroes do it for the right reasons. Some lie and act heroic, when in reality, they're cold. He hated the coldness that Endeavor exuded, especially since he only requested an autograph from someone he held so highly at the time. He thought he exuded the passion that captivated him to other heroes, but it must be a passion for something else, because it wasn't for the same reasons like All Might, Crimson Riot, heck even newer heroes like Present Mic and Ingenium had for their work. Since that encounter, he had made sure to keep a safeguard and listen to his gut when others may be lying about who they really are. He didn't want to be lied to again, so he made sure to keep his instincts in mind whenever he had talked to anyone new, because as he learned, they could be lying about who they really were at their core. That's why he felt so off-put by the kid that he had never seen before today, that was near a group of kids in the other class of his year. He knew that they had just lost a student due to a fire or something, and this must be the new kid taking his spot. However, the moment he had laid eyes on him, he knew something was off about him. Something exuded a sense of lies, but not coldness that he worked hard to make sure he avoided at all costs. He couldn't place his finger exactly on what, but something was completely wrong about the kid that was sitting and occasionally smiling with the group that sat across the lunchroom. He tried his best to ignore it, but every time he would look over from his own group, which was currently discussing the most recent Present Mic radio broadcast that he had already listened to twice, he felt the same pang of unease at the boy. That is when he made a declaration to himself. I will find out what he is doing and what he is hiding. I hope it's nothing bad, but I thought I heard him talking about being a hero. So, if he really is alright, I'll make sure to be his friend and find this source of unease. Well, at least the first day wasn't overly bad, right? Definitely could have been a lot worse, but it does seem like I slipped right into this new life, huh? As I was walking outside, Kirishima and Ashido heading off another direction for their homes, I started on my own path before I heard a voice call out. Hey, Mikumo Wadash. Before it was cut off by a small crash and groaning. Looking up and around, I tried to find the new source of the noise. Seeing a body suited in armor on the ground next to a small dividing wall that now held a crack from an impact, I surmised that had to be the source. As I approached and seeing the suit better, I realized that it's Uncle Ingenium. I called out as I approached him while he was trying to get himself back up. Nearby students were watching the spectacle. I noticed a boy a bit taller than me with shaved-down hair lingering nearby too, looking intense in fascination, but I chose to ignore him. Smart call on not calling him by his name, Mikumo. Well, he didn't call me by Izuku, so... As I helped him finally get to his feet, he started to dust himself off and groaned out, I really need to fix my stopping methods before I break my spine. With that, we gave each other a look before breaking into laughter, ignoring the looks of concern on other students nearby. So, how was your first day back at school, Mikumo? Not too bad, actually. I was able to slip back into this life pretty easily. I have felt like I'm being watched throughout the day, but I guess everyone was just curious about the new kid. We started to walk our way towards my home from school. I mentioned the feeling of being watched to him but trying to shake it off because any adult with an inkling of my current situation would be concerned. As we walked, Still having 15 minutes until we got home, we continued to talk about each other and our days. So, what brought you to this area, Uncle? Well, I had just finished up my patrols for the day and decided to come visit your dads. When I talked to them, they told me that you would be getting out of school soon and both were still stuck at their own agencies. So, I agreed to come, pick you up and make sure you are doing okay. Oh, well, thank you for that ingenium. Like I said, today went really well, but I do appreciate it. You know you can all meet Tensei, right, Mikumo? I wasn't sure, I said as I chuckled and scratched my head. I didn't know if it would be rude or not while you're in your costume. As we neared our destination, our conversation turned to one about asking what the other had been doing since we last really spoke. For one, I asked about his younger brother, Tenya, whom I got to meet last week when Pops and I visited them a bit on our way to the mall. Tenya is doing just fine, but he got injured due to his quirk 2 days ago. Everything is fine, but he just sprained his ankle. He questioned me about how I was getting along with my parents. They have been great. Though has Pops, or I should say Hisashi, always had a habit to scream with his quirk at the crack of dawn? Unfortunately he explained that it was his own way of waking himself up, but the first time he did that when he was living with Shota, he was tackled to the ground in red-hot fury. He then asked me something that I didn't expect him to, at least without his partner in crime being part of it. Forgive me, Mikumo, if it's too personal, but I was curious about your life before the incident. Like, where did you live, what was your mother like, that sort of thing. Again, if it's too personal and don't want to, I completely understand, I was just curious. While his question did take me back a bit, I understood where the curiosity came from. He wanted to know more about the kid that was suddenly adopted by 2 of his best friends and has now become a possible constant in his own life as well. To him and Namuri, I was still mainly a mystery. Well, I guess I should start from the beginning, or at least everything I remember. From there, I told him everything I could about my earlier childhood, about living in the other side of Mizurufu with my mom and about the Bakugos and how they were basically an extended family. I explained how I didn't think I had a quirk until I was 5, but after an incident with an old friend, I had to go to a quirk doctor where it seemed that I apparently had it my whole life. Wait, so you were born with your quirk? Well, it's what I believe. I never got to ask my mom about it, but one thing I've noticed is that I have near perfect memory, like I can relive any moment to what all might figure was closest to me in distance. I remember being born, almost like I was being started up. But her voice is there, so she had to know, at least I'll never know if she did. And how after learning of it, Mom got her old friend David Shield to help me out. Wait, your mom knew David Shield, as in the David Shield that was a support hero to All Might when he was in the US? Yeah. He's been helping me with upgrades and maintenance since I was about. You actually missed him by a few days when you came to our apartment looking for my parents. I laughed a bit at the distraught look that befall my new uncle as he started to speak. To know David Shield and dash. Uncle David. You Uncle David? Yeah, he started to hang around me and Mom so much that he started to feel like family, so, Uncle David. Wow. The explanation continued, going through moving to this part of Mizurufu and my current school as Izuku, up until the fire and my losing my apartment and finding Mom trapped in the fire and... That's enough, Izuku. Oh, I am sorry, was I rambling again? No, it's not that, it's we don't have to go through that horrible retelling for my sake. That aspect doesn't matter as much to me, because I know that you were adopted by your dads for a reason. I am glad they did because you seem like such a nice kid and I am happy they gave you another chance, and I can tell you all love each other already, even just knowing each other for so little time. You are part of their family, and I hope to stay as a sort of friend, or even uncle as you say, so we can leave it at that. I felt tears start to roll down my cheek again, but a smile took over my lips as I looked up at another person I felt lucky to have in my life. Inesa knew that it was extremely rude to follow somebody without them knowing. If he remembers correctly, it was called stalking, and it is generally frowned upon by polite society. However, he couldn't help himself to follow when one of his favorite pro-heroes, Ingenium, walks up to the new kid and starts to talk to him like they were old friends. His curiosity got the better of him, and he followed them, listening in to their conversation. What he had learned about the new kid was as follows. He had multiple uncles, including Ingenium, Lucky, and the former support for the symbol of peace. How? He was adopted not too long ago by 2 other pros, and what seemed like possibly 2 males. Inasa just found it amazing that 2 pros decided to adopt a random kid to help them out. Speaking of the pros, it seems that one had a very inconvenient one for mornings, and the kid had gone through some horrible ordeal that lost him his mother before being adopted. It was so bad that Ingenium didn't want to force him to relive it by retelling it. That was all right, but there was one detail that was sticking out to Inasa because of something Ingenium said. Wait, what's the boy's name, Mikumo or Izuku? 2066-11-19. It had been about 2 months since Hisashi and Shota had both welcomed Izuku, better now known as Mikumo, into their lives. In those 2 months, they had grown to love the boy and really see him as their son, even if they were still working out on some of the KNKS the new relationship brought on. For one, Shota had noise-canceling panels bought and built into their bedroom to avoid another one of the morning incidents. That, or jolt their son awake like that again and they would have to replace another set of electronics due to his EMP charge. The other was the caterpillar bag incident. Leave it to Shota to be the one to declare that the best way to nap was in a giant, yellow, sleeping bag that resembled a giant caterpillar from any direction. Though it may have caused their son a bit of a heart attack the first time, he eventually learned to ignore it when his dad was wearing it. Heck, after one Sunday morning patrol, and leaving their son with a cooked breakfast, the 2 pros came back to find him huddled in the said caterpillar bag with a spare one of his dad's scarves and a present mic plush that Nemuri bought him a week ago. Let's just say that both fathers had found their new phone wallpapers for life. However, on one of their off days that just so happened to land with Izuku going to school that Tuesday morning, that they received a phone call from a certain detective that had kept communications open to them recently. Hello, Hisashi speaking. Hello Present Mike, it is Junior Detective Naomasa Tsukachi. I was wondering if I could drop by soon. I have an update concerning the case involving your son. Oh, I see. That should be fine. Shota and I are both at our apartment. Let me give you the address. After hanging up, Shota looks at his husband and asks, Who was that this time? Naomasa, it looks like something finally came up with Mikumo's case. You call him Mikumo when he's not here? I'll forget otherwise. A bit after noon, Naomasa had made his way into the Yamada Aizawa household, in his trademark beige trench coat and suit. He had politely removed his hat and taken the tea offered by the louder pro hero as they took chairs around the coffee table in the living room. After taking a quick sip of the beverage in hand and placing it down, he began to speak. I won't beat about the bush with you two since you are both pros and have an idea of how these things can go. We have been able to convict Hisashi Midoriya on the charges of murder and arson. His quirk ties him instantly to the scene. His past connections to Inko made it more plausible. What really helped was that neighbors and friends of the now-deceased mother, especially through a very informative interview with a Mitsuki Bakugo, we were able to confirm that Hisashi had no prior contact with Inko and Izuku. He goes by Mikumo Yamada Aizawa now. Just in case you haven't been informed, Hisashi quickly interrupted the detective. I had not, thank you for informing me. To continue, he had no prior interaction with the mother once the child was born. So, him being caught on tape, both going into the building and out of it, a few mere moments after excuse me, Mikumo stepped in, was what really brought him down. Both parents sighed in relief. Okay, so he's in custody and is going to prison. Shota started in an interesting break of his normal calm demeanor. However, I have the weirdest feeling that isn't all that you're here to tell us, otherwise you would have told that to me or Hisashi over the phone. You are unfortunately correct, Eraserhead. The one thing that we couldn't get out of Midoriya was a motive for his actions. While Mikumo did report him talking at the scene, he hasn't spoken since he was taken into custody. On top of that, there was no real struggle in bringing him in. Almost as if he was left on idle by somebody else. We have tried everything, even using a quirk nullification device on him to see if it would break any hold and healing and possible toxins removal, but nothing has made him talk. We were worried that the lack of response would cause issues, but the magnitude of the other evidence was too great. We then hoped that the conviction would lead to him finally speaking, but no luck. He is under constant surveillance just in case he has other methods to communicate, but nothing so far. So, what does that mean for Mikumo? Aizawa asked the detective. For now, and possibly permanently, he will have to continue living as Mikumo. There is no connection to Izuku and either of you in public records outside of Aizawa's involvement in his rescue. Outside of that, you two are complete strangers to him, and there is no reason that someone should come after your son. Police involvement in his life should end about here, but we will keep both of you updated on any changes. Both parents looked at each other, a mixture of relief and caution on their faces, knowing that they weren't completely out of the woods yet, but they had some peace going forward. Was there anything else that you needed to tell us or that you feel we should know? Shota asked the man. Yes, 2 more matters actually. For one, we were able to confirm that Hisashi Midoriya is not actually related to Mikumo. What? Both parents exclaimed. After the initial shock on both parents, especially Hisashi, who seemed like he was about to scream so loud pro-heroes in America could hear it, they asked the detective to clarify. What do you mean that Hisashi Midoriya isn't Mikumo's birth father? Aizawa asked, is Mikumo actually Izuku or what is going on? He is actually Izuku Midoriya. His DNA matches that of what was on file from his time of birth. However, when compared to Hisashi Midoriya, there are no genetic markers that show him being the man's son. That means that no matter what, no one but you two have a claim on Mikumo's parental authority. What about Inko? Hisashi then asked. Was she really Izuku's mother? She was married to the man after all. That we can confirm, there are genetic markers present that lead us safely to conclude that Inko Midoriya was Izuku Midoriya's biological mother. What we can't figure out is who the other markers in his DNA would belong to. It doesn't help that, in his appearance from birth, he took on a lot of his mother's features, making it harder to find anyone remotely close to a possible match. We tried to match any DNA we had access to of men that were in the hospital at his birth, but nothing. Both parents gave each other a calculating look before Aizawa started anew. So, we have a son that has no recorded birth father but was truly the son of the women known as Inko Midoriya. Okay, I guess we can live with that for now, right? Right. It's not like we are looking at giving Mikumo away to whoever his birth father is, right? He's our son, our Mikumo, and that isn't changing. They each nodded in their resolution to keep Mikumo as their son, one that they have grown so attached to in such a short time, but he's theirs now, and nothing will change that. Well, it's good to see that nothing will change either of your minds on the adoption. By what I have heard of both of you, he's a lucky kid, and you're lucky that you got to him on time and saved him, in more ways than one. The detective added to end that particular discussion. Before I leave, there is still the second matter I wanted to discuss with you too. The two pros gave their full attention back to the detective with those words. While doing a physical examination on Hisashi, we found an interesting marker on a piece of his body, and we were wondering if either of you had either experienced it or noticed it on your own patrols. And fights. The couple instantly tensed up. Similarities between incidents never favored in the side of heroes, because it always meant that there was looming trouble that they could never fully see until it was at its climax. Have either of you heard about a villain named All for One? 2067-0315. Some months had passed since I had taken up my new life as Mikumo Yamadazawa. Living with my new dads has been an interesting experience. Don't get me wrong, I love them already, and I am eternally grateful that they wanted me, but there have been some moments that we had to get through to get used to each other. For instance, Dad has a habit of crawling into this giant yellow sleeping bag that Namuri gave him back in their second year. He uses it to cuddle up in after a long day, especially if he had a long night shift. The first time I had ever seen him in it, though, was after midnight when I went to the living room on my way for a drink of water. When I passed by the main room, I saw what I assumed was a giant yellow bug. Let's just say I gave Pops a run for his money on volume that night. Speaking of Pops, I learned two main things about him in my first few weeks. The first is that on his off days, he has a habit of almost being like a roster in the morning, yelling in glee as he stretches awake to the light of a new day. How Dad can handle it being right next to him, I have no idea. The other is that he has entomophobia, or a fear of bugs. He hates them with such a passion that once, a caterpillar had gotten into the apartment. I think he hitched a ride on our backpack thinking it was some sort of pollen due to the bright yellow color. Anyways, when I was working on homework and having Dad look over it in the kitchen, we just heard this high-pitched, quirk-activated scream from the living, like if someone was trying to murder Pops. It actually caused us to have issues with our audio input system. Basically, my ears didn't work correctly for a few hours. I still believe there is lasting damage. Outside of all of that though, I have been getting along well with my new parents. Even if I have this odd feeling still clinging over me about the entire thing. Keep it up and I'll push the self-destruct button. She would be happy that you found new people to love you. Right. School has also been something that was a nice change. I am getting along really well with both Kirishima and Ishido especially, now that I have actually tried to know them as people. I do regret taking this long to get to and missing my chances as Izuku, but my disappearance may only have caused sadness, so I am happy I delayed it somewhat. In the time that we have known each other, we became fast friends, acting almost if we had known each other our whole lives in the span of a few months. Hey Yamada? Oh hey Ishido. What's up? Why are you always mumbling to yourself when you work on homework? What do you mean? Oh. Kirishima interjected. Do you mean those times where it sounds like he's talking but going like a million miles a minute? Yeah. Why do you do that, Yama? Oh, I am really sorry. I didn't know that I was doing that. It must be really annoying. I can only imagine what me rattling on must sound like. I just get really anxious that I kinda start to just spout what the first thing on my mind is, and honestly it's like a waterfall. It just doesn't stop, so I have found out that I sometimes just need someone to tokomian stop before I dash. Yama. The two kids said in quick unison, breaking their friend out of the spell he had just put himself in. Oh sorry. Did I do it again? You did, but honestly, Kirishima started, it actually sounds pretty cool when you mutter like that. What? Yeah. Ishido quickly interjected. You sound really smart, which you have shown you are. I wish I had that type of brain speed. Oh. We would mainly talk about heroes, since we all admired different ones and all talked about wanting to be heroes when we grew up. Though, one thing that I noticed is that Kirishima would always look a little sad when we talked about it. He would always mention wanting to be one, but every time he almost paused at mention, like if he was hesitating. I wanted to bring it up, but never found the best way to. Back to my parents, quirk and combat training with Dad is still going. He is still making me flesh out the basics before my quirk gets more heavily involved again, to spare all living animals and trees for a bit. Updates have been coming in occasionally, usually just improvements to minor systems or just to make sure that everything was smooth sailing. Once when I was in a video call with him, he had to step away, so Melissa, his only child, came onto the call. Hey Kumo. Oh hey Melissa. Is everything alright? Yeah, Dad just had to step out, but guess what? What? I got to meet All Might last week. You met All Might? Yeah. He came to talk to Dad about something, I think an injury that he got in a recent fight, but I didn't want to pry. He was so cool though, and he's like a building in person. Kumo. You got to meet All Might? Dad, I think I broke him. I was fine. Just fine. Not jealous at all. None. Anyways, some of the updates included a new way to use my power source. According to Uncle's explanation, I have a very strong and reliable power source for my quirk and system. He always equated it to the equivalent of 5 neutron bombs strapped together in a confined space that would make every developed nation in the world quiver in fear, quirks or no quirks. I never really knew what he meant by that, but I think that I have a decent understanding that my quirked-up system has enough energy to keep me going for a while. With his update, we are trying to make a sort of directed attack. I learned that I have a defense system that creates a sort of green electric charge knockback. I think I may have accidentally used it once, but it's part of a corrupted memory from before. We're using this EMP blast and trying to redirect it to a more specific target. So far, instead of hitting my intended target, I have hit 4 trees and a duck. I cried thinking that I killed it, but luckily it lived. Pops got the entire incident on his phone. Having Mr. Aguro back in my life for the rest of the school year was nice as well. We have a new teacher this year, but I still talk to him around the hallways occasionally. He apparently used to be a hero hopeful, but something caused him to abandon it and go into teaching. I wonder if has to do with the error I keep seeing when I scan him. Even with that though, he is this weird force for good, but one that almost knows that there is some evil stuck to the underbelly of it. Like he has seen things others would not and gives advice that I know not everyone, only underground heroes. Yeah, we're calling our dad out. And vigilantes may spout. While it is great that everyone here wants to be heroes, he said at the end of the winter semester and the topic of careers was brought up, you lot need to remember that there are a number of untold dangers in that profession. It may be an honorable one and it's commendable that you all want to pursue it. Keep in mind that it's not for everyone. Not just because of inability, but lack of proper motivation is what keeps people from succeeding at the profession. All in all, I can't really complain about how things have progressed. Yeah, I still miss my mom here and there, but I know that deep down she would want me to be happy and safe, which with my new family I am. 20670702. Well, that was a lie. 20670702, Aizawa's view. Aizawa knew he had this date written down on his calendar as check on Mikumo's health, mental and physical, for a reason. However, he had completely forgotten that the thought of it being his mother's birthday today. To be fair to Shota and Hizashi, they had both been as vigilant as they could about their son's possible breakdowns and panic attacks. They knew from the get-go, since they had Mikumo see a therapist for a little bit after the initial incident with his mom. He still sees her occasionally, but it's not as required as it was at first. He had only one main trigger that could elicit an attack, which for Shota was surprising, since only a few years in hero work had given himself and Hizashi some of their own. The main one that they know they have to be aware of is fire, more accurately big open flames. Smaller flames and fire tend to only make him somewhat nervous anxious, but never to a point of him shutting down. Big flames and new reports about building fires, however, do elicit a bigger response, usually in the form of him going quiet, crying, passing out, or a combination of the three. However, it seems that they had found a new instigator, the idea of his mom's birthday without her. The morning was pretty off from the get-go. Hizashi and himself woke up with a slight surprise at the lack of noise. Mikumo having an actual self-internal clock, he is able to wake up pretty easily and can usually sleep enough to where he is energized for most of the day. So, it's pretty common for either parent to wake up to Mikumo working on something, either a project that is due later on, or on possible upgrades with David through a video call. That's why that morning's lack of noise brought both parents to share a slightly worried glance to one another. He's usually up blasting one of the hero podcasts or his music playlist. You think everything is alright, Sho? The blonde said, trying to stifle a yawn as he stretched. Maybe he has headphones on. I'm going to go check on him and get breakfast started. As he walked to his son's bedroom, he decided to set a pot of tea ready, since Hizashi much preferred that drink over his own strong caffeinated coffee. After setting some water boiling for both drinks, he headed over quickly to his son's room. Knocking lightly on the door and calling for Mikumo by name, he waited a moment for a response. When one didn't come, however, he opened the door, slightly, to see if his son was awake or possibly sleeping in for once, even if it was a school morning. However, the sight he found was an odd one for him to say the least. No light source was turned on, not even his computer, which he felt Mikumo would leave on for a solid month straight if he could. His blackout curtains were closed, something he only did on days off to sleep in, but never on a school day. Papers scattered the floor, in contrast to his usually spotless room, and some of the hero figures, none depicting himself, Hizashi, or his extended family, included, were thrown about the floor as well. The most worrying sight, though, was the huddled form under a blanket that he could just make out to be Mikumo wrapped up by the light pouring inside the room. "Mko, is everything all right?" he spoke softly as he entered the room. Getting closer to his son's form, he realized that he could hear soft sobs escaping from under the sheets. As he approached the bed, he tried to pet what he assumed to be his son's head, but after brief contact, he tried to shrink further into himself and whimpered more sobs out. "Hey kid, what's wrong? You know you can talk to me." He paused to listen, and swore he heard the mom's birthday in between the sobs that were fighting to get out, which they did once he got the words out. Realization dawned on Shota very quickly, wanting to kick himself for not realizing it sooner, but after giving Mikumo a quick reassuring half-hug, he went to work on a plan. Going back into the kitchen to turn down the heat on the waters, he quickly went for his cell and marked the number for his son's school. After a quick dial, he was soon talking to the head office, letting them know about their son's absence. As he finished his call, he walked back into his bedroom, starting to strip out of his night clothing into something fresh and comfortable for the day he was about to spend at his son's side. "Hey," Hisashi said as he walked out of the bathroom, already showered and still sliding dripping wet. One hand holding onto a blow-dryer as the other held onto his towel around his waist. "So, what's the little robo-kid up to?" Unfortunately, having what seems like a breakdown. Shota responded with some hint of sadness and self-hatred in his tone. The response made Hisashi stop and drop everything in his hands. "What? Is everything okay? I'm going to go see Dash." However, before he could walk out the door, Shota stopped him in his tracks, using his capture scarf which he luckily had nearby and was able to place on and activate quickly. "Hisashi, our son is having a crisis of remembering it's his mother's birthday. Seeing one of his dads naked but is not going to help him in that." With that comment, Hisashi took a quick glance down and noted that his rush had caused his towel to drop to the ground. His husband looked unabashed at him, mainly since they had seen each other enough that it wasn't so much a cause of awkwardness. If anything, the situation caused slight annoyance if Aizawa pinching the bridge of his nose was any indication. Hisashi chuckled nervously as his hand went for the pile of clean clothes he had left on the foot of the bed, ran back in the bathroom for a moment and changed into the base layer of his hero gear. As he walked out, his partner was finishing up an email to the teacher of his son. "Who are you emailing?" he asked. "His teacher," letting her know that he won't be in and asking if a kid can bring over notes for him. He would hate to miss and be behind when he's feeling better. Ask if it can be either that Kirishima kid or the Ishido girl, he keeps talking about them. Let her know she has our permission to share our information with them. Right, if there was anyone that Mikumo talked about more than pro heroes, both he has met and hasn't, are the two friends that he met once he re-entered that school. Luckily, they got added to the same class again this school year, because as much as he has heard, they have been inseparable. However, it seems like neither one of the three had been to another's home. Well, it had to happen eventually. He wondered if Mikumo had mentioned his parents at all, and if not, what would the reaction be? Kirishima's View 2060702. Good morning, class. The teacher, Miss Tanaka, started the morning. Even though it was one of the sunniest Fridays that they had seen in a while, Kirishima was having a quieter morning than normal. Ishido had told him and Yamada the day before that she wasn't going to be in class, which was fine. Both asking her, it turned out a family member had been part of a villain attack. They are okay, but her father wants them to visit her in recovery. Plus, this morning he had found out that pro-hero Crimson Riot will be doing a signing of his memorabilia in a nearby cafe. He knew that he had turned both of his friends, mainly Yamada who had a fascination for heroes like no other, into Riot fans like himself, so he was going to invite them both to the signing. However, even with knowing Ishido was gone, he was surprised to see an empty desk at his side in the form of a missing Mikumo. Up to this point, he had always beaten Izuku to class, so to see his friend not here made him worry a little. However, the next announcement popped the thought bubble about his current friend's whereabouts. Lastly, I was notified by the head office and by Yamada's father that he will be absent due to a personal emergency. He will be back next week, but he will have to miss today's classes. He asked if Kirishima can take extra notes and deliver them to their address after classes. Izuku was brought quickly back to earth with that, since it seemed that everyone was waiting for his response. "Oh, sorry, sensei. Yes, I can take it. However, I don't know where he dash." "That's all right. They gave me permission to pass along his address. I will also notify your parent about it." "Oh, one of them is picking me up after school, so she can take me." "Perfect. Now, on to today's lesson." Aizawa laid next to his son, who had finally decided to come out of his blanket shell for the day. The first few hours, he was quiet, which Shota attributed to him probably sleeping. When he woke up, he looked up at Aizawa and started to apologize. I'm sorry I was a burden. Why dash? Stop right there, Izu. Dad. You are anything but a burden. Today just happened to not be a good day because it's the first year for your mom's birthday without her here. It's completely understandable to expect something like this. If you didn't, well, I would be proud of you but also very surprised. No matter what, you are not a burden. We love and care for you, and we will do what we need to do to make sure you're happy, healthy, and safe, he finished off as he ruffled his son's hair a bit. Mikumo chuckled at his father's antics and rubbed out the dried tears under his eyes and on his cheeks. Stretching a bit, he looked around, trying to get an idea of the time of day. If you're wondering, his dad started again. It's a bit past midday. Your other father had to go to the radio station. He wanted to call off, but his guest is, Todoroki today, and he isn't a man you want to cancel on. Mainly because he's the number 2 hero and because he has a grudge longer than the Americas before the Panama Canal. Mikumo laughed again at the comment, before realizing, wait, it's almost the end of the semester. I need to get the notes for Dash. Already ahead of you, kid. We asked for one of your friends to drop it off, so hopefully we should see them arriving soon. After getting cleaned up and fed, Mikumo sat in the middle of the living room, looking through a book of his mom's photos. Aizawa looked at him with kind eyes, knowing that he is doing more reminder of who she was, rather than lamenting at the loss of her existence. Not much long later, Hisashi knocked on the door before letting himself in. Upon seeing his son out of his room, he quickly drops off the takeout he had picked up and wrapped his son in a tight bear hug. Peepops. You're suffocating me. Hey my robo-listener. I hope you're doing better. After letting his son go so he could breathe, he sat next to him on the sofa. So, kiddo, it seems like you're doing better. Yeah, I am. I'm sorry if I worried you and Dad Dash. Hey, I wouldn't be surprised if Shota already gave you the "we love you" spiel, but I need you to know that I will always worry about you because you're my son. I haven't even had you for an entire year, but if anything were to happen to you, I would go to the ends of the earth to make sure that you are back with me and Shota safe and sound. If you ever need anything, someone to talk to, someone to listen, or someone to just distract you with other things, I will be here for you. Mikumo tried to rub the tears away in his eyes as his dad hugged him on the side, before going on a tickle tirade. However, as Mikumo tried to make him stop mid-laugh, they heard the doorbell to their apartment ring for their attention to a guest. Aizawa walked out of the room, hero gear on as he was preparing for night shift that he picked up since 2 heroes had gotten injured in a fight. Oh, hey Hisashi, he said as he walked up to the sofa and planted a light kiss on his husband's cheek. Did you invite the 2 devils over? I did, but this is still too early for them to arrive. They were both just heading back to their agencies when I called. Shota walked to door to see who it was through the peephole. Looking out, he sees a young boy with black hair that is styled down and a slightly plump but nice-looking woman. She was of medium height with brown hair that was tied up in a bun. Her eyes were kind and a piercing blue color, as well a kind smile that was highlighted by her red lipstick. She had fair skin, which contrasted the boy she was with who had darker skin, not as dark and tanned as Mikumo's but still dark. Aizawa realized that the woman in question was actually the social worker from the Mizudafu General Hospital, who helped him and Hisashi get custody of Izuku. He quickly turned to his husband and whispered loud enough for him to hear, "It's the social worker from the hospital and another boy? Did you agree to adopt someone else?" "What? Why would I do that?" Hisashi asked, slightly offended. Shota quickly turned away to open the door and end his guest's polite waiting. As he opened and the woman took stock of him and present Mike, she gasped a little at the realization of who she was visiting. "Oh, how nice to see you both again. I didn't know that you were the ones I was visiting today. It's nice to meet you again, Mrs. Kirishima Sato. May I ask what brings us the pleasure of re-meeting?" "Oh, right, sorry, I apologize," she said with a small, light laugh. "This is my stepson, Kirishima Ijuru, and we're here to deliver notes and homework to a Mikumo Yamada Aizawa," she finished up with an obviously confused tone, especially when she knew who these 2 had adopted last fall, and if she recalled, his name was Izuku, not Mikumo. With the introduction, Kirishima made a small bow to the two, before straightening back out and flashing both adults with a bright, pointy-toothed smile and said, "Hell dash," but the greeting died in his mouth as he took in the two figures in front of him fully. Looking up at the two men in front of him, he could easily tell who they were: Present Mike, the voice hero and the host of Ijuru's favorite radio show, and Eraserhead, the erasure hero that his best friend Mikumo had introduced to him about. He stood awe-struck at the figures in front of him, before his smile grew bigger. "Mom!" He quickly cried and startled the three adults. "It's the pro heroes Present Mike and Eraserhead. Mikumo told me all about Eraserhead and we listened to Present Mike's shows on Yamada's phone during lunch. I don't know how, but he always has them ready on hand. I can't believe that I am meeting you too." His excitement was truly visible as he jumped up and down slightly and had both hands curled up into fists as they met in the middle of his chest. The other three adults watched him in fascination and humor, especially with the two heroes that wore light blushes at the kids' apparent praise and awe. Mrs. Kirishima spoke up as her son's starstruck status continued. "I apologize for the intrusion, you two. I must have misread the address that the teacher provided dash." But she was also unable to finish her sentence as a fifth voice came out from behind the two pro heroes. "Kirishima, is that you?" The two pros parted, in between them revealing the young boy that the two Kirishimas were looking for, Mikumo. Mrs. Kirishima-sato was truly taken aback now, especially as her son ran up to hug the boy she knew he became quickly fond of. The two boys laughed as they ran inside. As they ran in, she approached the two heroes. "So, I have a feeling like there is an explanation for all of this here, isn't there? For instance, where is Izuku?" she said in a hushed enough tone she knew the two boys couldn't hear. The two pros looked at each other, with Aizawa having more of a questioning look towards his husband. The other shrugged before stating, "She was the one that did get us our son. I think she could be trusted to know." With that, Aizawa turned back to the woman and spoke, "That is our Izuku." As they ran into Mikumo's room, Kirishima looked around in wonderment of the environment that his best friend resided in. His room alone made Kirishima's mouth drop, outside of the fact that there were two pro heroes in his house. "Wait, Yamada," Kirishima said, before he got too distracted by their surroundings. "Why are there two pro heroes inside your house? Is everything okay? Are you all right?" It dawned then on Mikumo that his best friend had just laid eyes on his parents, and that he had kept that secret as long as he had known him. Well, might as well pull off the band-aid. "Well, you see, Mikumo started, but even when he wanted to tell him the truth, he still found it hard. "The truth is that, Eraserhead and Present Mike are married to one another, and I am their, adopted son." Kirishima stared at his friend partly in disbelief. "No, really?" he asked again, needing to be certain. "Why are there two pros here?" "I just said," Mikumo started again, "I didn't want to say anything because I don't want people to be my friend only because of who my parents are, and I don't want to become targeted because I am their son." Kirishima looked on again before grabbing Mikumo by the shoulders and meeting his eyes. "Yamada, I will not now, nor ever judge you because of who you are and by your parents. You are a manly dude on your own." Finishing up, he took the backpack he had strapped on, and opened up the main pocket and took out a folder. As Mikumo tried to wipe away tears that were threatening to fall, Kirishima took out two papers. One he could easily tell were the notes paperclipped to some pages of homework. The other caught his interest more, since it was a drawing. Three figures stood next to each other on what looked like the top of a building. One had pink fluffy-looking hair with piercing yellow eyes. The next one was in a power stance with red eyes and black hair, and unlike the other two, had more jagged arms comparatively. The last one had red and green lensed goggles, a black and green bodysuit, and what seemed like a mini-computer in his hand. Kirishima noticed the attention that Mikumo was going to the drawing in hand, so he placed down the other sheet on the desk nearby and passed the drawing over to Mikumo. "We had the topic of future for our art class today. Since neither you nor Ashi were there, I made sure that I included you both. I know we all said we wanted to be heroes, so I drew us as that, together. Even if we don't all get to the same school or agency, I think we will stay friends as heroes when we're older." Kirishima tore his eyes away from the painting he was describing to look at his friend, when he realized that he was letting big tears fall. He tried to reach for him, but before he knew it, Mikumo was tackling Kirishima into a tight embrace, letting some sobs out, knowing that he had found a true best friend. Kirishima chuckled slightly before letting out, "I guess you like it, huh, Yamada?" Mikumo. What? Please call me Mikumo, Kirishima, and yes, I do. With that, Izuku let out his biggest smile yet, before saying to his friend, "Gladly, and please call me Izuku then." The two pros had finished explaining the situation to Mrs. Kirishima Sato over cups of tea that Aizawa had prepared while their sons had their own discussion. She finished up her own cup as Hitoshi finished explaining how the last few months had been. "So, it seems like you two had a lot going on once you left the hospital. It's great to know that Izuku-exe, Mikumo is doing well. I was curious to see what had happened since we usually need to do some upkeeping with kids we put in adopted homes. But when I tried to get in contact, I was transferred to the Mizudafu Police Department and a Mr. Tsukachi Naomesa, who then told me that any inquiries about the kid needed to go through him, and then I was denied because of personal security to the family. I am sorry about that, but thank you for trying to reach out. Though, it's amazing how the world put us back together because our two sons became friends," Hizashi commented back. "Though, it seems that if anything, our son made sure to not tell anyone who we are." Shota. Shota started again. "I wonder what those two are talking about in his room then. I hope Kirishima doesn't hold anything about our parentage against him." "Do you think he mentioned anything about his real identity to him?" Mrs. Kirishima Sato asked. "That would be up to Mikumo, but part of me hopes that he did, and another hopes he didn't." "Why is that, Hizashi?" "It would entangle Kirishima into something that he may not want to be part of. Knowledge can be a very dangerous thing, you know." Not long after their conversation was reaching an end, the two boys came outside to rejoin their parents. Mikumo more formally introduced himself to Ijuru's stepmother and joined his parents on the sofa. "So, Mrs. Kirishima Sato, how did you meet Eiji's dad?" Mikumo asked. "Oh, sorry, you misunderstand. I am his stepmother, but I am married to his birth mother. She's attracted to both men and women, but I can tell that it's not an issue when it comes to your family, is it?" She finished up with a small laugh. Both Hizashi and Shota chuckled lightly as well. Not long after, the Kirishimas dismissed themselves from the Yamada Aizawa home, and as they were leaving, Ijuku asked Mikumo and his parents, "By the way, on Sunday, Crimson Riot is doing a meet and greet at a nearby cafe. I was wondering if you wanted to come, Mikumo?" "That sounds like fun, Eiji," Mikumo replied, the excitement at meeting a new hero in his voice being very palpable. "Is it all right if I go, dads?" "I didn't know Old Crimson was back in town," Hizashi started. "Tell you what, if you want I can take them, Mrs. Kirishima Sato. I've been meaning to get in touch with the man since he did promise me an appearance on a radio segment." Mrs. Kirishima laughed at the comment, and while nodding spoke, "That sounds like a great idea, and I thank you for the offer of taking my son. I would feel he would be safe with a pro hero around too. And please call me Manami." Once the two left, and the Yamada-Aizawa trio were left momentarily to their own devices again, they started to get their table set for dinner, when Hizashi decided to break the silence. "So, Miku, did you tell Kirishima everything?" "Oh, no I didn't. I didn't want to burden him with that, and I was so worried what he would think about me being the son of two pro heroes, that I didn't think about really telling him." Both parents hummed, before Shota spoke up. "Well, if anything, he does seem like a trustworthy boy. If you ever decide to tell him, he should be good, but it has to be your decision to tell him, not someone else's, or you shouldn't be forced to tell them. That goes for anyone you decide to tell. You have our faith in choosing who to trust with that secret. It's not going to be easy going it alone with just us, but having those your age you can trust is a great way to find those that can support you when you need it." Mikumo was smiling brightly at the trust his parents were showing him, but before he could thank them, there was a knock at the door and a muffled yell that sounded very similar to, "Zashi! Shosho! Mikoku! Auntie Namuri is here!" Hizashi gave his husband a look before he went to go open the door. Swinging it open revealed that she was accompanied by Uncle Tensei, who himself seemed to be carrying 3 big folders. However, before any explanation could be given, Nemuri rushed inside to hug the life out of her adopted nephew. "How's my little Mikoku? I hope that you are feeling better about everything today." Mikumo did his best to try to protest but was cut off when he felt that he lost all access to oxygen. "Nemuri, you're going to kill him," all 3 other men said simultaneously. After 3 more seconds, she finally let go, letting the young cyborg breathe heavily and shaking a little from the act of near suffocation. "Why did I have to be a cyborg that needs to breathe?" he said as he took deep breaths between words. "What's that you're carrying, Tensei?" Hisashi asked once he noticed the navy blue folders in his hand. "These," the other pro began. "Well, you see, I think it's best that Nemuri does the explaining for this since I am unfortunately only her butler right now," he finished with a small sense of annoyance in his tone as he finished. "Oh, relax, Tensei, I only asked for the small favor while I hugged our nephew," she ended with a small chuckle. "You see, I had the pleasure of going to Yui today for an interview with Nizu." "Oh, don't tell me," Shota could be heard saying as he placed his face in his hands. "And I ended up getting a job there. I am able to use my modern art history fallback as the subject I get to teach." "Hey, congratulations," Hisashi said, but before he could say more, Tensei looked him in the eyes and simply said, "I would hold off on that." "While I was there," she continued to explain, "he had mentioned that 2 more pros, including old Torino, were finally putting their retirement forms in, so he would need more teachers next year. Nemuri, if you did what I think you did, I swear to dash. I got you and Hisashi both interviews for a teaching position there. Isn't that exciting? My dads are going to teach at Yui?" Mikumo quickly exclaimed at the news and possible prospect of having Yui teachers on top of pro heroes as parents. "Nemuri, I swear I will get you for this," Shota said in a low deep growl. "Ah, it's so cute you think you have power over me, Sho," she said as she walked over to her old friend and pinched his cheek. Grabbing the bag she carried up, she exclaimed, "Now, who wants some taiyaki to celebrate?" "IDO," yelled young Mikumo, celebrating Nemuri's victory of getting some of her friends to teach at their alma mater and Mikumo's possible future school. "After a fun weekend with Idru and my parents, which included us meeting the pro-hero Crimson Riot, I nearly died the moment we got to the front of the line." He was speechless with excitement and awe. Then when he saw Pops, they immediately started to hit it off as well, apparently talking about previous encounters and fights. Since he still had a line, he told us to stick around and invited us out to dinner afterwards. Idru stayed somewhat quiet, which was odd knowing him, but the moment that Riot realized this, he showed off his quirk, which reignited Idru, showing off his own quirk. They both started their own conversations about hardening quirk, but I don't think that I have seen anyone rival Izuku on level of amazement to a pro until that night. We were even able to pick up a good scan too. Archived analysis. Hero name, Crimson Riot. Name, unknown. Age, 52. Quirk, Piercing Edge. Description. Piercing Edge allows the user to create a hardened area in any portion of his body. While this creates a more hand-to-hand combat style, it still allows for a lot of power output from the user. The affected area tends to become hard and change in color, usually darkened. Crimson, current user, usually uses the effect on his hair to use as a weapon in fights, but it can also be used in a defensive manner due to the hardness the quirk makes. Height, 191 centimeters. Blood type, AB. Condition, last scan was conscious, no major injuries. School rolled around next week again. I was able to talk to Mina that afternoon, wanting to tell them both more about myself, quirk included, but after a conversation with my Uncle David, I was convinced to keep that information to myself for now. I decided, if anything, to let Mina in on who my parents are for now. So, Ashido started to her 2 friends as they walked to Mikumo's home. "When did the whole proper names thing happen between you two?" The other 2 friends looked at each other, completely forgetting they had been calling each other Idru and Mikumo, or variations of them, all day. "Oh, you see," Mikumo started, "it kinda happened out of the blue the other day, but really, I would be happy if you called me Mikumo as well." "Are you sure?" "Absolutely, Ashido." The girl squealed a little, hugging her friend slightly, causing him to laugh, before replying, "Thanks, Miku. If that really is all right." "Of course. Then you can also call me Mina." The two laughed and embraced each other in the hug before both looking and realizing that Kirishima was just standing there. The two laughed again, before Mina started, "You know you can call me Mina too, right, Kiri?" Kirishima looked at her for a moment before he laughed and said, "And you can call me Aijuru then." When the trio had arrived at their destination, the apartment complex that houses Mikumo and his family, Kirishima started to ask a question as they walked in. "So, who's home right now, Mikumo?" "I'm not sure," the other boy replied. "It might be my dad, but they both have an interview this week, I just don't remember when." Though to answer their query, as soon as they walked into the apartment, Ashido's amazement of the space was cut off due to the call from a female voice in the apartment. "Is that you, little Mikoku?" came the voice from the kitchen. "Mikumo," Kirishima started. "Who is that?" I think it's my aunt." "You know it is, but the question is, why is she here?" They all walked in, leaving shoes and bags at the door, and entered the main living room. From there they had a view into the kitchen, letting them see a woman with dark purple hair slightly put up in a bun. She, however, wore somewhat revealing clothing that was only tampered due to the fabric around her arms and legs. Both of the kids next to Mikumo were in shell shock before Mina asked, "Miku, is Midnight your mom?" "What?" He replied, "No. She's not my mom. She's my aunt." The other two looked over to him and asked together in unison, "Aunt." She's an old friend of my parents. They all went to UE together, so they basically been together since. She met me not long after with another friend of theirs when I was adopted. So, I may or may not have accidentally called her aunt and it stuck, and that's why she's Aunt Namuri. She usually watches over me when both dads are out. "Wait, you have two dads?" Ashido asked. Kirishima and Mikumo quickly looked at each other. Yeah, is that a problem?" he asked with some hesitance. He knew that same-sex relationships haven't been an issue in Japan for some time. Luckily, most people started not to care who was marrying who the moment that one of the two could possibly destroy a home with acid in the middle of an argument. However, after some unfortunate tales Uncle Tensei told him about what his parents had to deal with after they graduated and came out, he was a bit hesitant with her wording. Knowing Kirishima is the son of two married women also made him feel unease for a moment, since they had just formed a better bond with the girl a few moments ago. Fears of being from a bigoted family just started to run high. "Oh no," she said quickly, letting both me and Kirishima let out a sigh of relief. "I was just surprised. You rarely mentioned your parents, but to be fair, when you did, you only mentioned your dad, so it should have been obvious it was two different dads." "Hey, she has a point. How come I never noticed that?" Aijuru asked. Mikumo laughed at them both. "Bullet dodged, thank God. Tell me about it." "Well, as I said, she is my aunt, but my dads are also pros. I am guessing they're both still at work." "Actually," Kayama started to reply, "they both had their interviews at UE today. Nizu wanted to see them as soon as possible, and he was able to convince both agencies to let them in the afternoon. Agencies having ties to big schools are sought after for support from the government, so they both agreed in a heartbeat. Should still be there, which is why I am here." In another part of Mizudafu, Aizawa stood outside the gates to his old alma mater. He looked over the tall building made out of wood, stone, and glass that held the starting point for his and his husband's careers as pros. He met lifelong friends here and co-workers that he still has the occasional pleasure of working with, even if he wouldn't admit it. He just didn't want to give Nizu the satisfaction of it. In that Kayama, he thought, I wouldn't even be doing this as she didn't say it in front of Izuku and made him hopeful for me being here. "Ready to go inside, Shota?" His husband, who was standing by his side, asked. "I think so." "Then can you please let go of the security gates with your capture scarf so we can actually walk inside?" After getting Kayama to let go of his cheeks. "Are you sure that rubbing them helps the pain?" "Shut up please, all I know is that it somewhat soothes it." "Does she have like a pain quirk too?" "It's midnight. And?" "Ask your parents. I have an idea, but ask them for clarification." "You're supposed to be the clarification, idiot." He came to realize that there was body armor scattered on the sofa in the main room. Wow, Miku, is this part of your dad's hero suit? No. My dads don't use armor of this kind for their suits. This has to be ingenium, Kirishima asked when he looked over the armor. Right? Mikumo thought. I've been rubbing off my hero fanboy tendencies onto them through sheer exposure. Surprised that they didn't get it sooner. Why? He's the other close friend. Uncle Tensei, as I call him. Inside the gray and green room that was owned by Mikumo, the three snacked on some fruit that Midnight had prepared for the trio. I would have a proper meal, but I am not the best cook, if I could admit it. Tensei went to get some food. I had to text him your friends came, so he probably increased the order. I still wonder what is taking him so long. You know Tensei, he would get scorned by Tenya if he found out he was using his quirk outside of work, so he's not going to risk upsetting his biggest fan. The three sat around in different areas, talking about Mikumo and part of his past. He mainly explained that he lost his parents when he was young, was rescued by Eraserhead and subsequently adopted by the couple. They moved to Mizudafu about 2 weeks before he started at their school, and that's how they met. The other two friends had decided to ask questions from that point. So, you're the adopted son of the heroes Eraserhead and Present Mike? Ashido asked first. Yeah. I know, it's weird to think about, but they're normal dads for the most part. I just occasionally have interesting babysitters. Do you know any other pro? Kirishima asked next, outside of Crimson of course. Not really. It's not like they go to those charity events often, outside of Pops, Air, Present Mike. He goes because of his show and to mingle there, but Dad, Eraserhead, hates those social gatherings so he usually sticks at home. Pops never minded, but he would occasionally convince him to go before I came around. Now they both would rather stay at home. He walked over to his desk and fiddled with putting up the bit of hair length he had in a bun. He realized that he's been fidgeting with it a lot recently and tries his best to stop, but he can't help it like his mumbling. As he reached his desk, he realized that there was an image that he was able to get from the police. After investigating the remainder of his former home and apartment, they had found a steel box in his mother's room. The contents weren't completely safe from the flames and heat, and not everything was salvageable, but what was included a few pictures from his childhood, some of which he had framed in his room. The main two he had up at the moment was one that depicted him and his mom at the Bakugo residence. He was sitting on her lap. The Bakugo portion of the photo was mainly singed away, making Izuku's heart a little heavy for losing part of his past family, even if it didn't end the way he wanted it to. The other, though, serves to remind him of that part. The other image only got the edges singed before any real damage was taken. It was of a young Izuku Midoriya, long before Mikumo Yamadezawa existed, of him and his old friend, Bakugo Katsuki. They had both received onesies in their 4th Christmas of All Might's Silver Age outfit. They decided to do a heroic pose like him. We'll become the best hero duo, Kakin. The memory shook Mikumo for a second, forgetting that everything he has ever experienced is still in him due to his quirk. He can relive anything easily. Even the day that picture was taken with his mom. Miku, Idra asked from the floor next to his bed, everything all right? Why yeah, sorry, distracted for a sec, he replied as he took both picture frames and placed them into a nearby drawer. He picked up the 3rd frame that inhabited the desk, this one containing him in his new life with his new family. The one that decided to save him at the moment he needed them most. Here, Mina, it's a recent picture of the 3 of us together. She looked over the picture, seeing both pros in full gear and her friends smiling back at her on the other side of the frame. Wow, she started. I still can't believe you have such a cool family, Humo. Are you both just going to call me different variations of my name? Yes, the 2 friends replied in unison. After a while of hanging out, they heard the door open again, and a multitude of voices coming inside. In the end, it was Present Mix, we're home, that went over the other voices easily, that told Mikumo and his friends that his parents had just walked in. He motioned to his friends to follow and they all came out of the room. As they came out, Shota and Hizashi were both surprised by the presence of the 2 individuals by his son's side. They knew that Kirishima would most likely be making regular appearance now the 2 had become closer after the Crimson Riot Day, but they were surprised he had already brought another friend around. Well, hello again to Kirishima, Hisashi decided to start. And hello to this new listener too. What's your name? Mina Ishido. Sir Present Mike, I am friend of Mikumo and I drew from school, she replied with a wide smile and lit up eyes. Wow, someone's eager. Well, it's nice to meet another of Mikumo's friends. And you're right, I am Present Mike, but please call me Yamada. And this, he said gesturing to Eraserhead, is my husband and Mikumo's other dad, Eraserhead. But you can just call him Aizawa. The second man next to him did a small nod before starting himself. It's nice to meet you and see you again, Kirishima. Then he turned to his son. I'm surprised that you brought them over. I'm assuming that you told them about us. Yeah, that's all that we talked about, how you guys adopted me. Mina has become as much of a friend as I had, so I thought I would tell her. And he tried to add through a look, and nothing else, I swear. It seemed that the message was luckily picked up before Aizawa started. Well, that's all fine then. Gotta be able to bring friends home too, it's what normal kids do. By the way, this walking accident next to me, he said pointing to the young man with navy hair, is Tensei Ida, but Mikumo probably already explained that he's Ingenium. Both of the other kids replied with Mikumo chuckling in between them. The other man laughed slightly. Yup, he right on that. I would prefer if you just called me Ida. Though I do bring food. He finished by showing the bags that he had in the arms. Oh good, Kiyama said from the sofa. Let's eat. Around the dinner table, the family of 3 and their combined friends all sat around, enjoying the meal that Tensei so nicely picked up for everyone. Aizawa and Yamada had both gotten into more comfortable clothing, getting out of their uniforms for the night. So how did the interview go? Mikumo asked to break the silence of the group. The two parents looked at each other as they both thought back to the afternoon's events. Both pros sat at the other side of the principal of Yui. No one would assume that the small creature, barely reaching 3 feet, would be the one that led the most prominent and sought-after hero school in the country. It has caused its own set of controversies, but Nizu had such a way with reporters and the hero community that any actual movement against his initiation as principal died quickly. Both Aizawa and Yamada are grateful for their teachings under him, but that doesn't mean that there isn't any fear about the man, bear, rat, dog, whatever creature that runs the toughest school for pro-heroes. Well, the principal started from his desk, I am glad that both of you decided to come by for your interviews. The small creature gave them both genuine smiles, but it still caused a shiver to go up their spines. I have one question, Aizawa interrupted. He didn't want the move and shake method, he just wanted to know, why? Nemuri had always been pestering us about coming on our own, but now she actually signs us up, most likely not entirely on her own decision, so why? Nizu chuckled slightly before he began, I am worried that the world around us is changing again. Something has happened, something to the underground world of villains that we can't fully see yet, but whose implications can mean dire news. I may have lent less time as a pro since taking my time as principal, making sure my school is running to its max power, but I still keep my ears open, I still have associates in the field that keep me posted. Something is going to happen because of the shakeup, whatever that was, and I need a staff that is ready. I am losing the old pros and getting rid of others because they are either too old or aren't getting ready to adapt to the coming times. That is what I need, pros I can trust to keep up to date and adjust as needed. Less than 400 years of quirks and they act like nothing will change. I need heroes I can trust, and my own graduates fall under that category well. Yui is the top hero school in Japan. We turn out amazing heroes like the both of you, like Nemuri and Tensei, like All Might, and even some of our last grads like Hawks and Fat Gum have started to make a good amount of noise. I want to keep the school as the top because we make great heroes. But I need the right staff to do it. You two are perfect for that, and the reason why I need you both to join. What makes us two perfect? Hisashi now asked, feeling slightly skeptical. Present Mike, you're one of the most fluent heroes in both Japanese and English, to the point that you're the main connection for coalition for your agency if they do work with an English-speaking country. Your personality also allows you to make quick connections and keep them. Tell me, that new apartment that Nemuri told me about, how did you get that deal and move in so quickly? I do believe some of those old friend connections had to help there. Hisashi chuckled awkwardly as he sat further back in his chair at the implications set. He had forgotten that his old principal had a knack of finding out information that suited his needs, and it scared him to his core. On to you, Eraserhead. You are the top underground hero, and one of the best at hand-to-hand combat that Yui had ever seen. Students need that knowledge you possess, on how to be a hero without the limelight, and how to fight without reliance on a quirk all the time. Does that mean you plan on changing the entrance exam? Excuse me? Well, you want to show less of a reliance on quirks, so you want a teacher that is known to take down without the use of one, or whose quirk levels the playing field in some situations. However, it seems you forget said pro couldn't even get into the hero course until his sports festival debut, since not even one of his opponents, outside of Kamaya, knew how to fight without their quirk, thus earning his spot. So, are you planning on changing the exam? I am not entirely sure what the best way to go about that would be. However, if I had you and your suggestions, I do see it very possible for us to make the necessary arrangements to possibly allow a wider range of heroes in. So, I will stop beating around the bush and put it to both of you now. Will you both become faculty and teachers here at Yui? The two dads looked at each other after their son's inquiry, and both went into their pockets, simultaneously pulling out Yui ID cards, both showing each pro hero listed as teacher in bold lettering. Both Namuri and Mikumo jumped up out of their seats in triumph, even though Aizawa glared at his old friend like he was still going to jump her for setting everything up in the first place. Tensei laughed at them, while muttering, "Damn, I can't believe Namuri won that one." The two friends, however, were whispering their own conversation. Wow, Ashido quietly said to her other dark-haired friend, "Mikumo is pretty lucky, isn't he?" "What do you mean?" "Well, look, he has pro heroes as his family. He now has two Yui teachers as his parents. With his quirk too, he's probably going to become a strong analysis hero. Those are getting popular to help avoid fights. Plus, they tend to be right at the forefront since they need to keep an eye on battles. He's literally set for life. I think that's pretty lucky, don't you?" "Why, you're right. He's going to be a great hero because of it." 20680408. Time waits for no man, or no teen with the parts of man and machine, and it's something that Mikumo had to learn the hard way. Almost 1 year passing since his parents had been admitted as Yui faculty. "Hey Pops," Mikumo asked one afternoon as Hisashi was putting up a tally counter in the living room, "what are you working on?" "Oh, hey Mikumo. Your dad has already garnered a reputation of being a hard homeroom teacher. He apparently already kicked someone out of the hero course." "Chow. Why?" "Well, Yui lets teachers teach how they want, so he taught in a sense where he felt the student wasn't gonna cut it, so he axed him. I'm going to keep count of how many he has each year because he's only allowed 5 now." He had also been reshuffled into new classes, away from his friends, Izuku and Mina, who were also separated from each other. While it was a dim day they learned about the upheaval, they were still able to hang out as much as they wanted after classes and extracurriculars. Mikumo found himself fascinated by tech shops and repair workshops that taught support work, as well as a band class for his own practice on instruments away from present mic, since he had his own fascination with music as well. Izuku started to do hand-to-hand combat training every week. While it started slow, he was able to get some grasp and it was a good early exercise program to start young, though any time he asked Mikumo to spar, the latter denied the request, fearing his own practice gave him an unfair advantage. It didn't help that his dad would increase their practice going into his last year in elementary, since middle school would need his focus in other areas. Mina started her own set of combat classes, more focused to those that had projectile attacks, and headed more social aspects like yearbook and government classes. Even if she usually only worked in secretary and junior positions, she still enjoyed the time with the groups that she made on her own as well. The trio would still converge whenever they could, usually at Mikumo's residence due to its size and amenities. They would talk about classes or have both Mina and Izuku plead to Mikumo to explain certain homework. They would talk about heroes, Mikumo's parents included, and about the pros at Yui. The latter becoming an interesting topic ever since Mikumo was asked to visit Nizu at Yui following the first semester of his parents' new job. 2067-0420. Not long into the start of a new year, a problem arose for the Yamada Aizawa family. Due to the nature of his adoption, Mikumo was still technically part of the witness protection program with the Mizudafu Police Department. This required that he be watched over by a guardian or parent at any time outside of classes to make sure that he was safe. Nizu, being the not at all plotting and highly accommodating rat-bear dog thing he is, talked to Aizawa about the possibility of it one afternoon when the issue was brought up. Yui is one of the safest places in Japan, and it will give your son access to a school that he could possibly attend one day. Why not get the jump on learning the school grounds now? Plus, he'll have access to you, present Mike and Midnight, with all three of you being faculty members here, so it's more personable to him. Aizawa looked over the principal carefully, making sure that he didn't see any hint of any possible ulterior motive. He knew that he would have to play the game the principal wants to play eventually, but he'd rather still not be a full pawn yet. After a sigh and a pinch of his nose, Aizawa started, I would bring it up to him and Hizashi, but the moment I say, hey kid, want a visitor's pass to Yui so you can hang out there when we're busy, no argument whatsoever will make him say no. As he looked up, he noticed the visitor pass placed precariously on top of a few boxes on the principal's desk. A sly smile took over the features of the principal, knowing that he was doing everything to his plans, but he knew that he couldn't budge now. Giving the pass to his son alone was both the most adorable thing and the nail on the coffin for any plan of keeping Mikumo as far away from Nizu as humanly possible. Neither Aizawa nor Yamada had seen someone go from pure awe to tears to a mixture of the two so quickly and so heavily. They knew he appreciated the sentiment, and the idea of seeing their alma mater made him very excited. The next day, though, once Mikumo was on school grounds, that is when Nizu made himself known to the kid. You asked to see me, sir? I asked as I opened the door to his office. I had barely made it onto the grounds when I heard Midnight calling for me from the entryway to the main building, letting me know that Nizu was looking for me. Please come right in and take a seat. This might be a good moment to get a scan, Izuku. Good point, I never seen someone like him, so there should be some good information. Scan it. Complete. Nizu. Original name, subject, XX3. That's a little harsh. Was he experimented on? Why the subject, part, and the nonsense name? Beats me. Age, 32, in human years. Quirk, high specs. Description, unknown. Blood type, A+. Condition, conscious, no major injuries. Ah, the principal said, before I forget to ask, what did my scan bring up? I let up a small yeep, before chuckling awkwardly. Afterwards, I tried to explain, but before I could get a word out, Nizu had started on his own. Don't worry, I know that you did it to learn more about me in an educational manner, not trying to be malicious about it. You see though, I know about your quirk for the simple fact that I know who you really are, Izuku. I sat in silence, my mouth slightly agape, with that small bomb dropped on my head. Well, fudgesicles. You don't think that Kiyama Dad would kill her as she did, there must be an explanation. Before my head could run wilder with possibilities, however, I heard some small laughter and the clinking of a spoon in a cup as he stirred his drink. He began to speak anew. Don't worry, I wasn't informed by any family member about your identity, Mikumo, which I can guess you might be more comfortable me calling you by. A quick nod of the head from me allowed him to continue. You see, when I asked about why the pass would be needed, I figured that it had to do with the adopted son that Namuri had offhandedly mentioned during her own interview and mention of both Eraserhead and Present Mike. I only knew about an adopted son from her, no more no less. I didn't want to create any issue there, but I was genuinely surprised to hear it. Mainly because I had kept decent tabs on your parents through their agencies, and both reported that they had moved only a few years ago to Mizudafu to an apartment complex that caters to pros and their families due to apartment sizing. I had little to go on to find you, but it hit me that they had to have adopted you not long before their move, and looking at both parents' caseworks, a single mention in the Mizudafu apartment fire file that mentions a Mr. Eraserhead only once had to be the main indicator, especially since the only police interview on the matter had the pros standing nearby. Like he was more invested than just a simple mention in passing. I was stuck in awe in his explanation that with no interruptions on my end allowed the principal to go on. So, I figured, if he had to adopt a child, most likely the missing child that never had a proper closing in any reports, police or journalistic in nature, and whose record was sealed due to the incident, there was more of a connection right there. It doesn't also help that any files that indicate the existence of a one Mr. Mikumo Yamada-Aizawa did not exist prior that fire, only a few days after are you mentioned on any piece of government files, that being your transfer into your school. Once I realized that this gap in information was prevalent in your record, I contacted the proper authorities and made sure that a birth certificate was created for you in the same date and time as your original but with the altercated name of Mikumo Midoriya, alongside a proper adoption paper format with said name alteration and with the subsequent renaming to your father's names of Yamada-Aizawa. I basically helped create a paper trail that will make Mikumo Yamada-Aizawa less connected to an Izuku Midoriya as much as possible. The principal gave the dumbfounded boy a smile as he finished his tale and took a sip of his drink. After a moment pause, Mikumo found his voice again and simply asked, "Why did you do all of that?" "Because I wanted to establish an early feeling of trust. While I investigated your information, the bits that were prevalent, I learned about your quirk, and to be honest, I am interested. A cybernetics quirk that changes the entire human body to be enhanced by technology. In my curiosity, I wanted to learn more. It just so happened that the boy that piqued said interest happened to need help with the witness protection program, so it all fell into a perfect place that I decided to take advantage of. I figured through notes that a David Shield had left and by the analysis from your younger years that there had to be some kind of scanning system to make sure that any prevalent information could be taken in easily, so I took my shot and asked about my scan. Your reaction was enough to give me the information that I was right as well. So, if I may ask again, can you divulge what came from that scan?" After a moment's hesitation, which Nizu figured was the boy deciding what the best course of action going forward was, he shook his head, as if trying to dissuade a train of thought, before saying, "All right, I'll let you know. It gave me your name, being Nizu, obviously. I also got an original name, which I don't understand, but it starts with subject, and it gives me a string of letters and numbers." Once he mentioned this, Mikumo noticed a brief change in the appearance of the Yui principal, like a scowl was trying to form, but he deterred it before it could, before he nodded and said, "Anything else? It gave me your quirk's name, high specs, but no information past that about it. Your height, age, and blood type, as well as any major injuries." Nizu took in the information that he was just given and started his response. "Okay, I want to work with you to work on that ability. While it gives you a lot of good information, I am worried that it doesn't give you a good idea of how the quirk works. If I had to guess, you have to make the assumptions yourself, get an explanation of the quirk, or see it in action, or maybe even a combination of the three. I want to see if we can work on your skills and observation if that is all right with you. I figure you probably have your own extracurriculars, so we can work around them as well." Mikumo nodded at the man-bear thing in front of him, still in shock of what is happening. "Good, I will set it up with your dads. Also, not trying to be too forward, but this little deal also comes with some bonuses for you as well. You will be given access to the Yui support course workshops, meaning that if you need anything for any area of your body, if you need an area fixed, or if you wanted to dabble with upgrades and work with a licensed support engineer. Any questions?" Mikumo went into a new phase of shock, before leading out another, "Why? I want to see your quirk and see how it can develop. It's an interesting one and it would be a waste to not have a chance to develop it without help. I want to offer that help and see how it ticks. I think it's only fair that for you allowing me to help you develop it, that I offer some service in exchange. Like I said, I will get everything set up with your parents and we will talk at our next meeting. With that, I think I see Hizashi outside the door to get you, so you are free to go." Mikumo looked at the principal one more time, before he got up from his chair. He decided to run up to the creature and give him a quick hug and a small tear-filled, "Thank you," before running out the door to meet with one of his fathers. Nizu looked over the young man, seeing the possible hero that he could develop into. Hoping to get his chance to mold such a possible great hero, since he feels that they rarely come. It's not to say that he doesn't feel his school regularly produces great heroes, But to lose the chance of seeing such a quirk with an amazing number of possibilities, it would be like letting Yagi Tashinori attend Shiketsu High. He sipped the rest of his tea as he looked out the massive window behind his desk, seeing the young teen walk out the campus with his father in tow. Yes, Nizu said to himself, he is going to be a great hero one day. I just need to make sure that he is safe and that those after him don't get their hands on him before he can protect himself. What do you mean and you knows about Izuku? Aizawa asked his husband the next day in a voice that rivaled his own quirk. Bring your voice down, Sho. He talked to me the next day after their meeting. Apparently, a lack of closure in some paper trail made the glaring obvious fact that a man that suddenly adopted a kid most likely did it because said kid had no parentage due to the one that died in a fire he was a hero in. Making it so that it's easy to connect that the kid that didn't exist for 8 years most likely had a name change from one that he didn't want anyone to know because of possible connections to an event that caused his mother's death. Aizawa groaned into his open hands, feeling annoyed that he hadn't seen the possible glaring issues and had to get unrequested help from Nizu to get it all panned out. So, what the next step in fixing it then? Nothing. Nizu already did everything and submitted all the forms for us in our stead. What does he want? I'm not sure. All I know is that he wants a weekly lesson with Izuku starting next month. They will be working on the analysis aspect of his quirk and the things connected with it. In return, he promised Izuku full access to the support department and even Higuri's help if he needed it. Aizawa looked at his husband with a confused look before a realization dawned on him. Nizu wants access to a quirk and its owner whose description included having the brain combination of a human brain and a supercomputer. The world isn't safe anymore. 2060-80408. Hey there, a voice spoke to me from behind. I happened to notice your notebook with all the hero signatures. I turned around to see someone that would look like they belong in their last year of middle school already. A tall boy, as tall as some of the teachers, making me more unsure of who he was. I knew that he was in my homeroom class, but I never really have talked to anyone there. I would converse with some people, but not to the extent I did with Idru and Mina. However, here he was, a tall, fair-skinned boy that was my age, with dark hair that was buzz-cut as low as he could get it. His eyes were as dark as his hair, but there was a light behind them that I had never seen in another person before. Look in the mirror. And I was taken aback even more still. The smile on his face as he looked over my notebook that I had gotten some hero signatures on the cover. It was mainly my parents, Midnight, Ingenium. I got Power Loader after our first session on an upgrade with my electrical cannon discharge system, Lunch Rush and Vlad King after I met them in the teacher's lounge once. I even got Nizu to sign it, but even that I had to earn from him after multiple sessions in inferring information. I could tell that he had to be a hero fanboy by the way his face lit up more as he saw all the signatures. How did you get all these? He asked in a very loud and excited tone. It's a good thing you're used to your pop's quirk. Oh, through familial connections I was able to meet these pros. I guess you're a big fan of heroes. Am I? He quickly responded. It was lucky that the school day was over, if not a teacher would reprimand him for his loud reactions. I think heroes are amazing, especially the passion they brew and use to make sure they keep people safe. I found myself nodding to myself, thinking over the way my own family and known heroes act on the field, and I can agree. Many of the hero fights that I try to witness, and even my dad when he is taking me out on training sessions at UE, he shows that same passion this kid is talking about. I agree, I responded with, mostly I think it's from their own morals of wanting to help others, but it translates so well to that burning passion you're talking about. It's almost like me engaging in this conversation is making him more hyped. He even looks like he's bouncing up and down due to the sheer talk about heroes. That's when the tangent started. I don't know how or why, but we suddenly found ourselves walking out the schoolyard and towards a nearby park. I had never talked to this boy before in my life, but the way that he was talking about heroes, his fascination with their abilities and philosophies, conversations that rivaled some I have had with pros themselves. It was amazing. Don't get me wrong, my best friends can get excited about heroes, but I never met anyone like this, not someone that can rival me on hero knowledge, and I literally have a supercomputer for a brain filled with random hero trivia facts. It should be filled with other things, but oh well. After a while, we looked around our general area once we finished talking about our favorite hero debut that wasn't All Might. Since we both went straight for that answer, we realized that we had been talking for almost 2 hours after class, and that my phone, which was left on silent, had 30 missed calls and messages. Oh, you are so dead. Fudge. I am so sorry. I quickly said, I have to run home to make sure that my parents don't think I was killed or start a search party for me with their friends. Why would they dash? Long story, maybe I'll explain one day, but I am sorry to run. My name is Yamada Izawa Mikumo, by the way. It was nice to meet you. I said as I started to jog away. Oh, well, it was nice talking to you too. Maybe do it again tomorrow? Oh, and I'm Dash. Inesa Yorashi, I know. Again, I promised to explain. Bye. And with that, I ran off, hoping that I wasn't about to meet my maker so soon. 2 days of being grounded were not worth that conversation. I don't know what you were talking about, but no matter. We were able to convince them not to anyways. Yeah, Pops is still a sucker for the puppy dog eyes, isn't he? HM. I thank my aunt for that fact. I was walking to school the next day when I noticed boy from yesterday, Inesa. I still couldn't believe we got so friendly so quickly. It's just an energy he radiates, which honestly put me off a bit at first, but something about his affection for heroes just radiated with me that I just was able to open up about all the pro stuff I knew. Did you finish looking at that scan of him, by the way? Oh right, the scan. Archived analysis. Name, Inesa Yorashi. Quirk, Whirlwind. Okay, time to put Nizu's lessons to use. The name, Whirlwind, does it tell us anything? Just an element, wind. Most likely an emitter quirk since elemental quirks tend to fall under that. Okay, cool. An emitter quirk with the element of wind. Anything about him that points to anything? No. I don't see or scan any different mutations to him. If anything, he seems like a normal person, like if I was scanning EI without the teeth. Okay, so it must be a pure emitter quirk then. Most likely dealing with air. Now, what is the definition of whirlwind? Let's see, it's usually like a column or pole made up of air that shoots in a general direction, no? Okay, so most likely of what Nizu has taught us, the name simply points to description unlocked. Quirk, whirlwind. Description. User is able to make gusts of wind from their own body. They have full control of the wind and are able to make any variations of wind control. Experimentation needed to see if wind is able to be changed, how much body movement is needed, and if there are any negative affects to host. Blood type, B+. Condition, conscious, no major injuries as of last scan. Inesa quickly ran over to Mikumo as they walked towards the school. Hey, I hope everything turned out all right last night, he mentioned to the cybernetic user. Yeah, it's all right. My parents were a little peeved, but they understood I just lost track of time. I had to promise to avoid muting my phone or to unmute it as soon as class is done. That and to make sure that I at least tell them where I am if I am not going home right away. That's fair. I really enjoyed our talk last night. Your passion for heroes is amazing and exhilarating. I haven't met anyone that likes heroes as much as I do, so I am thankful for that. I hope that we can be friends. Whoa, he's forward. To be fair, he'd yell, I am going to be his friend, the moment he met me. Mikumo chuckled lightly before he beamed a smile at Inesa and replied, Of course, Inesa. How do you know my name, by the way? Oh right, I have an analysis quirk. Technically I have two, the other is an adaptive quirk, but it's the analysis one that gave me that information. It also let me know about your quirk, Whirlwind, right? Inesa's face went into full shock as he heard his quirk's name spoken to him by someone he had just met, but suddenly his eyes flared up in a passionate fire behind his eyes again and a big grin spread on his face. That is amazing, Yamada Izawa Dash. Please, you can just call me Yamada. Oh, but still, that is amazing. I have never met anyone with an analysis quirk like that before. Though to be fair, I thought your quirk was a cyborg one. What? What? Well, to be honest with you, Yamada, there was once I overheard a conversation you had with a pro. I think it was Ingenium. Uncle Tensei? But the last time I had a conversation with him outside was my first day back. Was all that Mikumo was able to sputter out. Yeah, something like that. Anyways, I overheard you two talking and he mentioned your quirk and your name, but it wasn't Yamada Aizawa Mikumo. It was Izuku Midoriya, I think. Welp, we had a good run. Hello. Sableye here. Long time no chat. Well, it's been like 2 weeks at the most I think, but I can't remember. Anyways, so I know the title is ominous, but it's also misleading. This is basically me talking to you guys one last time through this part that I consider the main epilogue to the entire story. It's technically just been a big epilogue. I am in no way stopping Izuku.exe. I actually come with good news, bad news and good news. The good news is that I have the final chapter for this epilogue done. The bad news is that it's 16,000 plus words and the laptop I edit on lost its charging cable today. Yes, I'm updating on my phone and I hate it. The good news is that I ordered a new one and I should be able to add the next chapter tomorrow. About that new chapter, I'm going to have to section it off due to its word size. What was originally going to be the last chapter also started to follow the anime at last. I have plans for one-shot stories set in their younger years for the Flash Drive series, but that's for after this and they are more fluff than anything. But I'll put it up to you lot. Are you willing to sift through a 16K plus word chapter, or should I split it into the 3 parts one can split it in? All chapter will have a title referencing what anime episode they're based off, excluding the first bit since that ends the main portion of the epilogue. For example, the second part is called Mikumo Izuku Yamada Aizawa Origin. No matter what, I'll be updating within the next 2 or 3 days when I can finish editing. As well, I do also want to take a big thanks to everyone that has read and enjoyed this story. While it's not the first I have published on this site, it's motivated me to work on my writing more and more. Your kudos and comments are always an inspiration as well to keep moving. I know I haven't replied to all comments, but I promise I've read them all and appreciated every single one. I'll talk directly with you lot again in the next part of this series. I am warning you now, once the last bit gets added and the chapters reach their end, I will put up a bit of time to finish writing and to take some time off as well. I plan to come back latest early March to get some content in before I disappear in the latter half of the month. Once again, thanks for everything. And I'll talk to you guys in another author update in Izuku.exe has crashed and broken an arm. Have a great day everyone. I wish you all the best, and I hope you enjoy the rest of my story. Episode 0.9375. The Start of a Quartet. Where are you dragging us off to? Inesa asked as I quickly pulled him away from the school after classes ended for the day. I was panicking to say the least. To have my secret dropped on myself, to know that I had messed up as much as I did. It's not your fault, entirely, I blame Tensei more. It doesn't matter. We have someone that knows our truth and I don't know how to convince him not to say anything. We are headed somewhere so I can explain everything. Please just don't say anything or ask anything until we get there. As we pushed through the hallways and got closer to the school's main doors, we headed straight down the path to the center of Mizudafu, slightly away from my own home. So, where are we going? What did I say about questions? Are you going to kill me? Not me, maybe the person we are going to go see if he's in the mood. After a few more minutes of walking, we were finally reaching the destination that I knew had one person that would have the best method of how to take this situation and would help me keep it from my parents. Reaching into my backpack, I found the 2 things I needed to make sure that we could actually get into the building without getting crushed by major steel plates. Here, put this on, I said as I passed him a badge with a lanyard over to his free hand. As he inspected it, he came to exclaim, "This is a permanent guest badge into Yui, the hero school. How did you get this?" Everything will be explained, I hope. Walking into the school, and avoiding some of the murmurs from the upperclassmen, I was lucky that the first pro and teacher that we ran into was Aunt Namuri. Thank God it's you that I found first. Standing in front of us in her full costume. Sans whip, thank God, she has the worst habit with that thing. Was the pro hero and part of my adopted family midnight. I could hear Inesa muttering in surprise at seeing a pro in person that wasn't Endeavor, and I had to admit that he is basically me in that aspect. Mikomo, what are you doing here today? I thought your next session was next week? It is. But I have a delicate situation. Are my parents here? No. They both just got called in, Aizawa for his agency and Yamada for his show. They were both needed. Is everything alright? And who is that with you? I've never met him before. Oh, well you see he's a new friend, but we have a bit of a misunderstanding right now. So, I am happy that I can go straight to Grandpa to help me figure it all out. Are you sure? Yeah, it just has to do with and before I finished, I lowered my voice to make it so only she can hear my words. It has to do with an Izuku Midoriya? Midnight's eyes widened for a second before she replaced it with a bright smile and an almost sing-song voice. Ah, I see. Well, be careful, my little Miko, to make sure that you say hi to your parents for me later. We keep missing each other in the hallways. $5 says that Dad is doing it on purpose. I dismissed myself from her for a moment before we proceeded quickly to the office area of the building and found my granddad's in a few seconds. As I tried to open it, another force was opening it from the other side, and we both bumped into each other, in my hurry, and we didn't get a good look at each other. Both all I remember is a mane of blonde hair on a very thin figure. Before I was able to put more attention on the stranger, I was drawn back into the office by the voice of my self-proclaimed grandfather. Mikomo, Nizu's voice asked, what can I do for you? It's not our normal session time. And who is your guest? Inesa looking up exclaimed, who is that? Yes, Yurashi, this is the principal of Yui himself, Nizu. Before you ask any more questions, I said to the towering kid and then turned to Nizu myself, we need to explain everything to him. Nizu looked surprised and curious. Why him? I know for a fact he isn't the two friends you constantly mention. Yes, I know, but he overheard a conversation that I had with Tensei a few years ago, and he was able to pick up some of the pieces before you got involved and erased everything. I see. Well then, Nizu said as he brought out a teapot out of nowhere with the perfect number of cups, I guess we should get comfortable as we explain the situation. After some time had passed and my story told, we finished up our drinks as we summarized. I made sure to show an example of my quirk with the removal of my right arm, using it to hit him on the head with my left, and replugging it back into its socket a few moments after. Inesa stayed quiet for a moment as he contemplated everything. Look, he finally said, breaking the silence, it seems like I stumbled into something I shouldn't have, and for that I am sorry. I knew I shouldn't have listened into that conversation, but something about you had been bothering me until now. I looked over to my grandpa to see if he had anything to say, but he held his quiet demeanor, so I asked, what could that possibly been? Inesa sighed before he started to explain, you see, there was a time, not long before you joined your class as Mikumo, that I had the chance to meet Endeavor. Like I said yesterday, one of my favorite things about heroes is their passion to help others selfishly and through any risk. I could hear my grandpa sigh for a second, pinching the area between his eyes, almost like he expects what is going to come out of Inesa's mouth next. I genuinely thought he had a strong burning passion to help others like All Might, being the number 2 hero and all, it had to be why. However, when I had the chance to meet him after one of his fights, I had asked for an autograph, to commemorate me meeting him. He denied me though, slapping the paper and pen out of my hand before saying, you're in the way. Don't get way. I could tell how bothered he was by this meeting, and how bothered he was still about the memory and interaction as a whole. The dark anger and coldness in his eyes showed through in that moment, nothing like the passion I see in other heroes, like the ones in the family you have, Yamada. From that moment, I vowed to always trust my gut when it came to people. And when I saw you for the first time across the cafeteria, I had a nagging feeling you were lying with almost every breath, like you were hiding something, and I was worried that it was something as cold as what Endeavor really is like. So, I said, coming to the most logical conclusion in my head, thanks Nizu for the help in that, you decided that the best way to get to the bottom of it was to tail me and see what you can find and make sure that my goals weren't to harm anyone in any way. However, by doing so you fell into the secret I was meant to keep for my own sake. Yeah, he said, scratching the back of his head. Sorry again about that. I promise I won't say anything, especially since I think I saw murder in your grandfather's eyes earlier. If what you said is true, it wouldn't be really heroic of me to do anything that would endanger you in any way. I do want to add that I have learned that my mistrust of you was completely misguided. I should have probably left it alone. Not knowing why, but I found myself chuckling slightly before he continued, I bet that you don't want anything to do with me, which is understandable. I promise to stay out of your way and to avoid you to give you back your peace of mind. He started to get up, aiming for the door and leaving. I quickly turned to my grandpa, who merely shrugged, but I couldn't help to detect a bit of a knowing look behind those eyes. As he got up to go escort Inesa out, I thought it over quickly. Well, that takes care of that, right? Right. You're going to forgive and befriend him, aren't you? Why was I even installed? Wait, I said quickly, and somewhat loudly, getting out of my own seat. Getting next to them before they walked out the door, they both turned to me as I got next to them. Look, I am not going to lie, I am still a bit upset about what you did. It wasn't right at all for you to follow me and listen into my conversation. I saw that his expression filled with guilt. Before I continued, I can tell though that you did it from a place of caring for others' safety and well-being. I can't blame you completely for that, because if I was in your position, I would probably do the same thing. 95% chance really. I do want to try the whole friend thing you suggested this morning, if that is all right with you. Inesa's face was painted with shock before changing into a beaming smile, and he exclaimed, Of course, Yamada. Yurashi, as much as I hate to say this, I think we are past formal names if you know my birth one, so please just call me Mikumo. All right, if that really is okay with you, Mikumo? Looking around, I noticed that my grandfather was also sharing a warm smile, though I had a feeling he wanted to discuss something before we both left the premises. Hey, yo, Inesa, do you mind waiting outside for a sec? I just want to thank my grandpa and ask him one more thing. Oh sure. I'll be right outside. It was a pleasure meeting you, sir, he said as he bowed, hard and low enough to hit his head on the floor. He got up like nothing, however, and walked out the door. I sighed before I heard my grandpa laughing behind me in his desk. You really are the child that everyone says you are. What do you mean? I mean it in a good sense, dear Mikumo, or should I say now, Izuku. You had the chance to rid of yourself someone that could potentially cause issues, but you stuck by him and decided to give him an honest chance. You do see the best that you can in anything, don't you? I chuckled a bit as I scratched the back of my head. I guess so. Well, if there is anything I can ask of you is to keep that ideology all your life. It's hard to see the good in everything sometimes as a hero, especially when you are dealing with a lot of issues. Keep it up and it will help you out, but do still be careful. His instincts with endeavor are unfortunately not too off the mark. Though, I don't wish to badmouth an alumnus and the current #2 hero, he doesn't really scream comfort in a time of crisis. I nodded before I got up again and headed for the door. Oh, one more thing, he said as I opened the door. Turning back to face him, I looked back and he said, Always remember to give your dad hell for me when you can. He said with a smile and a wink. I laughed as I walked out the door, signaling to Inesa to follow me out the way as well. Super serious chat. Riot fan. Hey Miku, everything turn out okay? Mikoku. Hey. Yeah, everything is fine. I think I made a new friend though. Riot fan. Oh nice man. It's always great to make new friends. I've been hanging out with 2 guys from my class too. Is it anyone we know? Acid Alien. My money is on that one girl in your class that has the color-changing eyes. She's mentioned you now and then to the girls at the lunch table I eat at sometimes. Mikoku. No, it's not her. Wait, she's asked about me? What did she say? What did she ask? Wait, doesn't matter right now. No, it's not her. It's this guy named Inesa Yurashi. Acid Alien. Inesa? That really tall kid? I could have sworn he was 2 grades higher than us. Riot fan. Yeah, he always towered over all the kids. He's even taller than some of the female teachers. How did that happen? Mikoku. Long story short, we stayed after school one day talking about heroes for like 2 hours. I almost got grounded though because I didn't tell my parents about it. It just happened. Oh, speaking of parents, they just got home. I have to go. Riot fan.
Okay.
Say hi for me. Also, my mom's wanted me to invite you guys over to dinner for next week Friday. Please let them know. Anytime after 6, they said. Acid Alien. Say hi for me too. Talk to you late, Miku. Also, don't forget, you promised to help us sneak into Yui tomorrow. Mikoku. How could I forget? Anyways, talk to you two later. Mikumo walked out of his room after arriving home for a while, at his parents' call, knowing that he had to warn them about today's events. Though, doing so also meant that Tensei may or may not get chased by his dad, which may still be his fault. Hey kiddo, Hisashi said as he walked into the main living room. He was dressed in a more casual outfit compared to his hero look that he has to don at both regular hero work and school. How did your day go? Not too great, Pops. I need to tell you and Dad something. Wait, where is he? Stuck in a meeting with Nizu, he was apparently called in after his shift at his agency. Trust me, he'd rather be in a one-on-one with All Might right now than there. What's up? And so Mikumo explained the situation to his pops, letting him know about Inesa and the conversation that they had today with Nizu. So, now I have another person out there that knows who I am, and I am not entirely sure what to do now. Hisashi pondered for a moment as his son finished his thoughts. You said that he promised not to mention anything, correct? Yeah. Okay, so if you believe him, and only if you do, I think it may be safe to let him be for now. What do you mean? Hisashi started to explain. If he says who he says he is, and is true to his word, I feel like we can trust him, even if you trust him enough to not get Naomesa involved. That's an option? If you want, but personally I want to put faith in people, and as you described your previous encounter, you like him to some degree already. So, I don't think it would be fair to force a situation that in the end is an accident for most parties since nothing was done with a malicious intent. Plus, it seems that Nizu trusts the situation enough without suggesting an alternative like memory manipulation and such. So, what about Dad though? I'll handle Sho, son, don't you worry. Just make sure you're more careful next time. Plus, you never know, it might be a good thing to have someone your age that actually knows who you really are. Wait, are you telling me that Tensei hasn't? As far as I know, no. Huh, I may have to go talk to the Idas after this. 2072-0425. That event was now about 2 years in my past. Through the end of elementary school and the start of middle school, Inesa and I became close. A few days after the meeting, he also met Mina and Ijuru, who took to him pretty well. Luckily, the four of us all happened to be able to attend the same junior high school as well, Mizudafu Private Middle School. Though it did take a while for all four of us to consider each other close friends as a quartet, it happened near the end of this past school year. Inesa! Mina started to scream as she chased the giant of our friend group. I told you 100 times not to blow wind in my face when I'm practicing my quirk. Mina had grown into, as my parents say, a fine young woman. While she is the shortest at 157 centimeters, she was still growing and making her place in our ragtag group known, which was easy for her due to her very outgoing and friendly personality. Her own fighting lessons also gave her a strong, lean physique, making her a good sparring partner for me and Kirishima when training with both of my dads, who had opted to help my friends as well when everyone started to talk about possible hero schools. Sorry, Ashido, he said, somewhat giggling at their reaction, but I only have so much control. It was a wayward win though. Inesa was definitely the outlier of our group. He was the tallest at 185 centimeters and the most built due to his own personal training. He had a strong core that once put with my dad's training regime made him a hard opponent when he didn't hold back. His personality was as loud as ever, always happy to interact with new people, even though he may be a lot to bear sometimes. We grew fond of it. His passion for heroes and the prospect of becoming one was a major drive in all our hard work and training. He still had his trademark low buzz-cut hair though, and his smile reminded me so much of an old video game character that once he allowed me to start calling him by his proper name, I may or may not have taken the Mina route of making a nickname. Yoshi, I called out, you and I both know that you can control your quirk a lot more than you let on, and you did that on purpose? Ijuru to my side just shook his head as he spoke after me. Not manly at all, dude. You're lucky she's immune to her own acid. Izuku had also grown a decent amount in the last few years. He was a little taller than me, sitting around 166 centimeters, and he was also somewhat built in his core due to his strength training that he did with his family at times. He really matured a bit as we grew up, not as loud but still energetic. He was very friendly with his closer friends, making sure that they knew that he thought how cool and manly their hard work was. Speaking of myself, I had grown too. I was about 163 centimeters now, a little shorter than Izuku, which he would occasionally tease me about, but with no real malice. My hair started to gain some of its curl in its length, so I decided to cut it back down a bit, to a length my original green curly hair might have been at this point if it was straight. I also allowed a stray green hair to grow here and there, but not enough to grow suspicion since the blonde streaks were still prominent, and having it styled up in a bun still showed the undercut I had. I was still pretty lean, but I had some muscle formed due to my training with both my parents and some of the UE teachers during the evening lessons I would have. I feel that more or less I was the same, still a massive hero fanboy, and still a muttering mess when I didn't make sure my systems kept it to myself at times. Plus, I have had upgrades to most of my systems. Nizu has been helping me with my brain process. I can find out more information about an individual when I scan them too thanks to an upgrade from Uncle Shield. Though, thinking about it, I haven't seen much of him in the past 2 years. I have been working with someone else though, Power Loader. Though, through time he let me call him Cousin Majima. He's been helping me with normal upkeep and the such. He also helped me upgrade my eyes and hearing systems, letting me listen to less used frequencies that may help me detect certain technology. You too, Dad finally interrupted their shenanigans. That's enough horsing around or I'll make you both run 3 kilometers. Yes, sir, the two said in unison. Dad sighed, before he looked at his watch. Well, anyways, it's the end of today's lesson so let's wrap it up. I have to go explain a situation with Nizu. Everything okay, Dad? Yeah, everything is fine. Just don't ask your other father. Dad, what did you do? Nothing. Don't worry about it, let's just get home. The other 3 laughed, but I just looked at my dad incredulously. You know I can just text Granddad and ask him. First off, why do you still call him that? And secondly, please don't text Nizu. I'll explain when we get home. After getting home and finding out that Dad had expelled an entire class. How did Nizu allow that? Pops asked him. Well, it's simple. They all had the wrong reasons of wanting to be heroes. If I allowed it, we would get another generation of heroes that only do it for fame and wealth. You know Nizu hates to heroes as much as I do. They're basically mini endeavors. I tried to mold them differently, but these 2 weeks alone showed me that they weren't worth it. Pops sighed, just looking at Dad in disbelief, while I slightly laughed before a thought crossed my mind. Dad? Yeah, kid? If I ended up going to UE and ended up as one of your students, would you expel me? Probably. Welp, time to apply to Shiketsu High. I think Inasa is going to apply to there too at least. Maybe I can convince the other 2 as well so we don't face my father's wrath. That night I laid in bed, just happy with how my life had been so far. Yes, I have had to face a major hardship, one that I still get sad about at 2 specific dates each year, but it's been getting a little easier sometimes. I still remember her fondly, thanks to my quirk. I can revisit all the good memories I have with her. However, I am still thankful for my family now. The 2 men that decided that they wanted me as part of their lives and gave me a second chance at a somewhat normal life. The pro-heroes that I can consider part of that family, like Kamaya and Tensei. Sekijiro can also. Known as Vlad King, actually comes over often. He and Dad have a friendly rivalry, both being homeroom teachers for first years. While they may butt heads at school, they still keep it light and breezy outside. Apparently, they somewhat hung out at their own times in UE, even though they were a year apart. Plus, his quirk is really cool. Nizu has become a great teacher. We still have our weekly meetings, though sometimes it's just to chat about life and such. It's weird that he has become so trusting of me, but I can say the same of my feelings towards him. Plus, there are the friends I have been able to make. While there are some I consider somewhat friends, the main trio that compromises my closest friends, Izuku, Mina, and Yurashi, they are the ones that help me want to continue my dream. However, as of late I have become uneasy about letting my secret continue with 2 of them. Don't get me wrong, I understand that I need to do this to protect myself and my family. But keeping this so long aches me a bit. The only people that know outside of my family are Midnight, Ingenium, Nizu, Inesa, and Tenya, Ingenium's younger brother. Luckily with the last one, the idea of keeping me safe by keeping the secret is enough to make sure that he will not say anything. I think that he got a bigger hero complex than his older brother, if his adamant following of every rule is a way to show that. I think that I may want to tell them soon, but I am just not sure how they would react. Best to make sure my parents are involved. They usually know how to handle these things better, being pros and all. Sleep quickly hit me soon after. Ready for another day. Little did I know what that day would entail. Mikumo, Izuku, Yamada-zawa, Origin. 2072-0426. Oh, it's Death Arms. A male pedestrian nearby noted as the fight raged on. In this day and age, it was normal for big hero and villain fights to happen on any street, and for onlookers to become an audience, hoping for the best outcome and judging the heroes that helped. For Mikumo, it was a fun high to run around and chase after the fights, seeing what he can witness, and the quirks he can learn about. But man, turning into a giant monster is an amazing quirk. Another man said, "What did he do?" Apparently stole someone's purse and he started to rampage when he was cornered. Another man next to him replied. Mikumo overheard their conversation as he wiggled his way inside the crowd, trying to get a closer look without having to zoom in with his quirk. A quirk like that and he's a bag snatcher? The second man asked. Doesn't matter the quirk, Mikumo thought to himself as he walked further into the crowd. If Granddad taught me anything, there is a cause for everything and a reaction to it. As he reached the front, he heard a group of girls scream, before cheering out, "You can do it, Kamui!" No way! Kamui Woods is here. Don't get too excited, you'll probably need to run off before you can get an autograph. But still, to see him in action. Reaching the front and seeing Kamui use his hands-turned whips to propel himself upward, made him start to fanboy out loud. No way, it really is Kamui, the great talented and rising star. Heh, a voice next to him started, "You just got here and you're already giving out some perfect commentary, huh kid? You're a fanboy, aren't you?" The man next to him, having 3 distinct 4-pronged stars sticking out of his head, asked. Well, you see, Mikumo started to say as the sweat started to bead on his head in slight embarrassment. The action continued, with Kamui running up towards the villain, needing to dodge a huge blow the now giant hand had tried to deal against the hero. Using the villain's arms as a ramp, he tried his best to wrap his other wrist to bind him, but a miscalculation and the villain was able to whip him into the air, but luckily Kamui recovered gracefully and landed safely on a nearby roof. He overheard the pro starting to tell off the villain for his crimes, even calling him an incarnation of evil, but Mikumo was lost in the way that Kamui started to prepare his next attack as his arm grew in thickness and branches started to grow out as well. Here it comes. Mikumo cheered on as others in the crowd did as well, also asking to be shown something amazing. He's doing it. His preemptive binding dash, the pro on the roof was also saying, and if in perfect unison the two finished. Lacquered chain prison. And with that the branches on the hero's arms started to grow rapidly towards the giant monster of a villain. However, before the branches were able to chain him up, another voice, that of a female, rang out loudly in the sky and across the crowd. "Canyon Cannon!" The voice screamed out. Suddenly, almost if out of nowhere, a giant blonde woman dressed in purple and orange came and knocked the villain out with her feet, her size rivaling that of the villain's. Mikumo and the crowd was left in shock and disbelief, as well as the other heroes that surrounded. Even Kamui let out a simple "huh" in the confusion. Once the dust settled, it was clear that whoever just appeared did enough to knock the villain to the ground and destroy a lot of the surrounding property. As she landed, Mikumo was slightly pushed off by others and reporters, taking pictures of the new hero. "Today is the day of my debut," Mikumo could hear her say. "My name is MT Lady. A pleasure to make your butt-quaintance." She finished with a sly smile and wink to the crowd and cameras. Everyone around was in awe of the new hero, most of them ignoring the dark-haired teen that was fiddling with a virtual keyboard projected from his arm. Luckily, through upgrades, he was able to take digital notes by typing into a light-based keyboard and screen that his quirk produced. Said notes would be uploaded to his memories and, when reconnected to his main system, uploaded to a personal encrypted server and filed into his hero analysis notes for the future volume Infinity. However, he still kept notebooks in his backpack in case he was with a friend that didn't know about the nature of his quirk. She's taking all the credit, Kamui said to himself over the cheer of the crowd. The kid kept typing into his arm, adding notes that he saw in the brief interaction. Luckily for him, his own quirk allowed for a lot of the information to be added instantly, but an upgrade into the basis of the software that ran the analysis area of his quirk allowed image addition as well as individualized notes that he can process on his gigantification, huh? He started muttering to himself as he stood near the spot the villain had fallen into. She looks like she may be a popular hero, plus it really is an amazing quirk. However, the damage she may inflict onto the city that will happen because of her size, does that really limit it? She will have to think about that as she fights, knowing how hard hero insurance can hit you if you do a lot of property damage. Pops usually has issues because he has been able to crack foundations if he hits the right frequency. However, Itosago is in tough if she can't control her size, and if so. Through the muttering Mikumo was going through as he processed the new hero, a familiar voice from the crowd could be heard. Wow, that's an interesting way to take notes. Your quirk, I figure? Plus, why are you taking so many notes to begin with? Do you want to be a hero? That's great if you do. You can do it. That snapped Mikumo out of his notes and thought process. Looking back at the man, a wide smile formed at his words, before he replied, "Yes. I'll do my best." Mikumo! Another voice called from behind, this time being from someone in his past. A hero clad in armor ran in a flash next to him, before he took off his helmet to reveal Tensei Ida, Mikumo's adopted uncle. "You're going to be late for school," the pro quickly exclaimed. "You know that your dad won't be merciful, especially since it's the last year before you go to high school." I quickly used my virtual screen to look at the time, before exclaiming, "You're right. How did I lose track of time again?" "You were chasing hero fights again, that's how. Do you want a lift?" "No, I should be fine. Plus if you're in costume so, you must be working, thanks again uncle." And with that, Mikumo ran off, waving as he looked back at the pro, who himself was fitting his helmet back on before taking off in high speed again. Arriving at his school, he panted as he reached the main entryway and ran up to his friends, whom all seemed to be waiting for his arrival. "Hey guys," Mikumo said between breaths, sorry I'm late." "What fight were you watching this time?" Mina asks him straightly, knowing her best friend's habits by heart at this point. After taking a few deep breaths, Mikumo straightened himself out, before saying, "I have no idea what you are talking about, Mina. But, oh, by the way, did you hear that Kamui Woods made an appearance in a fight this morning?" "Oh, did he really?" Mikumo asked his friend nervously. "I heard some good things. Hopefully it was a good fight." "Oh yeah, the reports say it was. He even tried to close it out with a wood hammer smash attack. It was actually a lacquered chain prison that he tried to do before in Lady Dash, but as the words left his mouth, he realized that his friend had played him and gotten the truth out of him for once. So, what was that about not going to a fight? What would your parents say?" she asked with a smirk forming on her lips. "Oh, be quiet, Mina," Mikumo replied with their other two friends, Idru and Yoshi, laughing at him being caught as they walked up the stairs of the building. "You two can stop as well since I have evidence of both of you dragging me to a fight of your own choosing." The other two stopped dead in their laughs as the idea of him using that would entail. Mina started to laugh at the other two being shut down by their friend, before proceeding, "But seriously Mikoku, how was the fight?" "Pretty awesome. A new hero debuted at the end of the fight. Her name is MT Lady, and her quirk is called Gigantification. It lets her grow to an enormous size to help end battles easily, but due to her size she can cause significant property damage if she's not careful." The other three listened to their friend, always interested in the inside of quirks that his own let him see that others may miss at first glance. As they reached their destinations, the quartet split into 3 groups. Inesa and Mikumo were lucky enough to be the only 2 to have a homeroom together in Class 3. Kirishima was sorted into Class 3-1, while Mina was also on her own in 3. It didn't really bother the 4, however, as they still did their best to hang out when they could and by making friends of their own in their respective classes. Hello class. The male homeroom teacher for Yoshi and Mikumo started. Good morning, the class returned. Well, we have a very important topic this morning, high school enrollment. Every single one of you is a 3rd year, so it's critical that you know where you want to apply. However, I bet that most of you are planning to apply to a hero school of some kind. The class cheered at the prospect, with most students that sat near friends quickly commentating about where they were planning on going. I have Yui as my top and Shiketsu as my second written down, Inesa said as he turned to Mikumo. How about you? Same. I told my parents that no matter what I want to try it on my own to get in. So, if by chance I can't do Yui, they wouldn't blame me for having a fallback. Settle down, the teacher called from the front. I know that we all want to talk about our prospects. There are so far 2 in our own class that are even trying their hand at Yui, Mrs. Inesa and Yamada. Some of the students cheered at the prospect, causing Inesa to scratch the back of his head and Mikumo to blush slightly, though it's always hard to tell with his darker complexion. However, both boys overheard another kid mention to their friend, I know Inesa has a great quirk for it, but Yamada is just an analyzer, he's not getting in. Yeah, I know. There's nothing he can do as a pro like that. He better only try their Gen Ed department at best. Mikumo started to look the other way, ignoring the other students' laughter and Inesa for the rest of the class, trying his best to not take their comment to heart. But as the class went on, he couldn't help but let the comments sink in a bit. What if they're right? I mainly have my analysis. What if my fighting isn't set? I feel like I barely have any real moves set outside of my electric attacks and basic combat. Hey, your dad thinks you're fine and you've been training hard with him and granddad. You'll be fine if he thinks that you are good. If you say so, but Mikumo deep down felt that the others may have had a point. When the bell finally rang to signal the end of the day, the 2 decided to go to the cafeteria for a little while, waiting for the others to arrive. Inesa kept looking over to Mikumo, wanting to say something to reassure his friend, but failing to in the mood that the other was feeling. Hey, you two, they heard Mina say as she approached with Kirishima by her side. How's your day going so far? Inesa started first. It started okay, but Inesa looked over to his other friend, seeing the glum expression on his face since he failed to notice his other friends. After a second though, he shook himself from his thoughts, realizing that his friends had all gathered around him. Oh hey guys, sorry. Just a bit tired from the morning, he said as he gathered his things and started to walk out from the cafeteria. Liar, Inesa suddenly outspoke, following his friend as they left with the other 2 behind. What Ash? You know why you're down? You overheard those kids in the class this morning. What kids? Izuku asked. These 2 guys in our class that said that Mikumo probably won't be able to get into Yui because of his quirk. That it's not good enough, even though I know that it's a great quirk. Yeah, Mikumo. Your analysis quirk is very useful. Any school would be stupid to not accept it. Plus, your fighting technique is the best one of the 4 of us. You've trained the hardest and you are sure to make it. Kirishima said as well. Mikumo started to smile again, happy at the praise and confidence that his friends were trying to instill in him. He knew that they were right, he had trained hard, and it was the decision of Yui, not them, if he would make it, but he would be demed if he didn't give it his all. Yeah. Inesa started as the group passed by an empty classroom, wanting to jump into the conversation as well. You don't have to listen to them. Your cyborg quirk will definitely get you through, Izuku. Yurashi. What? Oh no. Kirishima and Ashido looked at the 2 after the other friend's outburst. It seemed that he may have slipped out something he didn't mean to in his attempt to get his friend's mood to lighten. What did he just say? Mina asked in a low voice. Nothing. Please ignore me. Inesa quickly said as he tried to avoid the glare that Mikumo was giving him. It's just a joke that I made with him. Mikumo quickly looked at his panicking friend, seeing that he was trying to come up with something, anything, to fix the slip of the tongue that he had just allowed. Looking at his other friends, however, a darker aura had overtaken the two as they looked towards him. Mikumo, Kirishima slowly asked, why did Yoshi just call you Izuku? It wasn't Izuku, Inasa quickly tried, it was Dash. Enough, Inasa. Mina quickly said in a bit of annoyance, I heard what you said. Both me and Idru heard you. She turned to Mikumo with a searching look, seeking out an answer to a question she feels she already knows the answer to. Mikumo, was what he just called you Izuku? Mikumo took a moment, before he slowly nodded his head to answer her question. Is there a good reason why he called you Izuku? See, can we not do this out here in the hallway? Please? He said as he gestured to a nearby empty room. The four quickly poured in, and as soon as the door closed, the red and pink-haired students quickly turned on their friends. Mikumo, Kirishima asked with a bit of anger behind his tone, who are you really? Why did he call you Izuku? Are you Izuku Midoriya? How do you still remember that name? Mikumo asked the person he considered his closest friend. I remember the name because I wanted to be his friend. Why did he call you that name? Mikumo. Bro. Why? I can't do this. What, Ash? Look, I'm sorry. I really am. But I can't put your lives in danger. Wait, what do you dash? But before the other two could say or ask anything, Mikumo sprinted out the door, ignoring the cries that his friend rang after. Inasa, Ashido started after they had just seen the other boy sprint out of the room. What is actually going on? Why did you call him Izuku? Is he really Izuku Midoriya? Inasa started as the two just looked at him, searching for answers. I don't really think it's my place to dash. Hey, that's not fair, Mina replied. You're the one that said it to begin with. Look, he started, I only know what I know because I was an idiot and listened into a private conversation. I told Mikumo, that I promised not to say anything, and as much as you two might hate me for it, I am going to still honor that. If he's comfortable telling you, he can dash. Kirishima suddenly punched the wall with his quirk activated, getting the attention of the other. As he pulled away, the wall cracked and splintered at the area of impact. I am not dealing with this. Kiri dash. He's lied to me. Lied to us, Mina, all our lives about who he is, if he really is Izuku as Inasa claims. Kirishima looks over to Inasa, who meets his eyes for a moment before turning away, still unwilling to discuss the matter forward. It's his secret, Inasa mumbled out, the lowest either of the two had ever heard his voice. The guilt palpating off him evident to the other two in the room. I wasn't even meant to know, I was being a stupid nosy kid like always. Kirishima walked towards the door, Mina trying to call after him. I drew dash. But before anything else could be exchanged between the three friends, Kirishima followed their other friend out the door, letting the other two to wonder what would happen to their friendship. Mikumo, now revealed to be Izuku, found himself running, both physically and mentally. He didn't know where he was or where he was headed, but all he knew is that he wanted nothing to do where he was running from at the moment. Mikumo, please stop. The internal voice fell to deaf ears, the other boy still moving, slight crackling of electricity in his wake as he moved. Mikumo. Still, nothing budged the main thoughts that the cyborg quirk user could dislodge him from the train he was riding on. So, his system did the one thing it thought it could. Izuku. Stop. With that, a track of lighting jolted the main system, causing the kid to trip and fall to the ground with a groan. Are you okay? You tell me. Izuku got up, dusted himself off, and then leaned back on the wall of the tunnel that he had found himself in after he had finally come to a stop. Looking at nearby landmarks, he noticed that he was in a part of Muzutafu that he hadn't visited since he moved into his current home with his current family. Sighing and realizing that he had to think his next decision through, he opened up his palm. A recent upgrade with Higuri added small LEDs in various parts of Izuku's body. These microscopic light emitters allow Izuku to project out certain elements. He realized that being able to find a blueprint of a map may be seldom useful if he can't show it to compatriots. So, the LEDs were added as a way to project them. One thing that was an unintended addition to that projection though was being able to produce a little light-based Izuku Midoriya representing the Izubit system that has helped him keep his head so that he could more easily talk and share his thought process out loud. Mikumo, the little figure representing his past, started. We need to go back and explain the situation to them. Why should I? Inesa threw me under the bus. I knew I couldn't trust him, but I decided to anyways. And yes, he has been a good friend, but the danger finally caught up to OWW. Another electrical shock went through him, getting his attention once more. Look, it was most likely a slip of the tongue. He was trying to help our mood, and you didn't want to listen to them at first because of the other students. They are your friends for a reason. You need to go back and explain everything. It's finally time. They can decide for themselves after if they want to continue being your friend. Mikumo sighed, letting himself calm down from his frantic high finally. He knew that his subconscious was right, and that he had to be able to give them a proper chance. It wasn't fair to avoid them when it was ultimately his decision to keep the secret from them. It was time he headed back. All right, I will go talk to them. Hopefully they are willing to hear me out. As Mikumo turned and started to walk towards the light at the end of the tunnel, however, a presence was letting itself be known, as a green, goo-looking liquid started to seep out and up from a sewer drain behind the teen. As the teen is hyping himself for the conversation he is to have, the goo starts to gather in the air, forming a bigger ball and shape itself into a humanoid-like creature. Something's there. Watch out. The senses in the boy started to kick into gear, quickly turning around to see what his system is trying to warn him about. As he did, the entity grew larger and larger, becoming almost as tall and massive as the tunnel itself. A face formed out of the blob as it also grew arms and legs, and its body began to get defined. As it did, it spoke out, a medium-sized invisibility cloak. Mikumo looked up in horror, freezing in the moment and forgetting his training before a lone thought shot through his mind. Run. He turned quickly, trying to get away as best he could and avoid a confrontation, but it was too late. The goo-based creature pounced, engulfing the teen completely before moving around and binding his legs, arms, and body from any attempt at escape. He started to force the goo slime into Mikumo's body, choking out any air that was trying to get in. Don't worry, it started again, I am just going to take over your body. As he continued to push in, he also added, calm down, it'll only hurt for about 45 seconds. You'll feel better soon. System shock. Air flow to main organs cut off. Trying to open a path failed. Can't breath. Mikumo tried to get out as he struggled and grabbed for the ooze that was around his mouth and nose. You can't grab me. I'm fluid. Thanks for helping me. You're my hero. I really didn't think that had come to this city. Yeah, well maybe I can shock you, was all that Mikumo thought as he allowed his self-defenses to take over. Static electricity crackled as a surge of green lighting flooded off the boy and onto the creature, trying to grab him and hurt him. The thing shrieked, indicating that it had felt something of the jolt that he let through. Dropped to the ground, Mikumo quickly gasped for air as he tried to crawl away. However, any pain that he caused the creature had subsided before he wrapped the teen's legs again once more, trying to claw him back into his full grip. Before he could, however, the cover of the sewer burst into the air, clanging off the nearby wall. The creature quickly turned around to see what had caused it, before it stopped in its own fear. It's all right now, young man. A deep voice that the kid could not see the owner of started. I am here. Is that? The kid's thoughts started to say as he tried to see past the slime that was attacking him. The villain didn't hesitate anymore, however, launching attacks with his elongated arms towards the source of the noise. The other man, built tall and broadly with golden yellow hair and a white brilliant smile, was able to dodge the attack easily and quickly like a blur. As he avoided the other hand the villain had sent out, he started to prepare his own attack, pulling back his right arm before stating, Texas Smash. Seemingly punching the entity that was attacking a teen, the creature was flung back more due to the massive air pressure that the one punch in the air had caused, flinging the thing completely off the kid he was trying to use as a personal shield. As he was pushed more back, the air pressure caused him to erupt into multiple pieces, freeing the child completely from his grasp as he fell back to the ground. Said kid did his best to keep full conscious, seeing only the silhouette of his hero, but the shock to his system. System shutting down temporarily due to shock. All Might, known to a select few in the world as Toshinori Yagi, was panicking. Now, it's safe to assume that if you are known as the symbol of peace for all of Japan, some would even say the world, that if you are panicking, it's for a good reason. He wasn't planning on chasing a villain today, and to the extent that he had to. He was hoping for a quiet day, especially having to deal with the morning he had to. It was never fun going back to your alma mater unless it was for some publicity, but desperate times called for desperate measures. He thanked whatever star he could though for the fact that one of the teachers that he had been taught and trained by had left the school due to age, and a lot of his nervousness for the morning disappeared like that when he learned that bit of news. From that meeting, he decided to get some groceries, since his limited food palette called for a very specific strand of eating. Once he left the store, however, that is when he had to jump into action. Seemingly coming out of a robbery, what could only be described as a human walking gooblob, was running down the street, avoiding police, and using the distraction of a nearby fight to get away. Luckily, all the attention on him allowed Toshinori to get powered up and chase him down as All Might. In the hubbub, he feared he had lost him when he went into the swear system. Luckily, a keen eye allowed him to find the correct manhole cover and spring out, only to see that the villain was trying to kill an innocent youth to try to escape. After a quick Texas smash, Toshinori was able to break the villain apart and get him off the teen. It was when he approached the teen that he started to panic. The boy was not stirring in any way, laying down flat on his back. He feared he was too late but noticed a minor movement in his chest that indicated that he was still breathing, but most likely in a state of shock. So, he did what he thought was the best idea to bring the kid back to the land of the conscious. Slapping him quickly, repeatedly, he did his best to get the kid to wake up so he can really make sure everything was all right. "Hey, kid." He went on as he hoped for something, but luckily, a quick groan followed by two pupils, one green the other red, opening up to attention allowed him to stop and know that he was at least alive and somewhat awake after the ordeal. "Oh good," All Might said as their eyes met, but the boy's eyes widened in shock, before he started to crawl back and away from the pro-hero. "I'm glad you're okay. Got really worried there for a second that you were hurt," the pro continued as he stood back up in his full form. His imposing figure still startling Mikumo to some degree, but not so much that he was in front of a pro that he had admired for years and that helped develop his first friendship with. No, the A.I voice in his head started, "Let's not go down that road right now. Sorry about getting you caught up in my villain fighting. I usually don't make mistakes like this, but I was in high spirits on my day off in a new place." The pro started to laugh loudly as the boy still trembled, partly from still shock by being attacked by a villain, mainly from having the symbol of peace right in front of him. "But you were a big help in his capture. Thanks for that. And see," he said as he brought up two soda bottles filled with green goop, "I have him safely stashed in here. A number on hero, All Might, the real thing right in front of me," the boy was saying to himself in a mutter as his face flushed the more he was able to process what was going on. "W8. An autograph. I need one, to go with the others." He quickly reached into his already open book bag to find the one notebook he carries for autographs from all the pros he meets at UI. As he opens it to the center, however, he realizes that his signature is already there. He already did. When? It was in my bag still. Mikumo started to bow in thanks, letting the pro know his appreciation as much as he could. "Thank you. Thank you very much. I'll treasure it like the rest of my signatures that I have gotten." "Okay," the pro says in a simple response. "I need to take this guy to the police. See you again on the other side of the screen." All Might turned to leave and waved goodbye, but Mikumo started once more before he could. "Wait, already? I had a dash. Heroes are always fighting villains and time itself." He continued his goodbye as he stretched and got ready to jump by crouching onto the ground. "No, I need to ask something now that I have the chance to talk to him." Mikumo thought. "What do you need to know? Your parents always tell you that you don't need. My parents say that because they are my parents, but if I am to become a pro without my quirk I can't know for sure. I need to still hide it. Even if I tell Kirishima and the others, it's not fair for me to flaunt something that can get all of us in danger. Mikumo is lucky his thoughts process quickly, since the pro started once more with, well then, I'm counting on your continued support. However, as soon as he could, he sprang into the air, almost like he was flying through the sky, and away from the spot he left the boy he saved. Or so he thought. Wait, the pro said, realizing that he felt significantly heavier than normal during a jump. Looking to his backside, he realized that the dark-haired teen he had just saved was clinging onto his clothes and sighed with a death-like grip. Hey, the pro said, watching the face of the student be blown by the wind. He started trying to push the child off, not noticing 2 items fall out of his pockets in the commotion. Let go of me. Your fanaticism is too much. He continued to shove the kid, trying to get him to let go. If I let go now, die. At least I think I will. You're a cyborg, not immortal. The hero stopped in realization. That's true. The teen did his best to get his face to normalize, but the wind's force was blowing it all over the place. I have a lot of things. I need to ask you directly. Okay. I get it, so close your eyes and mouth or you'll damage something. The teen did as he was told, crouching his face inward to protect it from the wind. I could really use that prototype my uncle had been working on right now. He said you're not allowed near it until you get into a hero school. Plus, he's been fighting with cousin Higuri over some of the details. All Might grabbed the back of the kid's white shirt as he held onto him, looking for a safe spot to land on so he can deposit the kid back on the ground. He found a nearby roof that seemed to be the perfect place to hopefully shake the die-hard fan. As he headed for his mark, a cough escaped his lips with a drop of blood. Sheet. Having landed, somewhat, safely on a roof of an apartment complex in Mizudafu, Mikumo let All Might go in a shaken stance. He felt his eyes overly dried and a really parched mouth. Teach, that was scary. I wonder if that was what Pops had to deal with that one time he mentioned. Good grief. It seems that this building may be abandoned. Please be careful on your way down. I seriously am out of time, so I really need to leave. Wait, No. I will not wait. But I need to know. My parents always say I can be without a quirk. They know I don't want to use it, even though I see something in their eyes when I mention not using my Cybernetic Quirk as a hero. It's who I am, yes, but I can't endanger their lives for the sake of my dreams. Even if someone doesn't have a quirk. He said, making up his decision to alter the truth. Can one still be a hero? All Might stopped, listening to the plea the teen in the red high-top shoes that he had to save. Can even someone without a quirk be like you? All Might turned back to see the young teen, tears in his eyes as he looked onto All Might with a steely determination he had seen before in other pros, in himself as well. Mikumo had no idea what this chance meeting with All Might meant for his future, but he was about to find out. What it takes to be who you were meant to be. A hero. Without a quirk? All Might began to ask. He didn't really need his day to go this way. To think what he was about to do to someone that was obviously a big fan of his and heroes in general of that list of autographs in the notebook he found was any indication. However, before he could properly answer, he felt a shock of pain go through his body. No, not yet. The pro could only think as he stood in place. He couldn't move. His time for the day was up. He knew he should have avoided that fight, called in another pro to handle it, but the hubbub in the morning caused confusion for most of the area pros, so he had no choice. He thought it would be over as soon as he rescued this kid, but no, he just had to cling on and go for the ride. Now he was here, out of time, and the smoke that came off his body that indicated the immediate change to follow had started as well. Oh shit, goddammit, not now, he muttered under his breath. I'm asking because I need to know. My parents, I love them, but they are always saying I can be without one, but I am never sure. I am not confident in my ability to go with it, and I am worried they are saying it because of who they are. I don't know really, but I think that saving people is really cool. It's why I admire heroes like you so much. To be a hero, saving people with a fearless smile, it's what I want to be, the greatest hero, like you. However, as Mikumo finished his tangent, he looked up to see that the place that All Might stood had been engulfed by smoke and steam. As soon as it was blown away, though, a different figure stood in the place of the hero. He had a mane of wild blonde hair that included 2 long strands on his face. He was almost skeleton-like in physique, wearing overly baggy clothing, and his gaunt face had almost sunken eyes that had a piercing blue light to them. He was 1/10 of the size of the hero that was standing in his place. Mikumo, in shock of what had just transpired, screamed into the sky. In an alley near a major shopping district of Nizu, a bottle filled with green goop started to stir, with the eyes of the criminal starting to get open up from his last encounter. What happened? Oh right. That Bisudi. He remembers thinking about the All Might, punching him and sending him to bits and pieces. If it weren't for that beside, the villain thought, shaking his confinement. However, as he did, a group of 3 teens had entered the same alley, unknowing that a villain was technically in it as well. While 2 would be considered extras by their leader and the author, the main was the self-proclaimed leader, Katsuki Bakugo. He was a teen at Aldra Junior High and the only student that was going to take on the UE High School entrance exam in his entire year. His piercing crimson eyes and ash blonde hair that was usually spiked up naturally were surprisingly enough to make him stand out in a world of heroes and quirks. His quirk as well made it so that he stood out even more, usually getting the praise of others due to its power and versatility. Being about 168 centimeters, he was on par as one of the taller kids of his school. While Katsuki would gladly ride the praise whenever he could, a secret in his past that he has harbored leaves him with self-doubt about his possibilities as a hero because of his own words and actions. However, most would know this due to his normal explosive and easily irritated personality. "Hey Katsuki," one of the teens with shorter black hair started to the leader of their group. "Did you hear what's going to happen to that old abandoned apartment complex?" "What are you talking about, extra?" "Geez man, he's talking about the one the fire happened in like almost 8 years ago," the other teen, this one with longer brown hair, replied. "Supposedly someone died in that fire, so no one wanted to live in it. They never even fixed the DMN thing." Katsuki stopped in his tracks. "Alright. Well, what about the DMN thing?" "Supposedly they are going to finally bulldoze it. Some even say that they are doing it because it's haunted by the spirit of the persona that died there," one of the other 2 replied. Katsuki crushed the can in his hand in anger and annoyance, trying not too hard to think about the person that died there still walking the earth as a spirit. Growling, he continued walking as he replied, "Who cares? It's not like that place has been useful for ages. Who cares if someone died there anyways?" As he walked, a little more annoyed than before, he kicked a bottle that stood in his way. Said bottle hit a pole, opening its contents onto the floor and into freedom. "Katsuki, it's no big deal, relax. Like you said, it's just some building." Katsuki huffed in return, thinking, "Yeah, to you lame extras, it's just a lame building. But to my family it's a reminder of the biggest regret that we have ever had." He thought back to the 2 smiling individuals living in that building he would visit often with his parents. The holidays and few birthdays spent together, all until Bakugo got his quirk. Until Izuku didn't get his? Katsuki audibly said, looking at any other thing he could think of, trying to shake away any thoughts of the Midoriyas that may still try to penetrate their way through from the recess of his mind. "Look, let's just go to the arcade or something, get a change of pace." The other friend suggested, "You'll come as well, won't you, Katsuki?" "IFNG guess." "Cool," one of the friends said as he showed off his finger-elongating quirk. "Let's go to the one by the station. There's a lot of easy pinching there." As he talked, the trio failed to notice the contents of the bottle had started to slither and expand as it approached the 3. "You idiot," Katsuki said, letting a small explosion go off in his left hand. "If we get caught, it'll end up on my record." The 2 friends' faces suddenly fell, however, as they both turned to point at something behind Katsuki. "Hey, look," they both said in unison to get the attention of the other boy. Katsuki decided to turn to see what the idiots were gaping at. When he did, though, all he saw was a massive green slime ball suddenly spring up with a giant mouth and eyes. The creature quickly said, "An invisibility cloak with an amazing quirk." Katsuki couldn't move, only letting his eyes widen in shock. Scan complete. Name, Yagi Tashinori. Pro Hero name, All Might. Quirk, One for All. Dito. Not compatible with current version of analytics for optimization version 1.5.0.1. 34. Blood type, A+. Condition, too long to list injuries. Please see new file created titled, Tashinori Yagi, Injuries. It really is him. But yeah, don't even get me started on the issues with his quirk alone. There's nothing the system is telling me, like it's blocked out. Not even getting the same error as we did when we were kids. Mikumo had finished saying as he tried to quantify what had just occurred. You are deflating. Tashinori just gave the young child a piercing look with his blue eyes as he tried to figure out what the best course of action is to take from here. Wait, up until now. I can't, what? Not even my training with Nizu helps make any of this make sense. It's not helping because you keep panicking. Wait, is the GPS right? But can it be possible he's so skinny? Tashinori just sighed, knowing that this would be any fan's reaction, but still hating to have to be a part of it. I am All Might, he started to reply with before a slight cough caused some more blood to leak out of his mouth. Mikumo started to panic, not knowing what to do anymore, nor really what was going on. I have so many questions for Nizu later. Oh yeah, like he will say anything. But seriously, Miku, look at? No way. You know how guys at the pool or beach are constantly posing and flexing? It's a bit like that. And no way. He can't be. All Might is fearless. He saves everyone with a smile. Don't tell me I found another one. Not after what Inesa told me. The figure before Mikumo spoke. A fearless smile, huh? He started to drop, deciding to sit on the rooftop rather than continue standing as he explained. Now that you've seen me like this, kid, make sure you don't write about it online, not even accidentally. He grabbed the bottom of his shirt, lifting it up to reveal to the teen a horrible scar that took place on his left side. Its deep core spread, causing almost a star-like injury through the rest of the side of his upper body. It's an injury, he started to explain, one I got from an enemy's attack 5 years ago. Half of my respiratory organs were destroyed, and I lost my entire stomach. Mikumo looked on, not in horror, but more wonder, at the sacrifice that All Might had obviously taken. I've become emaciated from repeated surgeries and the aftereffects of them. Right now, I can only take my hero form to work for about 3 hours a day. This can't be. I know that 5 years ago you had that fight with Toxic Chainsaw, but I never thought. No injury was reported on your side? A real hero fanboy that's well informed, huh? But no, a punk like that couldn't defeat me. This fight wasn't made public in any form, mainly because I asked for it to stay silent. I will save people with a smile. The symbol of peace cannot be daunted by evil. He opened his palm, looking down on it with a determination that Mikumo had only seen in All Might's fights. I smile to show the pressure of heroes, and to trick the fear inside of me. Pros are always risking their lives. I cannot simply say, you can become a hero even without power. This was my last hope. I can't be a hero with my actual quirk, Mikumo couldn't process, knowing that his number one idol, even more so than his parents, which he would never admit to them, is telling him that he would need his power to be a hero. I see, was all that Mikumo could get out from his lips. If you want to help others, All Might started anew as he got up, then you can become a police officer. They're often teased because they get villains delivered to their doorstep, but it's still a fine occupation. As All Might reached the door and opened it, he finished off his words to the teen that decided to hitch a ride. It's great to dream, but you also need to be realistic with those dreams, young man. Walking through the door, All Might left the kid to his own devices, and to think over the pro's words. As he walked down the stairs of the building, he stifled another cough, before thinking about his main task. Now, I've got to quickly get this guy he started as he reached for his pants pocket that carried the bottle filled with a villain. However, reaching down both pockets, he finds them empty of the contents he stored. He quickly looked around, making sure that he didn't just recently drop them, before he heard an explosion nearby. Looking out the window, he noticed a rising pillar of smoke not far from the abandoned building he was in. Don't tell me. Mikumo was lost in his thoughts. First Kirishima and Ishido, now this. What he said doesn't matter. But what he said What he said would only apply to you if you were truly quirkless and without hope, but you're not. You have this wild idea that you can't use your quirk, that you would be endangering your family's lives if you did. Last time I checked, your family is filled with pros. What do you mean? This is why I am installed, because sometimes you need things rationalized for you. Izuku, and I am calling you that because of where we are. 6 years ago, your mother died in this building. We are at your old apartment complex, the one that has been abandoned since the fire because no one wanted to step into the place your mother died. Wait, what? That doesn't matter right now. 6 years ago we lost our mom. But she didn't die because of us and because of pros, as far as we know. She got to say goodbye. And when she did, she said we can be a pro hero. A clip that we listen to every year in September because we miss her voice the most then. Where are you going with this? What I am saying is that you are forgetting who you are again. You are not just Mikumo Yamadazawa, but you are also Izuku Midoriya, the son of Inko Midoriya. The women that said that you will be an amazing hero. You're the childhood best friend of Bakugo Katsuki, the kid that hoped to be in a duo with you as a hero. Yes, we haven't seen him in years, but if he knew he would most likely be happy that dream hasn't died yet. Not completely. Wait, why are you including Bakugo into this? I'll explain later. But before Izuku could continue, however, a shake caused by an explosion and a rising pillar of smoke caught the attention of the cyborg user. Let's go see what pro shows up. It might be my parents, and I really need to talk to them about this. As Mikumo ran down the stairs of his old apartment stairs, helped in speed by training and upgrades, he passed by his old floor and ran through it, to see at least the door to his old apartment one last time, stopping in front of it for a moment. Thanks, Mom. For always believing in me. I promise from this point forward to do my best. All Might was running to the scene in his skeletal form, worried that he had caused the horrors that may be unfolding. He was worried that in the scuffle with the kid midair, he had not noticed that he had dropped the 2 bottles of containing the evil slime villain. He did his best to reach the gathered crowd as quickly as he could, hoping to see that another pro had reached the area and started to help. Once he reached the Tetuan shopping district, however, it seemed that his hopes were in vain. Explosions were being let off randomly, with bystanders running away from the ground zero of the incident. A group of pros appeared, seeing that it was a giant glob of slime, taking up a lot of space in the center, and that had an ash-blonde teen in his grasps, and surrounded by fire. He has a teen as a hostage. One of the pros said, bringing a little more panic to the other heroes involved. Death Arms readied himself, punching his fists together, before taking off towards the villain. Jumping in the air, he went in for a direct attack. You coward, he exclaimed as he leapt in the air. However, as soon as his fist made contact with the glob, it sunk in, causing no issue to the villain at all. What's this? He grunted, trying his best to pull out his arm from the thing the villain was made out of. I can't grab hold. In his attempts to remove his arm, he failed to notice a whip made out of the goo coming towards him at high speeds. Hitting the pro, he was quickly knocked back, hitting a storefront before he tried to regain his ground. Other pros tried to run in to help, but another attack by the villain caused them to retreat slightly, trying to be out of reach from a hit. Don't come near me, the blob villain exclaimed. Struggling and being able to free his mouth from the grip the villain was trying to hold him under, Bakugo Katsuki took a few deep breaths, before exclaiming, I won't let swage like this swallow me. He tried to let more explosion go off his hand to try to gain more freedom, but the villain didn't feel anything and instead chuckled at the attempt. You little. A bigger explosion was let off in frustration, causing the pros to shield themselves and hope to not be blown off. What power! I've hit another jackpot. Your quirk may not be as complex as the brat that I tried to get before that BSTRD interfered, but this is just as good. I'll be able to get my revenge on that pro with his quirk. In his glee, he surged in size, getting bigger and harder to get to by the pros already on the scene. Oh, what was that? Is that some big shot villain? The person the crowd asked. They noticed other pros on the scene doing their best to help. Empty Lady, the recent rookie hero, arrived, but was unable to get in due to her size and the smaller size of the shopping district. Kamui Woods was helping with rescue efforts of others, including Bakugo's friends, but exclaimed to other heroes, "I am not good with explosions. I am going to have to leave it to someone else this time." "That's alright." Backdraft, a water quirk hero that is able to shoot water from the spigots he has for hands, replied with, "The fire department isn't here yet and I have my hands full with the fires." "How's it going over there?" "He's sticky and hard to grab," Death Arms started to explain, "and a child with a strong quirk is struggling against him. Thanks to that it's a minefield." Another pro next to Death Arms continues, "It's hard to do anything against this triple play." The student continues to struggle as the villain works to subdue him. As he does, he launches another attack, causing the heroes to retreat even further away. "It's no use. There's no hero here that can take care of all of this right now. All we can do is wait for someone with a more suitable quirk. Let's take care of the damage and lower what we can," Backdraft responded. "Don't worry, I bet someone will be here soon." Kamui tried to reassure the other heroes, "I feel bad for the kid, but he'll just have to bear it a little longer." "Demenit." Arms growled in frustration. "If only I had enough power to blow that guy away." The crowd started to murmur more, turning slightly on the heroes as well, feeling that they were not doing as much as they could to help stop the villain that had such a young hostage. Toshinori had finally reached the gathered crowd, winded from running without the use of his altered form. As he gathered his breath, he looked past the crowd to see the commotion, and to his horror, it was the slime villain once more. He threw back to the teen that had latched on to his jump as he tried to get to the police station. "It was back then. I was too distracted by my time limit. I can't believe I made a mistake like this after admonishing that fan." He gripped onto his side, where the injury that cut down his career as a pro laid. "Pathetic, pathetic." Mikumo was running. He had a sour feeling in his stomach why there was suddenly rising smoke, but he had to be sure. That doesn't mean he didn't want to run the other way. The last time he ran towards a tower of smoke, he lost his mother. And while he did gain a new family, he still felt the occasional ache of never seeing his mom again in person, only in his dreams and memories. As he finally got closer, another explosion went off, letting him know it was inside the old shopping center he visited in his youth with his mom. This must be where the explosion earlier came from. "I'm surprised you still came by some sort of instinct. It's not like you to want to chase multiple fights, especially with what you have to do tonight. Plus, we suffered a lot the last time we ran towards smoke." "I know, but I have this sinking feeling that we may have caused this." "How do you figure that one out?" "Just thinking like my granddad. Let's just say, it may not have been the best decision to jump onto All Might." Looking past the crowd, he did his best to see what was happening, even using his eyes zoom feature to get a better look due to the size of the gathered crowd. "It's the slime villain. I knew it. We caused All Might to drop the bottles." "What?" "When he was struggling to get us off, if my lessons with Nizu have meant anything, logical probability means that the scuffle caused the bottles to fall out of his pockets. He might not have put them securely in, but we caused the movement that dropped them, so we're at fault for this." "Yeah, great start for this wannabe hero, huh? Why aren't the heroes doing anything?" a bystander near Izuku asked his companion. "They can't. It apparently caught a junior high student, and it's been like that for a while." "No, it has someone else caught, like he did me. How can they bear that suffocation? How are they holding out when my system was getting blocked so easily?" "Isn't that the villain that All Might was chasing?" another bystander asked. "Huh? What? All Might is in town? No way. I think I saw him earlier." "Seriously? Then what's All Might doing?" Nearby, Yagi Toshinori clutched his side even more, looking at the ground in shame for not being able to do anything. "And no, this really is my fault." Mikumo could only think to himself, "I caused this villain to escape, and now they have a junior high schooler. What if it's EI? Mina? Yoshi? I didn't get a chance to explain if it's one of them. It might be anyone I know. He can't do anything. Mikumo allowed the tears threatening to spill finally lose. Pathetic. He can't catch the guy. So now, they have to wait for a more suitable quirk. Pathetic. My parents could help, but their agencies are so far, they're rarely put in this area. Pathetic. I'm sorry, please just do your best. Help will arrive soon. Pathetic. Anyone, the hero, soon. Mikumo was in shock. He couldn't move. He had caused this as far as he knew, and now a junior high student was in danger of dying the way he almost did. He dared to look up once more, in horror at the scene before him, zoomed into the heart of the action. As he did, he noticed the spiky ash-blonde hair of the hostage that had been captured. It stirred something in him, nothing much at first, but the student soon struggled to free himself once more. As he did, his eyes shot wide open, revealing piercing crimson eyes that showed a cry for help, one from a hero. Mikumo had one main thought run through his head as their eyes met. We'll become the best hero duo, Kaken. Yeah. Better than All Might, Izuku. The next thing he knew, he ran, sprinting and pushing past the crowd, activating his electric capabilities as he ran towards the villain, and screamed, "Get off him." Wait, stop. Some of the heroes tried to stop Mikumo's attempt to help, but he was able to dodge them as he entered the heart of the incident. As he approached, he took his backpack and flung it towards the villain, allowing its contents to scatter and hit the villain, minorly distracting him as Mikumo approached. He started to let the static electricity gather around him, getting ready to hit him as he did earlier. You! The villain started as the kid approached him, but before he could do anything, the kid started to dig, placing his hands deeper into the blob. I'm sorry if this hits you, he cries out to his former friend turned stranger. Pushing in one last time with a grunt, he screams, EMP-directed charge, as he let out a small torrent of electricity into the creature. While it doesn't fully harm him, it still shrieks, losing consistency for a moment, but long enough for the other teen to be dropped to the ground and away from his grasp. The ash blonde coughed, trying to gasp in some of the air he had been denied for so long by the villain. Mikumo quickly took a battle stance, one taught to him by his parents, before talking to the other teen. Back on your feet quick. And I am sorry, but, with a crack of a smile beside tears, it looked like you needed help, so I am here. He noticed that the teen did his best, but the fatigue of struggling was setting in. As the villain got back to its normal consistency, he looked towards the new opponent in the ring. Unknown to him, Atashinori Yagi was overlooking the entire events. Pathetic, pathetic. He chanted to himself as his arms inflated with muscle and he started to change forms. You again? The slime villain said as he looked over Mikumo. Back for more? Upset I didn't end your miserable life earlier instead? Well, don't worry, have some of this. He'll die in vain. Some of the pros said as they rushed in to get the two boys. Is he suicidal? The slime villain created another fist, one that was head straight for Mikumo and Katsuki, but after bracing themselves, no hit landed on them. A burst of smoke was created when the hit did land on something else. Mikumo closed his eyes as he tried to protect himself from the smoke. I really am pathetic, a familiar, booming voice said over the two teens. The two teens looked up to see the form of their favorite pro, blocking the attack of the slime villain in turn. All Might. The black-haired teen was able to let out in his surprise. Even though I admonished you, I wasn't putting what I said into practice. He quickly grabbed both teens, pulling them behind his form, and pulled back his other arm, ready to attack. Heroes are always putting their lives at risk. All Might. The slime villain screeched as it readied an attack of his own. Detroit Smash. As the fist caught the villain, he was once again blown away by the sheer air force that All Might had behind his own attacks. MD Lady had made sure to keep all the nearby citizens safe from being blown away, as All Might held onto the two teens that he had saved. The nearby crowd watched as the air pressure turned into a mini tornado of air in the alley of the shopping district, causing everyone nearby to brace themselves. As the crowd watched the air dissipate, they looked over the now somewhat clear scene and shook, unaware of the darkening clouds over the area. Soon though, rain started to pour onto the people, heroes, and students that were in the midst of the attack. Don't tell me it's just from the wind pressure? A civilian asked. An updraft developed and another started but trailed off in wonder. He made clouds? Death Arms wondered out loud, looking over the man that is #1 hero. As All Might straightened his form, looking over the crowd, cheering erupted all around, many amazed not just at the rescue, but at the change of weather caused by the pro alone. As he punched his fist into the air and a new wave of cheering erupted, he looked over the tired form of the boy he met that day, impressed at his actions and lack of hesitation. I wonder, he said to himself lowly enough for no one else to hear. As the heroes finished collecting the remains of sludge, the 2 students were taken in for any injuries. Bakugo got praised for his bravery and resilience against the villain, being told he would make a fine pro hero. Mikumo, while told off for running into a situation and technically illegally using a quirk, he was in the end also praised for being able to get the other student free for long enough for All Might to make it to do the rest. He was even visited by his aunt and uncle. My little Mikoku! Kayama cried as she hugged her nephew. Look at you, already helping out against villains. And you're not even at Yui yet. Kayama, Mikumo could have gotten into a lot of trouble for using his quirk, or even killed if All Might hadn't arrived, his uncle Tensei quickly said, somewhat telling his nephew off for poor planning. However, in the end you did good, kid. Keep it up. I plan on attending yours and Tenya's hero graduation after all, so make sure I can. Mikumo beamed at the pros, who had to dismiss themselves to get back to their own jobs. Looking over the field, he noticed the other student, Bakugo Katsuki, looking over in his direction. Their eyes met once more, and Mikumo had a choice to make. I say we nod and walk away. He's not meant to be in our life yet, But before he could finish the rationalization, Mikumo had already started walking towards the explosion quirk wielder. Hey, he said as he reached closer to the other teen, I am sorry if I hit you with my quirk, it wasn't my intention. I just really wanted to get you out of there. Up close, Mikumo could finally see the rest of his old friend's features. His ash blonde hair and striking crimson eyes were still there. He had lost any baby fat from his face, giving him a sharp jawline. He was still very fair-skinned, a big contrast to Mikumo's own browner skin. His hair was still relatively short, but as spiky as he remembered it. He was well built for their age as well. Nowhere near Inesa, Mikumo thinks no one can be as built as him and still be in the 9th grade, but more so than himself since Mikumo was leaner. He was also taller than Mikumo, and most likely Kirishima, but still nowhere near Yoshi. He was brought out of his observations not before getting a quick scan he will analyze later, by Katsuki going, I know. But why the F did you rush in there in the first place? Oh well, Mikumo started, feeling a mutter storm starting. You see, when I saw your eyes, they looked like they were pleading for help. And I don't mean it in a bad way. Because I do think that could be taken in many bad ways, but I meant it in a way that you are trying and fear what happens if it didn't work, and I didn't want to see that. That thing attacked me too, so even more so, I was set on helping you out and dash. Enough. Katsuki said to snap Mikumo out of his rambling. I got it. You just wanted to help. Well thanks, I guess, but I didn't need it, got it? Faltering a bit again, he started, sorry, I do that sometimes by accident. And, no problem, even if you didn't need my help. Mikumo wanted to say more, maybe even give a hint to his identity because for the first time, here he was, in front of his old friend, the last connection he has to his childhood before the fire. One of the last 5 people that knew his mom. But before he could get a word out, Mikumo felt a cloth-like material wrap itself quickly over his midsection and mouth, before he was pulled back away from his friend. When turned around, he was met with glowing red eyes that were filled with fury, next to someone with concerned green ones hidden behind sunglasses. We are so dead. What were thinking? His father Shota started, glaring straight into his son's eyes. Mikumo tried to mumble through the fabric, even tried clawing it off, not sure if his dad was semi-testing him on how to escape a capture weapon. However, his other father, Hizashi, stepped up and started to talk. Eraserhead, he addressed his husband. It always made Mikumo feel weird when his parents addressed each other as their hero names in public, but he understood why they had to. You can't expect Mikumo to answer you if you have his mouth wrapped up, do you? Eraserhead glared at his husband before stopping his quirk and letting the capture weapon release his son. Once he did, Mikumo went on to explain the events. Having met All Might earlier and saved from the same villain, causing the pro to lose said villain, and how he just had an instinct to start running before his mind could catch up. Saving Katsuki from the raging villain and buying enough time for All Might to show up. As he did explain, his dad kept asking questions, trying to rationalize his son's decision. Why didn't you let a pro do something? They were all standing around if they weren't backdraft trying to put out fires of Kamui saving other civilians. They were waiting for a more suitable quirk. Why were they forced to wait? An explosion caused by Kahim the hostage caused raging fires. As well as the villain was made of goo, so they couldn't get a grip on it. I was lucky that his substance was still able to conduct electricity, so I was able to send shocks through him. What if you got hurt? I did my best to stay low and away when I got the kid out. Like I said, he attacked me earlier, but it was thanks to All Might I was saved then. I still shouldn't have. Shouldn't have what? It's nothing important. Look, I just wanted to help. He was in trouble, and my EMP direct attack affected him earlier. So, I knew that I had a quirk that could help at least get the kid away, thinking, if I can actually get some sort of grip on him, I can save him. The two pros looked at each other for a moment, discerning what they had just heard, before Present Mike said with a smile, well, you gotta give it to the kid. He did have most of it thought out. Fine. I can give him that, but overall there was still no logical plan if things went awry. The two pros looked over their son once more before Aizawa started. Do you promise to never do something this stupid and underplanned again? Why yes. Glaring one more time at the boy, he finally relaxed, smiling at his son and ruffling his hair a bit. Alright, please don't do something like this again. Your safety is my priority, and you will not get my mercy again. Good to get home on your own. Yeah, I should be fine. However, he did drop his voice into a whisper for a second. I do need to go find Kirishima and Ashido though. Inasa said something today and I don't know where we stand now. So, my day isn't over yet. The two pros nodded, Aizawa mouthing, let me know later, and letting Hisashi exclaim, alright. We gotta hit our agencies again since we still have a few hours on patrol. We just rushed here when Kiyama told us about it since she was so nearby. We'll see you when you get home. Don't get into another villain fight on your way and do your homework. Mikumo laughed, waving his parents off and saying, okay, thanks guys. I promise to be careful, and I'll see you at home. With that, the two pros parted ways, heading back to their respective agencies, before Mikumo turned back to his still lingering Bakugo. Shoot, do you think he heard any of that? Might have, let's try to play it off though. So, are those? The ash blonde started to ask. Mikumo looked at him in confusion for a second before realizing. Oh, those are my parents. They adopted me when I was younger. I can't say it's always been easy, but I love them, he replied with a glowing smile. The other student just looked at him before huffing and saying, alright, well I must get going myself. My old hag will be screaming at me because I got late home, let alone because of the villain attack. Oh, okay then, it was nice meeting you. I wish it was on better terms. Mikumo awkwardly chuckled as he finished his reply. He put his right hand out to shake the other boy's, not noticing that the ash blonde was looking at the hand incredulously. He took it and shook it quickly before saying, my name is Bakugo Katsuki by the way. I only caught your first name when your dad was giving you a chance to speak. Oha. Right, well I'm Mikumo Yamada. With that, Mikumo quickly dismissed himself, running towards the other side of Mizudafu, avoiding the other pros that remained there that may have also wanted to tell him off. Walking down the streets of Mizudafu, away from the scene of the second attack from that slime villain, Mikumo was trying his best to keep his head above water with all that he has to deal with in a few hours. Do we have any idea where our friends are? Have they contacted us? Nothing as far as I know. The small figure of Izuku Midoriya spoke as he sat on Mikumo's palm, though, to be fair, we haven't set up any link feature with our phone. We should. Well, I'll text them when I get home. Hopefully I can get a hot shower in before something else happens. Why would you say that? I don't know, it just seems like one of those days. I know what I want to do with my future. Even if Izuku Midoriya needs to stay hidden, my quirk doesn't. I will use it for good if I can. Now that's the spirit. Mom would be proud. As they walked though, soon after a loud voice came from a nearby alley, and All Might's form came rushing out. I am here! The pro-hero exclaimed, startling the teen and making him stumble and crash to the ground. All Might? But you were surrounded by reporters. Why are you here? All Might laughed his deep laugh before explaining, getting away from them was a piece of cake. What? Because I am All Might. But before he could finish, a huge cough and blood erupted from the pro as he deflated to his non-hero mode. Mikumo slightly screamed at the sudden change taken on, still not used to the transformation his idol could take. After Mikumo calmed down and Yagi was able to clean off his mouth, he began to talk in his gruffer voice that he held in this form. Young man, I come with thanks, a correction, a question, and a suggestion. Huh. If you weren't there, letting me know about your struggle and moral dilemma, I would have turned into a guy in a bodysuit that was all talk. So basically, in Diamuff Mikumo clenched his fist, forgetting he hadn't dismissed the smaller variation of himself. So, for that, thanks. Wait, but it's my fault in the first place. I got in the way of your work. I said a lot of things that were impertinent with my condition. But don't you see, it was because of you with that quirklessness of yours that I was able to act. Huh. If I had to guess, kid, by the way you asked me about your parents' words, one might be a pro-hero, is that right? Mikumo stood stunned, but nodded. So, I was right. Did they ever tell you about a common thing that a lot of pros experience during their school days? No. I don't think so. Nothing in my data banks. The most common thing a lot of their stories have is this. Their bodies moved before they had a chance to think. Mikumo looked onto the pro in wonder, amazed at the idea that his parents may have experienced a similar phenomenon, even his extended family. However, he knew that no one had mentioned such a feeling, at least not to him. At that point, he heard his mother's words come back to him one more time, with hot tears pricked behind his eyes at the memory of her smile as she said them. I always have and always will love you. No matter what. I think you're going to be an amazing hero. He couldn't stop the tears flowing as the memory flooded him, now more unwavering on his path to his future as hero in training. That was true for you too, wasn't it? Why, yeah, he was able to get out between a sob that tried to escape. As the wind blew between the two figures in the sunset's light, All Might's words hit Mikumo like a truck, finalizing and stealing his determination once and for all. You can become a hero. Hello everyone, Professor Sableye here. Just dropping in to say that the new work section of this story, Izuku.exe has crashed and broken an arm has been published and is ready to be read. The first chapter is a whooping 21k words no less. Yes, I do not know the meaning of the term, make separate chapters. You can go to the third work on the Izuku.exe series, or use the link here to go and read and see what's next in store for Izuku and his adopted family. See you all there. I hope you all enjoy.